Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Retro series. This is main event day 3. This is the time of the tournament where ICM gets involved. Risk premium becomes a premium because we're very bubble adjacent right now. James Dempsey alongside me, David Lappin here, and we will have Ali Najad a little bit later on. This has been a record-setting field at this venue, James, and I want to ask you first up, what do you think that means in terms of the future? How does that bode for future events? Say the one that's on screen right now beneath me, for example.
APT Cyprus. Yeah, that might be quite big. First of all, before I come to that, bubble adjacent, risk premium, ICM.
What are these words?
What are these words? We're here at Merit. We just play the cards we get dealt. We go hard. If we've got it, we've got it.
Yeah. No fear.
Obviously fantastic. The word continues to spread about this place, and it helps that this place continues to expand itself. Like, you just keep building new hotels, you settle the rooms, and then the tournaments are bigger.
Yeah. How many hotels do you think will be here in 2026?
11. Oh, 2026, maybe 2036. For now, maybe one more by then. Who knows?
Well, look, 1,223 players. I'm not making that number up. That's how many entrants we got in this one for a 3,300 buy-in main event. We're down to 215. I reckon that means we're maybe like 50 from the money, something like that. Is that right, James?
Yeah, 143 paid. So we've got 72 players to go.
Little way to go
to the cash. So probably not this frame, but in the next one would imagine. Joking aside, of course, people are going to tighten up. ICM will become a thing. The bubble is always a thing in poker tournaments. It doesn't matter how small the buy and how big the buy and how little people care about it. There's always that little bit of something. Even the richest players want to get a little flag on the Hender mob. Yeah,
not all 150 of those people will be so rich that it will be beyond their dignity to maybe tighten up, maybe have a little 10-second stall. Who knows? Well, not going to predict what happens yet.
Well, let's find out, because I think we're all but ready to
take it down
to the action. Well, let's get down to the beach.
Oh, okay, I'm off. See you later. Yeah, let's just take a moment of silence to take in that.
I was there.
Were you there this morning?
I was. Well, I was on that, not the pier on the left there, but the pier just around the corner from that pier.
Do you know what? We really need the camera crew to be out there when you're there, just so that we create... Admittedly, it would be a breach in the space-time continuum, but just if your little head popped up out of the sea there, that would have been very funny.
Look at this. Not so funny as this player's having to deal with Mustafa Biz.
Oh my god.
Man who got third in the high roller. Here he is again. Second in chips in the entire tournament, has to be said, Mr. Biz. But there are a lot of chips. You told me there were a lot of chips in this table before we came on air, and you were not lying.
I wasn't lying. You were very disappointed. You did the last frame last night with Ali, and you thought that was the table of all tables, and there were a couple of individuals on that table. You were like, they have to bring these guys back. This is the most amazing poker I've ever seen. They haven't brought those guys back. They've brought back some regulars in Volkov, Taharkani, Biz. I think the reason they've done it is that this is just a heap of chips table.
Yeah. And
we're going to see some deep stack poker. Yes, there are a few shorties there. Chisu, Danieluk, and Konstantin Helt, all playing sub 30. But really, it's a deep stack game right now.
Did you say Konstantin Helt's a short stack? He's got 29 blinds.
Yeah, it's very short in this game. Konstantin Helt, of course, a very well-known online beast, and 6th in EPT Paris recently enough for 260k. Not too shabby.
So he likes EPTs and he likes Cyprus. I wonder who's going to be in October.
Good luck, buddy. Okay.
I don't wonder at all.
Himself and his brother do like this venue. You might recall Justice Helt from a couple of streams. I think maybe the Western Series he made a final table, if I recall correctly.
I mean, just the best name for a poker player.
It is Justice Helt is, yeah. Sorry, Konstantin. Like, just having the surname Helt is pretty good, but I think Justice takes the biscuit.
Yeah, I think. I like I was covering that one, so maybe not the Western, but the Carmen in some event. Who knows? James Romero's made his way over to these shores. It's a name I've not heard in a little while.
Yeah, Taharkani, obviously one of the featured players yesterday. I nicknamed him the Terminator because, well, yeah, he does look a bit like a Terminator. He was terminating Meny's the player as he built this monster stack over the course of 2 days. Yeah, okay.
Would you build a Terminator, given that it's a skin outline, we know the strength comes from inside, it's a machine. Would you build a Terminator that looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger, or would you build a Terminator that looked like a cute little dog? You get close to people. You see Arnie coming at you looking aggressive. You're running a mile. Doesn't make any sense to me. think there's an error in that film. There we go. I've said my piece.
James Cameron, I hope you're listening.
Yeah. Didn't make any sense.
Daniel,
I mean, there's probably some other plot holes and things in that film, but
it's a perfect film, James. The first one, certainly.
I'm going with... Ooh, let's go with the first one. Perfect.
Oh, the first one's the best one. Daniel, look, ace-8 suited, flop to flush draw. Romero with the gutter ball. He's also ace-high here. These guys may take it slow here. Both have showdown. Both can improve in different ways. Obviously, the 4 of diamonds would be the action card.
Yeah. Wow, look at this. Getting some value from the ace-8 high. This is fun. Well, maybe not getting value.
Yeah, no 4 of diamonds, but 4 of spades gives Romero the check mark here, and he will probably feel the need to do his own betting in this spot.
Sorry, I was busy arguing about Terminator films. Was it check back on the flop?
Check back flop, bet turn.
Okay. Yeah, certainly gets to have more leads then, as opposed to a spot where he's faced 2 barrels.
I feel like it's a bit risky to check over to your opponent there. Just too many check backs. You've got to find this bet yourself. He does so. Excellent sizing, 2/2. Would make life a little tricky for maybe some of the pocket pairs there.
Yeah.
Nice hand for James Moreau. First hand on the table.
I thought ace-3 of diamonds.
Former winner of the
With only 1 diamond.
WPT 5 Diamond. Very elusive club.
Oh, well, you know, I don't know. Is there anyone else I've ever heard of who
Antonio Spendiari.
won that event? Very famously.
Gus Hansen.
It was a good-looking English fella at one point, I remember. He was on a bit of a heater. It was a while back, though.
It was a minute ago.
James Dempsey, of course,
I can't lie.
WPT and WSOP champion. Doesn't have the triple crown, though.
I hope I can come here in October and get it. Wouldn't that be something?
How many in that triple crown club? I know Feraldo, Cody obviously got there first. The guy with the pink hair from America a long time ago.
Yeah, I think there are, that's come up recently, I think there are 9.
9 people.
Now. I think 4 or 5 of them are from the UK, because just the natural advantage, obviously being from the UK, to get into that club, given the fact that, you know, a nice tax status of playing in the US that a lot of Europeans don't hold, and playing a lot of EPT, certainly in the early days.
Which other UK players?
So we've got Feraldo, Mr. Jake Cody,
Yeah.
Roland de Wolf, one people always forget.
De Wolf.
Just said Feraldo, didn't I?
You did. Tarakani with the aces. This is an amazing spot for him now on the button.
Beautiful.
Given how he played yesterday, remember, a couple of cold 4 bets yesterday as well. People will be very conscious of that. He's a fairly loose, aggressive player. And yeah, a bit of a dream here to see an open and a 3 bet. We see they're both pretty much on the rock bottom side of those ranges. So this will... Oh, and look at this, I was just about to say.
Wow.
I think he'll just get it through, but playing a little trappy here,
Like
Mr. Takarny.
Which is reasonable. It was so deep. Starting this hand over 85 big blinds deep effective between the 3 of them. And obviously keeping Rabai in as the opener, maybe allowing him to do something.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous here at this depth, perhaps.
It is a little dangerous, but I'm here for it.
We shall be making as many film and music references from the past, obviously, as the theme is retro here this week. I did have a meeting, though, with...
Whoa. This has worked a treat.
My goodness me.
Ribeye pulling out a whole bunch of those white chips. Oh, what a beautiful hand that would have been, just to flat, right?
And obviously putting Tarakani on a hand like 9s that he can put in the bit. Well, he's blocking the 9s, but you know, something like that, maybe the 8s, the jacks.
But that's kind of the point, right? This is almost one of the worst hands to do this with, because we want Tarakani to have 9s and 10s.
Yeah.
And having 9-10. I mean, it feels like I'm being overly critical because we're looking down at aces, but I'm really not. I genuinely believe this 9-10 just slips in so nicely as a call. Goes 3-way.
And it's a big bet as well. Tarakani obviously can continue the trap here, and he should. Well, but it looks very strong to call now.
You say that. Like, he could also just rip it in here and...
Feeling like the guy must have queens and kings now at this point. Yeah.
And just don't let him fold on bad flops.
Yeah, there's just so few light 4 bets here. He's obviously found one, but I think you're right. I think at this point you just stick it in and try and look like you have jacks or queens and are going with it, and hope that your opponent has.
It's just if he's just got
something
ace
like
king,
that.
you get him here. If he's got ace king, you get him, and it's very hard for him to stack off with ace king post, given you hold 2 of the aces. It's unlikely he's going to improve.
Can I just say, Tarkani doing a superb job right now. The right amount of hesitancy, the right amount of consideration here to convince his opponent that he has a hand like jacks. We know, he's obviously going to continue in this hand, but what's really important is you do that salesman job.
This guy woke up and chose violence today. He woke up, he's had his breakfast, he's come down to the poker room. Yeah, second hand in, what I'm going to do is 4-bet 9-10 suited 3-way, put in 300k of my monster stack. I suggested these guys don't worry about bub adjacency, about risk premiums, about ICM, but this is...
It's big bull poker.
This is out there.
I don't know, James. The other possibility is he randomizes and it was a very, very low number.
It's always possible.
A lot of respect for the moxie of this move. Rebai would get this through so often. So unlikely that Tarkani's trapping here, but he is.
I'm looking at Tarkani and I'm looking at him have aces, but I think he looks weak.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't like this. This is a really good acting job.
Yeah, this looks like jacks every day of the week now.
He has gone all in. And like I say, I can't fault this because Rebai just looks so strong. Obviously, if he once he sees the snap fold, he's like, damn, I should have just called him, lay the trap further, but...
Yeah, you're right though, James. I said that initially, but actually in reality, there's so few 4-bets there that you're right. You just want to get it in against queens and kings now. You don't want to see a flop with a king on it and the queens get scared and don't pay you.
Especially the size he went, like 323, it just screams of ace-king. I know we're holding 2 aces, but it just looks to me like it's ace-king, and I want to get him in now whilst he's single-digit equity. Before he just gets to miss a flop, get away from it. Incredible start to this table, wow. So that's how that man got all the chips, huh? Just get aces, people 4-bet you. He wasn't even a 3-better, he was just sitting there minding his own business.
He's just like, oh, call.
Yeah.
All in.
I had to have a think. The 4th British Triple Crown winner. Roberto Romanello.
Ah, Roberto. Okay, and there was an online one.
He always sneaks under the radar.
There was an online one.
He won an online bracelet.
I saw that. I
would appreciate if we could keep this.
Actually, remember the headline for that one.
I do tease him a little bit that he won sort of the poor man's Triple Crown. He won one of the smallest WPTs of all time, I think, in Bratislava that had about 6 people playing.
I know, but if
so an online bracelet, a teeny tiny WPT.
But then EPT Prague, I think it was.
That's proper.
Yeah, there's no.
Also, I can't.
Well, Ferraudo's actually another one. His WPT didn't even realize it was WPT when he played it.
The whole world sees it.
Because again, it was an online tournament.
It was down in the Caribbean somewhere, part of another series, and there was just a random 5K WPT that was part of it that had a pretty small field as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was there for his EPT win in Malta. It was actually the very week I moved to Malta. Little did I know I'd moved to Malta. I thought I was just going for that tournament. I never left.
Oh. Well, you've left now. I was there when he won the bracelet to complete the crown. You know, brags.
I was going through the list of chip race guests there the other day. A couple of people asked me who was on the most because Tom Hall is on the most recent show and he might be one of our most frequent guests ever. In fact, he was our 2nd most frequent when I looked up. Feraldo, our 3rd most frequent guest.
So I was teasing, Bradley. There were 323 players in his WPT.
That's... Okay, that is small. You could be confused for not thinking you're in such a prestigious tournament.
He did that crown, winning an EPT in 2015, WPT in 2016, and the bracelet in 2017.
That's nice. There's a nice sequence to that, yeah.
And it was literally November, October, November. It was sort of get around to the autumn time. Summer's over. Better win some money.
Do you know what we need to start looking up? We get the stats people on this. Milbudas going to try and test you out now in your knowledge. Do we have any Triple Crown Merit Series people? Has anyone won, or even doubles? Even anyone won 2 main events at two different series?
Oh.
Same series, same day for... I'm going to have to get that pronunciation again.
Good luck, David.
Arunus
This
Sapatabadish.
is all in? Oh.
Angry Goose Online, Lithuanian player. He
won the
managed to win a main and a high roller on the same day. Is that even a
The
thing?
same stop, I presume. That's pretty incredible.
That's amazing at the same series, but that's not what I asked.
But it's not quite Edward V material, is it?
Actually, you tell me your Edward V story from Triton after this hand, James, because that's a good one, and we love a bit of Edward Barsagian in this booth.
Where is Barsagian? We haven't had him on the table yet.
He was in the lobby earlier today,
okay.
So I don't know, maybe he's not in the tournament anymore.
Goodbye.
Able to continue that streak.
What's going on here?
Well, short stack here, Daniel. Look,
Pardon me. There we go.
pocket tens.
I was guilty of looking at the chips of ribeye.
That will be tougher.
Another ace of club. Another ace of club.
Dare I say, ribeye has some chips at stake.
Not bad, not bad.
It's probably medium rare.
Not bad, not bad. 8 of club would be funny.
8 of clubs certainly would be funny.
Oh,
Ace of spades will do.
that's not
What
funny.
about that?
That's very not funny for Daniel. Look,
You can still chop.
we can
Also
still
one
chop
card.
chop.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's aware. But unfortunately, we do lose Mr. Daniluk. 212 players remain, ticking slowly toward the 140 mark, where, of course, this bubble will burst.
I'm the trespasser.
Got it in with the best hand.
The
He was
killer.
short,
The trespasser.
probably hoping for a bit of a spin this morning. Not to be. Do have a mystery bounty in the room today. Some other side events, so festival's not over. But this was the big one.
Still time to get things done. Oh.
Shadio Jelly apparently has a double victory across
Double
two
main
series.
event victory, wow. There we go. Oh yeah, I was about to say, Georgi Shlukia, obviously I covered one of those, which was the Party Poker Millions live main event that he won here. That he, again, we had him on the table the other day. He was my favourite person in the world that day because he just steamrolled through the entire field and wrapped the final up in like 3 hours. Yeah. You're settling down. You know, Party Poker live events were famous for having very, very long structures, and I was nestled in the booth, David. I'll be honest. I thought I was going to be there for a good 10, 12 hours. I was out in the afternoon enjoying the sunshine.
Well, that's a lovely thing. As we see
I thought you
Konstantin
wanted to
Helt
wait
of the Helt clan 3-bet this King of Diamonds and an undisclosed card right now to 56k. Picking a good spot here, Romero on the light side. Kisu unlikely to take this spot. Wily customer Kisu has always impressed on stream. Oh, and Mustafa with a more interesting situation, perhaps. Aware that health could be light here in some spots. Knows that he would be flipping against some of the calling off range too. No, just let it go. I think that's smart. You want to hand maybe more like 10s in that situation to get involved. So health with the King of Diamonds, and maybe it was the King of Clubs. Maybe it was the Ace of Diamonds. Who knows? So James, I want that story now. So obviously Edward Barsagian, one of the most famous names here at Merit. He's had a ridiculous run, back-to-back, fifth place finishes. Little annoying for him, but incredible to make that many final tables in a row. He then chanced his arm at the Triton series.
Exactly that. So we had him in here back in March. And obviously he came off 5th place in the main event the series before. Then he was 5th in the warm-up, 5th in the high roller, 5th in the main event. An incredible run that netted him just under 200k. Let's not get the violin out here. I mean, this is... you want to run good at the end, but you take 5th every tournament you play. So then, obviously, we left these shores and returned not long later for the Triton event. And who would be in the mix but Edward Barsagian. Right. And he would find himself down to down to the final 5 in a Triton event. And he was in there with, actually, Tarakani from here. on our table here.
I'm born near Cologne.
Edward Barsagan, and then the other three players were Jason Kuhn, Stephen Chibik, and Adrian Mateos.
Familiar faces.
And I was thinking, oh dear.
This
Edward's-
feels like a fifth again.
This feels like it could be a fifth again. But he managed to sneak one spot further.
Nice.
And get fourth. It was Mateus out in fifth, and this man, Kanan Terakani, would lose heads up to Jason Kuhn in that 20k.
What's your nationality? French?
Picking up
No.
450k.
Yeah, French. Let's say yeah, French, Algerian.
Great spot now for Kisu to get the double up. Oh, well, this could be a three-way affair. Yes, Angel,
Yeah.
interesting
my
hand
family
here.
name is
He's
Brenner.
got a player who covers the original opener from under the gun, remember?
Yeah,
This is a little awkward.
Yeah,
I wouldn't begrudge him for just pretending he didn't get dealt this hand.
Yeah, two ways to go, I think. You could definitely just toss it away, as you say, maybe just repress the memory of such a hand. Or you could flat,
Yeah.
and you know, that's
Yeah,
pretty
I
strong
was-
in and of itself, and that probably gets, you know, a lot of hands out anyway, and you can fold to the shove.
Yeah, one of those two.
Good luck, buddy.
So
I think I like this slightly more.
So I've gone from saying what a great spot Kisu found himself in, dominating the pocket sevens in a must-call situation, to actually Angel waking up here in the big blind, and now he has to go to the races. Well, so far so good. Backdoors aplenty though. Not anymore. And Kisu will secure the double up, and there was a little bit extra in that pot, so more than a double up, 321k now.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
129.
it's never a bad time to double up, but obviously, as we're pretty near the money now, suddenly that gives him a lot of. He's very likely to make the money now.
Yeah.
30 blinds, you can very much navigate for 3 hours.
Yeah, back to half average right now, so much more comfortable than in that danger zone he found himself at the start of the day.
Trying to see, Kisu we had finish.
No,
Oh, it was 32nd in the warm-up in the Carmen series. That's where we last saw him on our screens here.
US.
Yes.
And 14th
That's
in the
fine.
high roller.
Wow, it's a long time.
There we
For
go.
a whole
Double appearance on our
SOP,
screen.
SOP.
Yeah, Kisu,
Yeah.
quite a famous
Stay long.
man in Romania. He's a screenwriter, TV producer, and a regular on the poker circuit. I think that's what we'd know him from most of
Yeah.
all, but I think a pretty familiar face in the celebrity world in Romania too.
Are you well known in the Romanian celebrity world yourself?
For all the wrong reasons, James. I don't want to go into it. I was young. I needed money.
It was a different time.
It was yeah.
I'll say no more.
One more.
Volkov flicking in the peel. Ace-5 suited against
Carry.
Ribai.
Discount support.
Gotta say, Romania, one of my favorite countries, both to visit and holiday in, Bucharest especially, and also to play poker.
I'm going to confess, I've never been.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to a Unibet Open in December there at the Marriott Hotel. It's a beautiful country. I'm sure Kisu testify that as well. Really is a special place. Lovely people. And a bit of a hotbed of poker actually too. And here's a good stat.
Oh. You know I love a good stat.
This is a really good stat actually.
But I'll be judged of it whether it's a good stat or not.
Okay.
It's a stat. Myself and the YouTube chat will decide whether we think
Okay.
it's good.
It's one of only two
Do you
countries
feel
in.
pressure?
Well, a little bit now. Not as much pressure as
Yeah.
Volkov's going to be under here with the third pair spot he finds himself in now, facing chunky enough bet.
Yeah. Not easy.
Feels a bit like a jack, doesn't it?
It does. Although, it feels like it must be a very good jack.
Yeah, a little queen jack maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. With an ace, as I'll kick with a 5, so that becomes a bit more relevant. Blocking an ace jack. But I think almost a smaller sizing here makes a little bit more sense for a jack. It's going to get the job done.
Yeah,
Nice.
Tells
bet.
a good story there,
He
Ribai.
does. He does.
Credit to him. I don't blame Volkov for that foul. Okay, so my
It's
stat.
hard to bluff as well when you got caught full bet bluffing for 323k on the
Ain't that
second hand of
true
the
too?
day. Oh, put a little face.
Ain't that true?
Go on then, this stat. We'll see if it's good.
There are 2 countries, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, so we're caveating it with it might not be even a true fact. Or stat.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay,
There are 2 countries in Europe
I've got Google already.
where the player base online in poker are winners as a collective. There are 2 countries where that is true.
Wow.
Which 2 countries? Now I've
You've given away.
given away that Romania is one of them.
I would
Which is the other one?
hazard a guess that it's Mexico.
European countries. I'm afraid, James. I'm going to have to look at the map there. I'm just going to check if
European
Mexico
countries.
is in Europe. It's not, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Mexico's actually part of Central America.
Andorra.
See, I knew you'd do something like this because I don't know about these little principalities. I actually don't know the answer. So I knew he was always going to nail me on this one. A lot of people think it's Malta. It's not, though.
Malta's a good shout, yeah.
It's not Malta. It's actually Finland. Pretty big country.
Because of Patrick.
Maybe.
When Patrick's not in town, they're losing bundles.
But that's an amazing, for a country full of players to be winners overall,
Yeah,
to actually take money out of the
it's incredible to beat the
pool.
rake
Yeah.
as a nation and go popping up ace-9. Volkov going after it.
And Romania not a small country either.
No, that's what I mean. I went for someone like Andorra because I figured there may be some tax maneuvering going on there. If you're a Spanish or French player, maybe you could move down there and there's something good happens.
And
I
I'm
thought Mexico maybe because
And I'm going to assume you're probably right about something like that. There's probably a principality out there. The Vatican City, I think, are winners
I've heard
overall.
the Pope absolutely crushes the
Yeah.
1020 online. He's got direct line to the poker god.
Is it the real one, though?
Have you seen the Vatican City? It's
I've
nice.
visited. No, I've visited. I've looked at the ceiling. Constantine Helt. All business. In the sunglasses.
Right dealt with a hand that he can do some stuff with. He's decided just to
Revive
flat.
is forced to flat now from now on because he just
Right.
can't get any credibility after that audacious move, it must be said earlier.
Kisu just with the have some of this 6x 3-bet. I am a big fan of going for a big sizing here, David. We're up against an under the gun open and a flat from the next seat. These are 2 pretty strong ranges.
I do like the choice of a big sizing. I still would have gone a little smaller
Yeah,
given his own stack,
this
but
is-
I do agree with you.
This is on the big side, of course, but he just basically puts health to the question for all of the
Yeah,
chips,
I
and we
mean,
just know
25
Rabai never has a...
altogether.
Rabai just isn't supposed to have good hands here, given how absurd he's been lately, and now he wants to flat +1 against under the gun. But Kisu's obviously, like you mentioned at the top of the show, we are bubble adjacent. Goal number 1 is to reach the money when you're on that sort of stack size. 4.39k is the min cash. That's a weird way to say 4,390, but I went there. 143 players picking up that money. Top prize, 567 beans.
Wow. So I actually undersold it yesterday.
You did.
Oh,
You
that
don't,
would
you
be
don't
a
have to
good
top it
fold
up,
for
that's
me.
the good news.
Well, that is a relief. I did think, in fairness, I thought we were going to get around 1150. That was my prediction. So maybe it would have been a closer
But
guess
Seeing his
at that
face,
number. That's an
I'm
extraordinary.
pretty sure.
Poker
Would
News
not.
are here. They better be
Yeah,
getting on the
do I
blower
mean?
about this one. That is
It'd be
huge
like a
news in European
low
poker
poker
right now.
thing.
I hope there's going to be articles
Yeah.
all over the news media tomorrow about 560k up top in a tournament
And I've
I know a
here
man,
Doubts
in Cyprus.
that, you know,
who writes an article
Strong
every
player.
morning before his breakfast.
Not every morning, James. Actually,
Not always before your breakfast.
during breakfast, maybe once a week, sometimes twice.
Mr. Biz, well, he sat down at this table to start the day. Well, he woke up this day with a big stack, gets down here, finds he's not probably got the best table draw given that we are going to be approaching the bubble and you want to be on a table of
Oh, you'd love
medium
to
to
be there
short
with-
stacks.
Exactly.
Not for now, but in a couple of hours' time, you are to exercise some pressure. But not only that, but he sits down, and this table has just been bananas so far in terms of action. Obviously, we saw the 10 line was light. We just seen a couple of those hands that actually were hands, and it's like reasonable scenarios. But it's not the table that he's looking at going, oh, this is going to be easy to push these guys around. It's quite the opposite. He's thinking, Christ, they just... Can we fast forward a few hours? When's this table breaking?
Yeah, it's a nightmare situation when you think you're going to be able to go in there and in most situations poon a bubble, and in fact Taharkani's now got more chips than he does, and maybe has a playing style more likely to go after it too. That being said, Biz, no, I'm not allowed to do it, sorry. I have to say, there was an emergency meeting called last night with the powers that be here at Mera, and I was told no more puns. It was too much.
Where's the pun on that?
Okay, well, gonna have to, it's going to be a HR meeting for you now, James.
High roller. Kisu. 8-6 off on the gun. 40 points. Won't be seeing action. Has the stalling commenced?
Yeah, I was just about to say. Obviously, under the gun, it might take you a split. No, it has. It has commenced.
Me,
Oh.
I'm big blind, sorry.
Oh, was
just
it on
because you're
me?
short
Oh, was the
hand-
action on me? I'm
hands,
terribly
not sure,
sorry.
but like,
I'm sorry.
it's
I
a
actually
very big
believe him.
table,
I do as well.
I believe him.
I saw it in front of him and it confused me. No worries.
Yeah, it's a bit early for that move. I've done that. I've done that move myself,
Oh, to save time,
if any
so
man
but
has-
I'd have to be 20 off the money for that one.
Bubble.
Yep.
It's great.
Viz popping up ace-4 suited from +1. Romero with a very nice hand to call with from, I think, oh, did Rubai? It's just cold call, but he motioned to tap the table like I'm just checking. Oh, has there been a raise? I'm just going to check. Oh, go on, I'll call the raise with.
Oh my goodness me! Would you believe it,
Wow,
Ribeye?
you see how slowly he checked there as well. He sort of went, what? What's happened on this flop? He's deciding to stab here with backdoor spades.
Yeah, and he had such a squeezable one.
Yeah.
And a man who obviously loves a squeeze.
I think it's probably a good thing he didn't, just because his image has been a bit crazy, and it's like you could get in a really tough spot with the 2 10s.
Yeah, ace-4 might have gone for it. Anyway, as played. Oh, well, Biz picks up the 4. That might actually just keep him honest. Oh, but the lead out from Ribeye. Changing gears here. Trying to sort of take a I've got an 8-9 or Jack-9 kind of line now. Gosh. So much of this. No draws complete, so great spot for him to go. Big sizing.
Well, I was going to say, what if he goes blocky here, like I've got a 7?
I think I might go pot if it was me. Might get really greedy and think I'm taking a...
Well, he's followed your advice.
Yeah, because all the draws miss, and I think that sort of call flop lead turn will be a 10x, but it will also be draws, and that's sort of how you'd balance that one out. Could obviously be maybe some clubs as well, maybe, I guess,
Yeah.
Jack-9 of clubs. That might be the kind of hand that would take this line as well. So, actually not an easy spot for Biz. I'm sure you guys are looking at this one going, well, he's got bottom pair, he's facing a very large bet, and his opponent called out a big line, so can have a lot of different hands. But actually, as played, this is a tricky one for Biz.
Yeah, and the queen's a napkin, effectively, because his opponent's not betting a queen. If his opponent has sort of queen 9 of clubs that bluff the turn, never goes this size on the river.
Absolutely.
So he really is, as David says, polarizing to a 10 or misdraw. As we can see, he's got all the 10s. The only thing going back in this favour here, I think, for Biz to find a fold is this pot was 3-way. James Romero did call on the button and Biz bet flop. So he does have a tighter range betting into 2 players. But
oh, he's on the knife edge here, you can see, and it makes sense. This one
Yeah.
is so polarized. It is a very binary sort of situation. He either has it or he doesn't. Got to look at your man here, try and get a read.
And he's seen Rabai obviously 4-bet to 323k pre-flop, have to snap fold, been in a couple other pots, pulled a funny face when he got a bluff through. Just a minute ago, had to flatten open and then fold to a squeeze. And he may think, hang on a second.
And I think you'd rather have a hand like ace-4 here than queen-jack, for example. Actually probably makes a better call in a way.
Good fold. Well done, Biz.
Do you agree with that? You'd rather have ace-4 than queen-jack in that spot, if you're going to find a call.
blocking fools.
Not having a kicker
Oh,
that
you remember
interferes
the
with.
hand yesterday I missed when I told you I
No.
fall because of my friend.
Maybe. I don't know.
When I came to
Solver
you,
stuff
remember
is
the
hard.
hand?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Can I
he
make
finds the
something, right?
fold.
Remember?
Excellent fold in
Same
that
now.
spot.
You will see on the
I
stream.
actually think that's a tough spot, genuinely.
Almost lost this hand, huh? Crazy, eh? 2 times in 2 days.
2 times in 2 days for quads. Claims
Amazing.
revive. Saying he nearly lost with it yesterday. That would be a story. I don't know if anyone's been keeping track yet, but again, I hate to, hark back to the recent activities, but we have 15 days of
Yeah,
coverage
it's okay.
in London for Triton. We had quads every day. On the
Wow.
stream. Daily quads.
On the stream.
Daily quads on the stream.
So
every
you're
single
getting,
day.
what are you playing, like 220 hands a day?
Yeah, exactly. Not
Wow.
a crazy amount.
Three bet from Tarakani with the sixes here. This is early position against middle position. Volkov, well, he's got a perfect call hand here, really.
Yeah.
This is a situation where you do want to actually continue with your suited connector.
Yeah. A lot of depth. And a big pot, obviously, as well. Against the hand, he's up against Dream scenario. 50-50. Volkov.
Gonna let it go. Okay, so maybe that's just kind of villain dependent as well. Just
Yeah.
doesn't really fancy getting into some big entanglement there.
Well, it's what we've mentioned already, that this table, I imagine, is tougher than your average in this field. Doesn't want to play Tarakani out of position.
Yeah, right.
He's got 1.4 million. Probably thinks, there's better spots I can pick than this one. As we do work our way through this field.
Yeah, it's a bit of an edge pass, but at the same time, you understand it. You're not printing money by calling with the 8-9 there. I think you can probably just give up a teeny tiny bit of equity pre-flop there to avoid maybe some murky situations. Although, on the flip side of that, it's the kind of hand that can win a really, really big pot.
I've just done my first ever repost on X. Because it doesn't say retweet anymore. It just says repost.
That's right. I know they've... well, let's not get into the
I've just seen that. That's the first time I've seen
nonsense
it say repost.
that rebrand. Don't
My
understand.
first repost as a David Lappin tweet. Or X.
Well, I appreciate you reposting.
I reposted your X. Or do we just call it a post now? I posted on X.
See, that's it. Like they invented a word that's in the vernacular, and now they've killed the word. It's bizarre. He's a strange man, Elon Musk. Conversation for another day. As action folds around to the
he wouldn't be
blinds.
worried about the bubble.
Ribeye. He's going to open it up with the 10-4 on the button. Biz calls. Battle of the napkins.
No. Some napkins are better than other napkins.
Biz nearly throws in a chip there by mistake. Looking to uncap his card. Chip slipped out of the finger. I don't think anyone would really hold him to that.
It's not a game of dexterity.
No. Has to be some intent, of course.
Aces. Yeah, great.
Mustafa Biz,
You know, I have
third in the 10K high roller. Just a few days ago. Did a great laddering job, it must be said, in that. I think he might have been shortest or second shortest throughout. It's a real tournament poker masterclass when you can do that.
didn't go
Obviously, we like to throw the laurels at the
Fucking hell.
winners, but sometimes the guys who make the most of a short stack to get up those spots have maybe done better in some sense.
Yeah, it can
Build the
certainly.
foundation, like
The winner's not always the person who's played the best.
I'm like,
Well, that goes without saying, obviously, in poker. But yeah, sometimes the best performance on a final table can be the one who navigates the shortest stack with 7th left up to 3rd with not much ammunition. Tarakani, ace queen, way good enough to raise Romero. Going to flat with 2-8s, and Angel going to come in from the big with 3-4 suited. A bit more of a standard hand, perhaps, for once. 3 big stacks battling once more. And, well, the battle will continue. Queen high, 2 spades. Tarakani with the ace of spades as well. This could get feisty.
Quick call from Romero or a quick fold? Not
You want
sure.
the guy,
Fold.
when this
Quick
guy
fold.
had.
Yeah.
And you raise
Not really
I
wanting
think
to
pocket
continue
eight.
with 2-8s on this board. His range has a lot of
Pocket
continues.
This guy.
8s doesn't need to be one of them.
You
Gun
remember?
shot now developing
Surprise.
for Angel, of course. 6 would get him across the line. Tarakani, there's double flush draws, straight draw galore kind of board.
Welcome back.
Just gets to bet big here, I guess. And then he can check back some rivers as well, even with hand strings. Well, he's gone smaller. Gone half pot. I'm kind of surprised not to see him just really bomb this.
I agree with you, James. I would have liked to see 3/4 pop bet in that spot, but
Keeps this
It's-
man interested.
yeah, it does. And rightly so. Obviously, 25% equity, likely clean outs.
Well, that is a pretty damn good river for Tarakani. There is some concern, of course, about the diamond part of the card.
Angel obviously giving
Fine.
a little bit of thought to whether he can bluff this card. Oh, giving a lot of thought to it.
It's tough when Tarakani's bet this flop 3-way to imagine he has nothing. Let alone following up on the turn. Some of those follow-ups are going to be Queen X, are going to be some diamond combos. Of course,
Yeah,
we always look to find bluffs, David, with the kind of worst hands in our range, and you can't get any worse than the board here.
I think you have to step away from the table.
Yeah, nice give
Yeah,
up
yeah, sure,
from Mango. Tarakani, there is some concern, of course, with diamonds. You can be up against 5x of diamonds here, maybe, you know, the King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 8 of diamonds, 6-8 of diamonds probably raises turn, but
give me a size you like, James.
Did I do
think
it? Yeah,
given
I
that
did.
we went kind of, it's weird because we went kind of smaller on the turn than I would. So there is a little bit more weakness in your opponent's range given that. So I don't mind like half pot again. If I'd gone big on the turn, I think I'd go really big on the river head because you're just basically targeting a queen.
Well, he is going pot,
Oh,
and obviously
And
easy
is
decision for 4 high.
the other thing as well is that if you've gone bigger on the turn, your opponent has fewer flushes. When you go smaller on the turn, your opponent does get to have some more diamond flushes here on the river. So, you know, bombing into a range that includes some second pair type hands and flushes is perhaps not best.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe none of that makes sense. I don't know. Ah, Bite Libert joins the table. Welcome. How'd you like this seat? In amongst the mountains. He's looking at Tarakani stack up those gains. First hand you come to the table, you see bet bomb from a big stack who's on your left. You look around and you've got a big stack to your right, another big stack to your left. Tarakani going to pop up again. He's got 190 blinds. David. We're on day 3 of the poker tournament. This man has 190 blinds.
That's pretty sick.
Too little.
$24.
Revive, popping up 24k with that ace-9 key suit. Next seat. Going to just flat the ace-3 suited against his very active opponent. And certainly mixing some 3-bets here, but says I want to see a flop. And gets a pretty welcome sight in everyone behind folding, so he does get to play heads up in position. King of 9 at 7 board, not one for him. Revive though with second pair and the ace of clubs. I like this, elected to check on a board that Kisu is going to have a fair amount of. The ace-9 with the ace of clubs particularly has a lot of playability through the streets. The average stack in the money is going to be 855k. Tarakani has 2 million already.
Yeah, it is a feature here at Merit events that players build big stacks. The reason for that is the long registration period, I guess, the very slow structure, long levels, and that curious feature as well, where for 3 levels before late reg closes, it's almost like we stand still for 3 hours.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, we sort of play 30 bigs.
Yeah, I left yesterday and came back and we've gone up, like, the big one had gone up by 500.
Yeah. So that just gives so much play, almost like main event World Series kind of like levels there for a couple of hours. Which again just, you know, allows for eliminations without the blinds really climbing. Gives us a deep structure. And it's why you see time and time again at the final tables of both this and the warm-up event that we end up in a very deep stacked situation, maybe 40 plus deep on the final table. So great for the players, just the dream really as a poker player.
Yeah. Well, unless you're dog in the field, in which case you're hating life. I don't want to be in these kind of structures. I want to just get it in pre.
Well, for players like you, James, we have a mystery bounty
There
today.
we go. You're looking out for me, aren't you?
25-minute clock.
Just got to knock out one person, I can win a big prize.
That's it.
Sounds good to me.
Got a Merit Classic tomorrow, actually, as well. It's a one-dayer.
Just a sneaking up a little 3k.
Just a 3K to say goodbye to the festival.
Just throw that one on the schedule.
Can reg that one all the way till 8:40 tomorrow evening, so that'll be a late night for whoever takes it down. It's not even the last tournament on the schedule. There's a Turbo Deep Stack Bounty 6 Max, 300 KO, 600, half of it's a KO, starting at 7:30, late reg closing at 10 o'clock.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So we could finish up the final time. You could hop into that one before we go, James.
Saying there's a chance, eh? There's a chance of Volkov winning some chips here. That's what's going to happen. 45k bet, swiftly matched. Big bet.
What a small skirmish for Taharkani there.
Yeah, it's a big bet in relation to the pot, a small bet in relation to these two players' stacks. Just breathe, table, breathe. This is not normal, what you're witnessing here. This is a good example as well, actually. You do see this sometimes in tournaments. Some people on the sidelines at a table like this may change their own play just because of what they're witnessing, but I have to realize there's been some hands here, and there's been a little bit of a... Well, there's been some outliers in terms of play, and stack depth has certainly contributed to that. But
There's been shenanigans.
just play your own game still. Just chill out. It will calm down. Biz on those players is just like, hang on a second, they can't keep this up. Let me just ease my way into the game.
Is that Bart Libert who's just joined us?
It is.
Excellent stuff. God, as if this table couldn't get any more stacked.
That's what I was saying. He's sitting in with his 265k thinking, what have I got myself into here? Is this the right tournament? Have you moved me to day 4 of a different event?
Yeah, Libert, 3.7 million in career earnings, one of Belgium's best. I think he's 6th on the all-time money list, if I recall.
Well, I mean, you've got the page open, David. You tell us.
I do now, I didn't. It's just breaking the fourth wall with you, isn't it? You just love the opportunity to pull your co-commentator down. Trying to do an off the cuff as if I knew that stat moment. Not letting me have it. Bart actually won his last event he cashed in about a month ago. A 330 buy-in at the WASOP in Namur in his home country. Must have been a big field because he got 60 grand for that 330 event.
200 binds.
Not too shabby. It was a $500,000 guarantee. Must have got way over that.
Wow. Right here, Volkov just c-betting on a board that the button, well, gets to have some of course. We are playing wide ranges. Certainly one that's supposed to favour the big blind, in this case Romero with Jack 10. Could continue.
Okay, going to test you out, James.
Oh, here
I
we
love
go.
a bit of trivia. Me and O'Carney do this all the time. Okay. Can you name me... I just said Bart Leibert was 6th on the all-time Belgian money list. 5 above him. Can you name 3 of them?
Right, Kenny Hallett's Belgian, right?
Correct answer.
Pierre Neville, is he?
Correct
Belgian?
answer.
That's pretty impressive from me. Well, you know, my knowledge of the poker world is not quite what it should be. Belgians.
I think I'd have got 4 out of 5. I wouldn't have got all 5.
It's got to be someone, maybe someone else had a deep run in the main event or something and just snapped off a chunk.
A couple of beasts there, in fairness. All-round beasts.
No, you
I'm
have
going to give you 10 seconds.
to put my
I'm
mind
going
misery.
to do a countdown clock on this one.
There may be a couple of players in there that I don't sort of slip my attention that they're Belgian as well. That might be the case. Gisu popping up ace 10 for now, and Terakani wanting to get involved with Jack 7 suited in the form of a flat.
3-time WSOP bracelet winner, Michael Gatty. Actually, might be 4-time bracelet winner. He's won a lot of bracelets the last few years. And, of course, Davide Katai up top.
Ah, Katai, of course. Katai would be the obvious one. So Terakani does get it heads up by flatting from the button, the situation he's looking for. He's not looking for an ace 8 flop. One spade, but this one is Kisu. Kisu's not going to waste any time in betting it. Again, these are not such an interesting spot here with 199 left, but with 155 left with 143 paid, suddenly those spots become really interesting, and Kisu just has to check a lot.
Precisely right, James. Good observation there. Basically, it's the effect of high ICM on those covered stacks forces almost all the value range to become part of the bluff catching range. You under-realize essentially, and when your opponent over-realizes, as he will obviously do in a situation where you under-realize, you have to get your chips by letting him bluff. And that's sort of the dynamic that takes place there. And exactly what you have to do. So quite right, yeah. 30 or 40 more eliminations from now, that would become a completely different spot. And that's what you see when you look at these sort of ICM-aware solvers, if you want to call them that, these days. Just flips the strategy on its head sometimes.
Right, and suddenly hands like Kisu's ace 10 wouldn't necessarily become opens.
That's right too.
Has he misunderstood the actions on him again? In exactly the same spot? Is that what's happened, or are we all having a little bit of a stall up now? See, that was me. I believed him in the first one. I thought it was sincere, but you were like, hang on a second, that's like trick number 3 in your locker, isn't it? It's
game recognizes game, James.
It's not even a good one for you. That's Tarakani.
Very interesting spot for Health here, whether he might consider a flat, given that he's only got 20 bigs.
Right.
Little over.
Well, he's got what, 20? Yeah, 24. So I guess we can still slip in some 3-bet folds, make it kind of 6 blinds, 6.5 blinds.
72.
Does take the more conventional line. Again, with that bubble adjacency, no reason to be trappy as well.
I would like to see a deviation there against the opponent and go smaller. I know. Kind of balance, and you're making a size there that looks like you don't want to get peeled. Looks like you've got an ace 9 off or a king 10 off, and you're just trying to pick it up. But hey, let's be unbalanced. Just
yeah, a bit of exploitation.
Yeah. Hey, make out you misclicked. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, filthy angles now.
This is coming from the man who'll spill a drink if he's on the bubble.
I've never done that. That's an outrageous exaggeration of things that I have done. I once blocked a dealer from getting to their seat for about 45 seconds, much to the amusement of my table mates, as I foostered around in my bag in a spot at the Irish Open where the tables were very close together and I was in the one seat.
My word.
It was all in good fun. Disgraceful. Do not do that. This is not financial advice. Actually, it is kind of financial
It's
advice.
very much financial advice. Solid, sound financial advice. Tarakani, right back on the horse.
Yeah, look, and I think we are seeing Kisu take his time. No, nothing egregious here. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, we're not, you know, going to be getting the clock called on us in these spots. But 40 from the money, maybe more like 50 from the money. We are probably going to get there in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, and he's got 40 blinds.
Maybe
and
2 hours.
Doesn't really get to play too many hands of that stack, so I can't begrudge it.
Yeah. Well, one thing I think about in
We
these
only play, like,
situations
one
is
level
I
table
think,
team?
okay,
I
well,
don't think so.
2 levels? Okay, got it.
Yeah, maybe they're asking
One
about
more hour for you to block.
when the break
Yeah,
is.
actually, I have 1 more hour to stay calm.
so just talking about how long they'll be on the feature
Yeah,
table for, I think
kind of.
there. Yeah, coming back to that, sorry. One thing I'll do is presume 25 hands per hour is maybe an average 23 hands per hour. Something like that is fairly normal. And if we are 90 minutes away, I'll think to myself, okay, that's about 35 hands. But if I take like 10 seconds off the clock by just, you know, taking my time to look, maybe I can get that 35 hands down to 32 and maybe that'll matter later on.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Service ska tappas.
Nothing egregious, again, nothing your opponents would sort of begrudge, but just good clock management.
Clock.
This
Clock
game is so
management.
easy, bro.
When it is.
Yeah.
When it's not easy, it's very
Very
tough.
difficult, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the retro series. Tell that. But they're tired dealers. Certainly not gangster. Certainly not Carmen.
Could be gangster, in a way.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it could be gangster. You're
Could
right.
kind of be
But,
gangster.
Yeah, gangster adjacent.
Kind of guys and dolls,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. It could be the
You'd
the
be the
dolls.
gangster. You'd be the doll alongside the.
Yeah. And guys dolls and guys dolls very much fitting the retro because I think we're bang in that era. Can you name me 3 songs from the musical Guys and Dolls?
No.
Look, Be a Lady Tonight.
No.
Sit Down, You're Rocking the Boat.
Is this the case if you can name 3 songs you wanted to make the point?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, my dad in a former life was a film producer and theatre producer, and he did put on a performance of Guys and Dolls, which I probably attended 30 times. So I could sing all the songs. I could probably do all the parts.
Biz finding Ace King in the small, going to pop it up into Bart's big blind. Bart with 25 behind. 9-6 suited. Bart as well in that same sort of situation where he's going to be starting to get aware that near the money. He's got that kind of short stack, but a short stack that can certainly get in the money. But which is why the smaller size of Biz, like the 2.7x, is actually okay because a lot of the really mediocre hands will just fold.
Yes.
See Bart kind of not really even enjoying the 9-6 suited, but still just about enough to be getting in there.
Yeah, and Biz with the World's Fair of backdoors here. Wheel backdoor, Broadway backdoor, flush backdoor. Can
Yeah.
fire out small and just lean on his opponent.
Yeah, I like that. He's gone smaller because I mean, for all those reasons, Bart just doesn't have much 3x and deuce x. For what I just mentioned, he doesn't get to call them as much as he would do in a non ICM spot. So setting up, therefore, to Well, a small bet gets through a lot, but with that particular combo hand he had, he's setting himself up to potentially fire some big bets later on.
Yep.
But most of the time, ace high is just good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, nicely played.
This is going to be a fun table. Well, I say fun table. It's going to be fun for those stacks like Bart, Key Suit, and the bubble, but we could see some monstrous pots develop here.
I'm not going to let you off the hook here. I do want to drag the conversation back to Guys and Dolls, because also it's a gambling movie, remember, as well. Sky Masters and Nathan Detroit. Sort of underground gambling kind of storyline. Very relevant, actually. You could do a Guys and Dolls theme. I guess that's kind of what the Gangsters is.
Yeah. Well, what's going on here? Volkov's popped it up. Ribai's just full out with ace check. He's certainly slowed down his pre-flop ranges given his early skirmishes. Biz says, all right, I'll have a look off the button with king 6 suited, and Anger with no decision from the big blind. Once again, flicking in suited connectors. Queen 7-8. And go flopping best by a long way. Volkov backdoors, but it's way too scary to fire into this spot. Ribai, wow, he's getting. It's a little fruity.
It is a little bit optimistic.
Ace Jack, no heart. Now, the one thing I will say is these four-way or any kind of multi-way spots, you do kind of leverage the fact there are other players in pots here where you make these bets. So if Biz had, say, king 7 there, he just can't continue. So Ribai's bluff would get through there, but this is just a little too optimistic.
Did you play it fast now?
Yeah, I think no reason not to. Your opponent's just going to have queen and be in a horrible spot. Going to have some hard draws you don't want to give a free shot at.
150?
You also just too often see, if you call, have it check back behind. And therefore you just give a free river too often. Specifically with bottom 2.
Yeah.
I like the check raise.
Nicely done there from Ankel.
So you unblock that top pair. With say like queen 8, maybe we throw in some slow plays.
So you mentioned the EPT here in October. Are you 100% coming, or was that just like, I'd like to come, maybe I'll come?
I don't think I am coming, actually. Well, I'm not sure.
Got to get that triple crown, James.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I haven't tried too hard to get it, I'll be honest. I'm a handful of EPTs in my career played.
No, she took the 20.
I think I have a work commitment at the end of October, and it's just before that, and I've been
I was not on the
for a solid 4 or 5 months, so
Okay.
I may see. I may have itchy feet by then.
No, I thought
I have to say I'm very keen to come over. I've already started playing the satellites.
No. Good. Yeah, I would like to play actually. But
Really far.
I'll have a look. I haven't even looked, to be honest.
I just feel
just
like
been
it
on the road
might
for
be the
months.
birth of something very special in European poker.
Yeah.
I know we're in here in the booth and we're covering a merit event, but I genuinely feel like European poker is in this sort of quasi-flux at the moment. How does it move on? What's this new phase of it? How does it look? What countries will big tournaments be played in? And I feel like this could really become one of the main destinations. Engel sticky, as he should be in this situation. His opponent does not have to have the very top of his range here. And indeed, even with the bottom of his range, he has a king. Kind of a wild open here from Ribai, has to be said. Bit of a soothsayer.
Go check raise him last hand. Wow. Look at this. Getting sticky. 2 flush draws on board. Myriad of straight draws.
Yeah, Ribai laser focused on the possibility his opponent has a jack. Won't love the diamond.
Yeah, and with the king with no kicker,
Yeah.
Not that surprised Tim check back here. Hard to get value from much worse.
Yeah.
You're just up against the... It's not that you can't get value from much worse, it's the fact that they don't have that much worse. And then you do just bet into flushes and better kings a lot. So it's not like he's thinking he's losing there too often.
So, what do you make of that little gear switch there from Rebai? Obviously, we saw him step out in a big way with that 10-9 suited right out of the gate, but then sort of go back into a shell, maybe flatting some 3-bettable spots over the next half hour or so, clearly deciding that he wants to take this pre-bubble period by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, and just opening with what Biz a couple of seats downstream. Maybe thinking he just doesn't get to open that many hands because you've got Tarakani doing a lot of the openings, so just going to take all the spots he can. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how this goes on. I mean, we could certainly see some big pots brewing between the guys in first, second, and fourth here, particularly the ones that I imagine are going to be keenest to play. Well, Biz has been fairly quiet up to now. We know, obviously, he does like to mix it up from watching him in that high roller. And right now, those bottom three are kind of perhaps the more interesting spots.
Yeah, and 3 of the best players on the table as well. You know, obviously it's a stacked table, but Kisu, Helt, Libert, all with a huge amount of experience,
Yeah.
a lot of talent, and they will have a very different job over the course of this level, as we see the blinds go up to 6, 12, 12, and of course the next level where the bubble will be almost upon us.
Searching for the full EPT schedule now.
Oh,
Cyprus.
see, this is what a good salesman I am.
Yeah, well,
I'm good at creating the FOMO in others.
it's the buffet. Thought of just leaving the buffet here, unattended.
95.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, snap all in
Yeah.
from Angel. That's so quick, it feels very ace-kingy if I'm in Tarakani's seat.
Yeah, but this sort of spot could just be 9s as well, or
Yeah.
10s. But I'm with you, it kind of feels like that.
Absolutely no hesitation. Had almost made his mind up if
Yeah.
this was going to happen. He was coming over the top.
We've seen Tarakani as well 3-bet 6s a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Now 3-betting 7. Not the kind of hands you really want to 3-bet in these spots, especially the blinds have just gone up, so Angel slipping below the 40 big blind mark.
Yeah, he could certainly have taken a flop with this one and got sticky on plenty of boards, given that it's only an open from the dealer button.
Yeah.
Instead, this is sort of turned into a bloated spot. 428 is a lot of chips. Wow, that's like a 37 big blind shove, something like that.
Yeah, but it's just against this man. He's seen him be pretty active, throwing in some 3-bets. He knows he's going to try and bully. Angel was hoping for a very swift fold. Won't be enjoying this tank too much. He knows one of the hands that's going to like tank and then cycle is probably ace-queen.
Oh, he does call.
Wow.
Let's go to the races. All of your chips, sir.
Look at Bart's face. This is crazy. These two are playing an 870k flip out of nowhere.
Deep swallow from Angel as he realized maybe he made that move against the wrong sort of opponent.
Wow. I want to go back and look at Bart's face when he saw the hands. Ace in the window for Angel. In the driver's seat. A little gulp. Still 2 cards to fade. That spade changes nothing. Still the 7 of hearts or 7 of clubs. We'll see Tarakani take this pot. Not to beat.
Bine, buddy.
Huge double up.
Al poquito, buddy.
Horrible moment there for Angel as he was forced to race for all of it. Nice moment now as an almost million pot gets shipped his way. And James on the VAR here, on the action replay.
I have action replay. Just watch Bart's face back about 5 times.
There was a
He's seen a lot.
widening of the eyes.
He's seen a lot in his time. And that one got him.
So, two things kind of happened there. Tarkani obviously takes a body blow, and that has pushed him back to, I would say, second or third in chips at this table. But at the same time, he sent a message this close to the bubble to the other players that he is not one to be trifled with. He is not afraid of getting his chips in. And that is a very important message to send at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to push him around. And also, you know, he's gonna, if he's 3-betting those kind of hands that, you know, 3-betting happen to the side with. 3-betting, most people wouldn't 3-bet with that hand because they don't want to have to call it off. But when he's showing that willingness to do that sort of stuff, it's suddenly like, whoa, okay, this guy's not afraid of playing big pots. Very hard to bully him, or to bluff him, I should say.
Well, I would say both is right. Very hard to bully and bluff him because in a way what you're trying to do is bully someone out of the equity that they might have. You're trying to get them to be dissuaded from a flip. Whereas he's like, okay, let's flip. Romero seeking value. Rebai
Oh,
surrenders.
card is enough. Even deuce is great. Deuce is the mountain, bro. No worries. Nice one.
You can see lots of these players
I don't have the right
gazing
to play with
upward
good cards.
on
I
occasion.
only have the right to play
They're
with
not
sit
looking to
down.
the stars, they're looking to the
That's what
screens
the gods of
and
poker, you know?
watching that ticker tick down. Some of them desperate for time to move more quickly. Just 40 or so spots from the money now. We will go on our next break very close to that point, I think. Probably 15 off, maybe
Yeah.
something like that.
We want to assume things will slow up a little bit at that point.
One step beyond looking up the full EPT schedule. James Dempsey now looking up flights. Fully imagining himself sitting buffet adjacent in mid-October.
You've got me.
Could still swim in the sea here in October, just saying, James. Very, very pleasant. I do it in Malta all the time. October swims, absolutely lovely. Sun will be shining. They've promised that. 100% guarantee from Merit. The
Well, in
sun
that
will be
case.
shining. How does the Mediterranean compare to the beach at Cove?
Fraction warmer,
Fraction warmer, a little less stony perhaps?
a little less stony. There's something about the Hove seafront though.
Ah, it's very pretty. You do live in a lovely part of the world.
Whereby, a very swift 3-bet, but not a very sizable one, given these two are 100 bigs effective. A little misstep there, perhaps. Going to allow a lot of hands in, although, hey, you're allowing a dominator one in this case. But it just makes it very difficult to play a lot of boards. You really do want to define your range. It's not a case of you're scared and want to get hands out. You just want to be able to know more about what you're holding.
Rabbi, happy to check it again, perhaps. Biz, door open. Probably feels like he's being pot controlled now. And Rabbi going for that blocker. Do you like that? Go for the blocker or go for the check call? It's got to be one or the other, really.
I guess is he hopeful that he can just get some really optimistic cool down from
Ace jack.
Ace jack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ace 10.
Oh, yes,
Feels like
price.
if he had a hand
It's
worse
certain
than those, he
because
might have bet them earlier.
Yeah.
I think I prefer the check call, but
I check your attached, that's all.
I don't think it would have
Long
made a
time to
difference in
summer.
that situation.
Yeah, probably not much different.
Benefits, you know.
Yeah, it was too much in the summer this year.
Yeah, yeah.
Sun.
James now messaging the support people at Stars looking for any excursions or side attractions that might be available. He wants to put his name down.
Well, you told me you're playing, or you're going to try and play.
I've
already
already played a satellite. I didn't
Right.
get through, but I have already played a satellite to this.
There's 5k added right there.
Bang, bang. This is the problem. He hears me analyze all these hands and he's like, oh, that's a spot.
Yeah.
There's a spot. Oh, you'd have checked there, would you? Oh, lovely. I'll remember that.
Oh, hello. Oh, the height is just... This is pretty fruity against the, what, 20 big blind open on the button. I mean, a min open from a 20 big blind stack, what I mean, of course.
Oh, sorry.
It's going to get a heads up, but playing 10-5 suited. Well, 10-3-4.
And a lead out. Imminent. Health. So awkward now.
Yeah, let's just screw him.
He's got backdoor straight potential, 2 overcards, but this is just very, very pesky.
Yeah, it feels like we have to call one, but we're not really enjoying it.
Do you ever...
I don't even know how to describe your range in this situation. You've seen Rabai, if you're in held seat, play a lot of hands. Not a lot of them have got the showdown. You just saw a really peculiar 3-bet size the hand before from the big blind, and then a block bet on the river. Now you're playing this hand with him, and, well, you just call and hit a queen. That's... Suddenly all those worries sort of vanished. Life's good.
One assumes he will charge whatever hand Rabbi decided to flat. Small blind lead.
Yeah, maybe
10-3-4 now.
maybe you're thinking, you know, he's got 5s, 6s, 7s, something like that.
Little tickler, 35. That should keep Rabbi in the picture.
Oh yeah. Again, this is just peculiar hand, but Rabbi can't fold a 10 just yet. So he's going to have some weak hands. Going to have some just, I guess there are some just bizarre bluffs from the small here, just trying to leverage the fact that Held's opened off 20 bigs, doesn't really want to commit too liberally, 40 away from the money. So maybe if, you know, if he had flat with 8-9 and just decided to stab and try and make King Jack fold.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's a great card for both players. Unfortunately for Rabbi, it's the worst card for him. And it seems like the best card.
Yeah, combinatorics at play now. Rabbi will be thinking the second barrel here from Health is a little fishier.
Yeah, and he's set up with 3/4 pot in there.
I guess a bet could be a superior 10 on occasion, maybe an ace 10 or king 10 would still pursue value on this river. But Rabbi's certainly going to be in a tricky little spot here, facing whatever this amount is.
Yeah,
Looks
I
like
wonder if
Health's going to go somewhat smaller than
Yeah, and
what he has.
I like that, leaving back some chips, because we are, as I keep saying, getting near that money. I think always betting these spots and leaving something back, whether you're bluffing or with the value. I they're a bad line. Now he knows obviously if he's up against any hand better than his, he's going to have to call off the last 40. But he's just balancing here with when he's bluffing or when he's value betting a little wider.
Yeah, and of course just the mere aspect to this that a smaller bet will get called slightly more often. And he does get a curiosity call from Rebai, who really did play his hand a little bit back to front there, I must say. Obviously, we know what he was going for.
Oh, he hasn't realised he's still got the cards. I was wondering what's going on.
We know what he was going for there, Rebai. Obviously, immediately turned it into a street poker hand there, trying to exploit the 20 big blind stack bubble adjacent. I think I'll go for this fruity, as you said, call pre, and then making top pair decide to lead out and protect that hand. But yeah, a little bit back to front, I must say. And against a player such as Helt, who is so good, remember. Like, he is one of these players that maybe is not as famous on the circuit, maybe not as well known.
I just paid to see it. Now I know.
You could have known in half an hour.
Yeah, but you're almost all in. I don't have any doubt. I paid to see it's okay. It's an investment, you know. I was pretty sure I will lose that one, but I need to pay it.
4,000 in equity investment there.
She could have made a lot of different rivers. We have changed a lot of things, actually.
In all seriousness,
I hate
Helt,
to lose like that.
one of those sleeper heroes in European poker.
Queen Jack, actually.
Himself and his brother had a lot of success in the game.
26.
I mentioned earlier his live result there in EPG Paris. $250,000 for that one.
Cove continuing in that top pair. King of diamonds as well.
Yeah. Backdoors to go with this bottom pair, definitely reason to continue. Ace of diamonds is a key card right now, not so much anymore. Board is straightening somewhat around the low cards, which is maybe a big part of Biz's range in this spot, but Volkov gonna bet again undeterred. Nice healthy sizing.
Yeah, I like this sizing because, you know, the hands like 5-6.
Yeah, 7-6.
7-6, 4-6, 4-3,
7-8.
8. All these hands just want to continue.
Yeah.
Let's go taxing.
Yeah.
All those diamond draws, up here, straight draws as well. Go much smaller sizing on a deuce, much bigger sizing on one of those filling cards.
Nicely done, Volkov, who brought 1.5 million chips to this feature table. Pretty sure he's chipped up.
Yeah, he's had a... I like how he's approached us as well. We saw against Tarakan, he folded the 8-9 suited to a 3-bet. He's gonna dance the beat of his own drum. He's not gonna play reactionary poker here. I kind of like that. When you're this deep, you've got plenty of time to get the chips. It's not like you're in a rush. He's thinking, I'll get these guys, just I'm going to do it on my own terms. Don't need to play their manic games. See Terakani happy to 3-bet call off 35 blinds, 40 blinds with 7s. He's like, I don't want any part of that. It's not what I'm here for. Two ways, well, I say 2 ways, far more than 2 ways to play this game.
Angel now sitting pretty on a stack of almost 900k. He's going to open up the 9-7.
Yeah.
Raise and take it.
It's a scary seat to open from on this table particularly. But going into the big blind of Bart, number one, you're opening from under the gun, makes him hard to call, but also he's sub 200k, just incentivized to fold a lot of those mediocre hands now. So
Yeah.
Not the best blind to try and steal from, albeit from under the gun. If Bart had been sat with sort of 50 blinds there, I might not have liked the open so much, but I think we can get a little frisky. Given he is going to fold a lot. PV said they were swimming here last November. It was pretty good. I don't think you guys appreciate how much I don't like cold water.
It's not cold though.
Well,
Honestly, it's very pleasant.
I mean, it's glorious at the moment.
In Malta, I would generally swim up to November. I wouldn't swim late November, but you know, first week maybe. And actually, I don't mind the cold water. What gets me is the jellyfish. You don't want to be in there with the jellyfish. They come closer to shore when the water gets cooler.
Oh.
They don't like the warmer water, so the shallower, warmer water near the coastline deters them, so they go off out to the deep water, and then we can get to swim in that water in the summertime. But sometimes you meet a wall of jellyfish, not so much fun.
I'm heading to the pool. Queen does trade the flop after Volkov opens from under the gun. Rebbe checking back his 8s on this board. Could have bet. Checking also fine little pot control. Although pot control not been something of he's been accused of too often.
No.
And he does elicit a nice big bet on this gut shot producing turn card. Rainbow board.
Oh.
Yikes. Kind of actually interesting that Volkov decided to bet that turn when he picked up the gut shot. You'd figure you're not going to make really anything better fold.
No.
You are going to make some worse fold, but then you do deny equity against those worse. I think he's going to be pretty confident he's up against this kind of hand. 7s, 9s.
Yeah, I don't know how
10s.
big he can really go here.
Some concern you're up against 6s, I guess. Although again, 6s maybe more inclined to bet the flop given the number of overs.
Pot size bet certainly allows him to trust the read if he was to get raised off this size.
Oh yeah, that's the good thing about going big here is if you get raised, you can be fairly confident you're goosed. Rebbe just called a big bet a minute ago on the river, got shown the goods. Here he is facing another large wager.
Some players seize upon that though, almost like if the door is opened by a big bet, then the raise over the big bet gets even more credibility. Levels on levels here, and Rebbe not really with the call candidate anymore. One wonders if that's what he's plotting. We've seen him
600,000.
step out, and that is exactly what he's done, James.
Wow. Wow, this man loves it.
Yeah, representing pocket sixes very narrowly,
Yeah.
but very sort of convincingly in this spot now because he's actually able to come over the top of a rather large bet.
Yeah, and exactly what you said, because Volkov went big, the bet here from Rebbe is just not an ace. If he'd gone 50k, Volkov, and been raised, he can go, oh, well, he might be raising with the ace here, cool. To this size, he knows it's not an ace, or very unlikely to be an ace. This is...
And looks like the kind of bet that's trying to get an ace to call for a chop too.
Yeah, this is like 6 or nothing. Could be a really impressive, like, raise with an ace to bluff off a chop. But more likely an ace would just go, whatever, cool, 175, you got it. Let's chop it up. Volkov, like I say, he has been trying to avoid these kind of difficult situations, but there's no avoiding it at this table. And there is something to it as well. I don't expect Volkov to have that much ace-x on the turn. I suggested I was kind of surprised to see him bet the turn because it was a good card for him. He's making a lot of king highs, fold jack highs. So Rebbe may be thinking, you know, quite often I am bluffing here with the best hand as well, which is a nice situation to be in. If you think your opponent's got king jack.
Remember, it has to be a hand that had value that has decided to turn itself into a bluff. 6s is the obvious one that had value that is now even happier with how things have gone.
Yeah, he doesn't have the king highs because he doesn't call them on the turn. It's a great point, actually. There aren't really any bluffs.
There are no natural bluffs, so then he has to find, I guess, if he's going to
Maybe
have sixes, sometimes he has to find a couple of
right.
less than natural bluffs, and maybe this is the right candidate, actually.
But it's actually hard because I'm kind of surprised even the eights didn't necessarily bet this flop. They're going to bet the flop sometimes here. Maybe we're looking at, you know, a 7-5 suited. Is that a hand it could be? There just aren't many. This is class from Rebai. Putting his hand that says 600k. He has been willing all day. We've only been playing an hour and a half. That's incredible to think. But for the entire frame, to gamble it up, put these guys to the test.
Yeah, it's kind of like pocket sixes or maybe, just maybe 5-6 suited.
Yeah. It's not even like you can have a 5 that turns into like 5-7 is about it. I mean, ace-5 just calls and...
Hats off if Volkov finds the call
No,
here,
he's
no
not
question.
calling.
But this is an absolutely incredible play from Rebai. So damn good.
Show the bluff. He's been asked to show the bluff.
Everybody knows me, right?
Show the bluff.
Of course it's a bluff. I know you have an ace, right?
It's a bluff.
For sure he has an ace. So he has to pay 600,000 to see a straight. That's all.
Show the bluff.
Oh, we'll see it in 30 minutes.
Yeah, you will see very soon.
No bluff.
Nah, Bluff. My name is Bluff. Family name Bluff. It's your name Bluff. Bluff, Bluff. Ace, you have an ace, it's sure. 1,000%, right?
Wow, the
So
chat.
if you have an ace, you have a straight. So you have to pay with a straight. It's the rule, right?
I don't know about that rule.
100% six.
Hand of the week, James.
Six suited. You can. Yeah. With him suited, I wouldn't bet so much for him.
I have suited. I have pocket six suited, maybe.
It's funny because the way he's talking, I'd
Why
be
you
sure he
don't
had
pay
it.
with ace? Would pay every day with an ace. He would pay.
I'd
tell
be
you,
sure
he
he's
would
had
pay.
this.
Straight away he would pay.
Would pay twice.
Well,
And he would pay saying thank you, I believe, right?
Great stuff here.
That might be my favorite hand all week. That was an absolutely brilliant moment.
It's up there. I mean, Roman Novoselov has the top 7 hands of the week so far from the 7 hands he played last night on stream at the end of the day, but we'll put him in the best of the rest category. How about that? But it's just like I say, the continuation of the chat. It just, I'd be sure, I'd be 100% sure. I was like, I'd be patting myself on the back now for the fold. And then the torment is going to find in 30 minutes. Unfortunately for us, 30 minutes is going to fall on the break.
Yeah, we won't see their faces.
Can I check them just out of curiosity? Oh, I always fold.
It's fault out of 30.
Just the hand. Ace-8 deuce. Romero with top pair, but Angel with top 2. Very kind of the complication in this one. I can't get over that last hand. Volkov just thrown in the bin, but a delayed bin. Right now he's sitting on a cloud thinking he's made a great fold.
Yeah.
Just flatting. Makes sense. Romero's going to be blasting all these ace-high boards and will continue to do so.
Yeah, very casual call there.
You also want him to continue betting big for value when he has a hand like ace-king, which now, of course, would be disastrous. But those big aces do bet big on turns. And a rainbow board. I think Romero's still going to feel like he's got the best hand a lot here. Let's see. Not worried about ace-king. Button peel. Ace-queen becomes slightly more possible. Ace-jack is, of course, available. But Romero's going to have some hands like to bluff here. The backdoor heart combos. And this ace-10 is not like a disaster one if we end up having to fold it on a later street. Again, Ango, I think just call here. There is concern now, of course. You are behind to some hands, but you also just want to let these hands to continue to go for value. And it's a great river for both players as ranges. Romero, obviously, like I say, that you can be behind ace-jack.
But that's it, James. Like ace-8, ace-jack, maybe the ace-2.
Yeah.
You know, obviously the suited cards come in here on the button an awful lot, but there's much more to target.
Yeah, well, the ace-5 suited, the ace-4 suited, the ace-9 suited. There's a bunch.
And I assume he's going to do so for similar sort of sizing maybe to what we've seen on flop and turn.
Yeah, I think ace-queen goes for pretty big. I think ace-10 does go small for that reason. You just don't want to give... You want to pick a size here where like ace-jack never wants to raise, ace-queen never wants to raise in case you're behind, but also that any other ace just can never fold.
And Angel now obviously behind a couple of hands.
I like that, 100k, pretty small.
Pocket kings, ace-king. But must go for some value here and then reassess if he was to be 3-bet. I guess 3 times the bet always feels about right in this spot.
Yeah,
targeting ace-queen, ace-jacks.
he's gone pretty small, remember, that 100 into 288, just smaller than perhaps you might have expected.
Very much representing about when you raise in this spot.
Yeah, and he does have them all. He has deuces, he has eights, he has ace-8 suited.
Ace-queen presumably would just call, so it has to be boats.
That's the thing, I mean, it does, but I'd go slightly larger for Romero on this river to kind of stop myself getting in as many different situations, but yeah.
So we talked about finding bluffs, unnatural ones in that previous hand. What are the bluffs here, James?
8x of hearts.
Yeah,
Seems
7,
like
8 of hearts. That sort of feels like the type of hand category.
Yeah. And
4, 5 of hearts.
yeah,
Is that
I mean,
a thing?
You'd always want to be blocking a hand that you want to rep. So you want to have an 8 here, block 8s. Have a deuce here, block deuces. Obviously, very hard to have a deuce here without having deuces.
Mm.
Obviously, the 8. If you have like 8, 9 with the 8 of hearts, obviously that's you can't have ace 8 of hearts. Well, I mean, you can't have that ace 8 suit, but you can have.
But it's so dangerous to raise in this spot into your opponent's range
fold.
when he can have all of it, and he has bet 3 streets. So credit to Romero for recognizing that fact. An under-bluffed spot in the sense that it almost never gets bluffed, and he spotted that.
But I would have gone slightly larger just on the fact that an ace is never folding for 100. It's also never folding for sort of 150.
Sure.
I think he's missing some
Invisible
value there,
card, you don't-
although he is
in the
saving
end,
when he's
as
behind. Maybe he
I
had an inkling that,
even remember
maybe he
his
saw
card.
something and was
Seven,
really
ace.
nervous that he was beat.
Right.
Two very interesting pots back to back there.
Reverse size. Forward.
This table promised much,
Oh, lower card.
certainly delivering as well.
But it was a nice play though. Just need to pass it through.
Raise.
Help, making it 25. From under the gun. It's first foray, I believe, since getting that near double up with ace queen. Getting a very tasty queen-queen run out. Mirror defending queen 10.
Oh, hello.
This is fun as well because it's a board that Romero gets that quite a bit of. Hell's not supposed to have much of. He's looking around. What's he looking around for?
Do 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 do.
Very peculiar. Looking for a clock.
Looking super
Randomizing.
casual. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Not his board. Range-wise. Hand-wise, very much so. Maybe looking to randomize exactly, James.
I'm not a fan of doing it so obviously. If that is the case. Maybe he was looking for a waiter. Maybe he's looking for a friend saying, hey, we've got a set. Raise
Yeah.
on the gun. I've got it on 853.
The dream.
Right behind. He looks tormented. He's been the one doing the torturing. Here he is with fives himself under the gun. See if he can be as successful. What a fun bluff that was with eights. If you're checking back those hands, he literally, you're right, only has sevens, eights, nines. Tens.
How much is the bluff?
That's bluffs. How much is the bluff he calls? Volkov's going after him. Look at this. Volkov, king 7 offsuit.
Wow.
Really not happy against his opponent. This is a huge deviation. Everything I said about Volkov just playing his own game, staying out the way of people, has gone out the window. He's had enough of this.
Very mano-y-mano right now between these two men.
Gloves are off.
One more chip. You have one more chip. Here.
King 7 off against under the gun. That's personal.
It does feel personal, James.
Got a fold from the fives. But that's that's a man losing his cool. In my mind, anyway. Probably argue different, but so got your 3-betting king 7 off. You're clearly unsettled. You're rattled.
A reminder to anyone tuning in late, 560k up top in this $3,300 buy-in Merit Retro Series main event. Record field, record first place money.
Record action. Anger with a handy double up with ace jack popping up. Volkov the next seat with a far more legitimate 3-bet hand. Ace queen suited, and that's the path he takes. And they're so deep for 100 blinds.
Yeah, it's so fun to be watching a poker tournament of this nature. Often is the case day 3, everyone compressed around the 20 to 40 zone. Not so in these Merit in-house tournaments. Everybody deep. Average stack right now, well over 60 bigs. And of course, these guys playing deeper again. Great flop for Volkov here. Nut flush draw, 2 overs. Backdoor Broadway and Gal. Not a lot to write home about here.
Average stack in this tournament right now is 57 big blinds.
Yeah.
57 big blinds. Nearly in the money.
It's mad.
Insane.
Is that the main event?
Yeah. Which main event's that? Is that the one you keep cashing? You want to bring it up more often?
You did. I didn't.
This year officially marked the year I'm
240
down 6 figures in the main event. I got there. I made it a little harder for myself about 3 years back, but I've persevered.
Sorry to hear that, James.
104,000.
You were very close this year. Sure, we were chatting away just on the few hours before the bubble.
Yeah.
Thought we were both going to make.
We weren't chatting away just on the bubble though, were we? No. I was in a swimming pool drinking beers.
I was dusting off a third of my chips, maybe almost half of them on the bubble.
Oh, nice.
Big stack on the bubble. I decided, okay, let's get after it. I'm usually on the other side of this coin. I'm going to enjoy this. Did not work out.
You know what you can buy for $104,000? I just never played the main event.
Probably just like one of the cars you own.
$104,000 I've
New deck, please.
lost in that tournament.
Does it make you feel better if I say that I have not yet won $104,000 in that tournament?
No.
Close though.
I mean, you're not quite as infuriating as Espen, just rocking up first time. Thank you very much. I'll take it down. Biz, 2-8, raising it up in great shape here against the man who's peeled Rivet in the small with 8-6.
Oh,
but
hello.
He checked in the dark. He's going to see an open ender.
Yeah, these guys playing very similar stacks, very deep. Rabbi, we've seen take the aggressive line so often, but this feels like a spot where it's your opponent's board. No reason to bloat the pot. Let's just try and hit our draw for now would be my plan. Seems to be his too. Tricky one. Picked up some showdown, but club comes. Okay. Interesting little
block.
little way to go. Maybe tries to get rid of the queen jacks and king jacks that might have taken a stab here. The clubless ones, of course. And I guess earned himself the showdown, but showdown against superior hand.
Far superior.
Mightn't have had to put that 20k in to get the showdown, as it turns out.
I set his price for the river.
As we let's take a quick gander at the chip counts once again. Bart Leibert in a awkward situation, I would suggest here, but not one with which he will be unfamiliar. Obviously, having to navigate.
Are you saying he's always short?
Yeah, 19 big blinds, very short.
Is that what you're saying? He's always a short stack?
No, I'm saying that he will be.
Don't want the Belgians coming after us.
He will have been in this spot on the odd occasion in his
odd
long
occasion,
career,
okay.
and I think he will be able to navigate his way most of the time safely through this bubble. But you never know. He is the shorty at this table. Kisu has been relatively quiet since that early flurry. Konstantin Helt has chipped up nicely.
there's a lot of people who identify themselves as something else. You know, it's the
Oh,
new
I'm
trend.
aware. I'm aware.
Yeah. So sometimes in poker they can identify themselves as a bird because they jump by the window. You know.
Yeah.
I identify myself as a bird.
Romero raising up king queen suited, held with ace jack in the cutoff. Does cover his opponent now. The start shorter, of course. Things gone badly for Romero at this table. Very well for Held. And he is going to leverage that larger stack. Kisu, all right, in the small. What, 26 blinds, 27 blinds?
Yeah, this is an all-in or shove spot, and it's a very tempting one. It's an opportunity to pick up 131k without showdown, which is always nice, but of course he is facing a couple of players who felt like their hands were raise-worthy.
Yeah, and just, I mean, it's a case in point they've both got good hands. You may think these guys haven't really been playing that many hands.
No, they're exactly the kinds of stack sizes that should be somewhat honest at this stage.
Right, so I don't hate that.
I agree.
You rip it in there, you get called, you're in such bad shape. Romero, of course, with a hand that can continue in having the suited variety, but not loving it. Certainly not liking the ace-jack deuce.
No, advantage held here in a big, big way. Getting a little stare down now, Romero as well. Held hoping his opponent has an ace-x of his own, maybe a jack-x. Can pursue value. Small sizing, always the play here. Indeed it is, quarter pot. Romero.
Yeah.
Could spike this 10, but it's not a pleasant spot to be putting any extra chips in. This 400k stack's a very nice stack to have going towards the bubble. Obviously, you know, it's borderline. You have to find some calls that aren't pairs in that situation against such a small sizing. I think if we were chip for chip right now, he might take one off.
Correct, yeah.
But we're not now.
Yeah.
There are so many types of birds. For example, you can identify yourself as a bird, but you're a chicken, so you can fly. A penguin, you cannot fly either, right?
I
Penguins
said
cannot
that to my
fly.
friend the other
Fun.
day. They were having this discussion about, they were saying it's okay for people to identify as what they want, and I said, okay, I'm a fucking bird. And they're like, no, you're not. I'm like, yes, I am. You have to call me a bird, or else you're offending me.
An eagle.
That's my pronoun, bird.
Yeah, bird. You need to call me bird. Eagle.
Lay an egg then.
Was one guy. He's an
Meanwhile,
English,
Birds folded ace-9 from +3.
said, why would I identify as a black lesbian? It was so fucking funny, I swear.
I just find it remarkable, David, what people will say when they know they're mic'd up.
I was about to say the same thing.
What do they say off mic? Anyway,
Helped identifying that Queen 10 is a cheeky steal situation maybe for him here in the hijack. Biz going to join Rebai in a menage a trois. And wow, Health just sort of
yeah,
Nostradamus right now.
things are running his way at the moment.
Opens the 5s in early, gets the 8-5-3, opens the Queen 10-0 in mid, gets the Queen 10-7. Wind at his back. No action though. No takers this time round.
So he he was for it. He was thinking that like that's normal and like your friend was thinking it's normal to identify yourself as.
I must respect people that people can identify themselves as whatever gender they want, and I can't say anything about it.
Not only genders, even they can
Races.
Volkov sometimes worked his way into being the
animals.
chip leader at this table, despite having
You guys
made
are
that
braver
big
than we're
laydown.
discussing this on stream.
Yeah, it has been the case that the bigger stacks have conceded chips to these shorter stacks. We've only bust one player, am I right in saying, in all this time?
Like to identify yourself
Yeah.
as an ego, and you jump by the window in
And
poker.
yeah, generally a trend of chipping up. Health's chipped up, Kisu's chipped up,
It's more about
chipped
it,
up.
about the spoon topic, let's say.
Little tongue twister there. Man who hasn't, thus far at least, is Libert, who hopefully for his sake won't be identifying this as a spot. I think everyone will recognise that Health is opening up his game now with a
Sure.
50 big blind stack.
Yeah, both
Maybe feeling like he's the best player at the table and wants to lean into these guys fearlessly. Just a few more moments left on this level. We will be switching out the feature tables. A little disappointed about that. I think these guys have provided tremendous entertainment. Deep stack poker.
Yeah, but I think it might be quite fun if we do switch another table and see some more of the bubble intricate sort of stuff, the shorter
Ooh.
stacks, how they navigate it. I mean, this is great too,
Hand us Richard.
but I want to see some real pain on the
Fucking hell.
15 big blind stacks.
Yeah, we do. The ecstasy and the agony.
That's what you were representing. That's what you identified as.
Identify as Isaac. Correct. 28. I identify as living aces.
Nice. I can see that. And you have to respect it, right?
Hand is up.
Oh yeah, really?
Volkov, ace,
Oh yeah,
queen,
every day.
Ah, he did.
in the big blind against his man Rebai. He's staring him down already. Just going to take him to the streets on this one. No elevation.
Curious if
So you saw it? You saw it? Yeah. Great, right? You didn't like it?
as long as it works, it's always good.
Ace 6-4.
Yeah, of
Well, he
course
may
he
get a
has
few
an ace.
shells coming his
Every
way, and he'll be more than happy to take them.
Did he have an ace? No.
Rebai,
Pretty cool also.
not biting.
He had an ace. He did.
Very low open from +3.
Because I think I like.
Decides to check back that ace
that's why I
6-4
feel like I would never fold.
and an 8. Not a great card for him either.
You know what I mean?
Going for delayed c-bet.
Push me off.
Yeah, Volkov loving this. Obviously very under-repped here. He 3-bet the king 7
Yeah.
in exactly the same spot previous orbit and now decides to slow play the ace queen,
I
let his
wonder,
opponent hang himself.
will he come with a check raise this tiny delayed size?
Also,
Really sort of
One more.
confuse him. Yeah, that's just the call. Kind of a fun spot to have check raised. Wow.
Ooh, and Rebai might go for
Yeah.
some value here if checked too.
Certainly. I think that's very likely. I'd be inclined to think Jack's good here.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. I think you could actually go a rather big sizing here with second pair. It's one of
I
those
knew
spots
it.
where your opponent's really
Oh,
showing.
he
Oh,
just
oh
brought it.
wow! Oh wow! He smelled a rat.
My son.
Who showdown?
How did that pot stay so small?
Yeah.
That's a moment to tell him.
River, you or bet?
Two players who have been
yeah,
battling.
I'm very sure you were
No
trying
bet.
to.
River no jack. You bet pot.
You think so?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think I go all in probably.
Okay, good.
You were tracking me. It was pretty clear. Huh? I mean, it is ganz klar, yeah.
No. Certainly been action packed. Romero. Doesn't mind looking at a king 10. Probably rather it be anywhere else but under the gun, but he's going to give it a go. Still 30 from the money. It is Tarakani in the big blind, who's been very quiet since losing that flip, David. He's gone into the shell somewhat. Obviously not been dealt any real playable hands either, but certainly hasn't looked to step out of line again.
You know, I was very sure it was trapping me, I swear. You know that, right? That's the reason I deferred him, and I was watching how he tries to pay it, you know? Only with weight.
You know, I think we are exactly 30 minutes ago since the pocket 8's bluff. I made a note at the time.
Oh,
I think
So
everybody
maybe,
saw it.
just maybe,
we get to see their reaction.
we'll get discussed. Let's see.
Is it the problem?
See it?
But here it's
No one saw it?
Oh,
Okay.
not sure.
card.
Anyway, no problem. Okay, I don't care, but maybe he saw it.
Oh, it would be amazing if Rabbi's
Doesn't matter.
cheeky play was revealed now
This is
in the
we
last
won it.
the closing moments of this frame, because nobody believes he had anything other than 6x.
Biz
think
going
it's
off to
gonna be
Rebbe's
good
open. Now, if Volkov
You're
gets
so
information right now, do you think he
tight,
reveals the table?
I'm joking.
Or does he keep it quiet?
Oh, there's a man on his phone.
Yeah.
Because I saw that one, I will not go, I'm for sure. Oh my lord.
Rebbe gets through.
That's him. I based it.
one more hand to not screw it off in front of my friends, and then we're good. I can play that again.
I think we stay on the table, I guess. Right?
Do we?
I hope not.
I hope not.
I hope not.
It's okay, it's not like a big deal.
I believe the plan would be to mix up the tables, as we did all yesterday. I think that's fair. There's an argument, it's a slight disadvantage being on this table. Everyone out on the floor knows how you play your hands. Rebbe raising up ace-3 from under the gun. Just trying to get the last one through. At this level, and well, he may win it after flopping an ace on ace-8 deuce against the 2 9s, and a board that he's just going to attack a lot. Held with, well, way better than average hand in this situation. Leading second pair.
Yeah, it feels like he has to be sticky here, maybe on the flop. Obviously, against most players, the ace-x will be a huge part of that under the gun range. But we've seen Rebbe really open quite a lot of hands.
Does pick up some additional equity in the form of a gut shot. His ace is still good though, of course.
I like this bet here. Rebbe can bet again on the river if improved,
Yeah.
and then kind of use it as a advanced blocker if unimproved. Maybe consider pursuing value against an 8, but that seems thin, to be honest.
Edward, no decision just yet. That sizing.
No.
And it beats an 8, certainly calling. Can him be up against some maybe even some AX himself that's going to bet here and check back.
Yeah. And small kickers will play here. Rebbe will be conscious of that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even the a6 will be a winner. As these guys take their leave of us, what entertainment they have provided. We see there Volkov, top of the charts there, 1.5 million. But noteworthy how actually the big stacks have less chips than they did at the start of this frame. Mustafa Biz 1.4, Rebbe 1.3, Takarkani 1.2, Angel 1 million, Helt, Romero, Chisu, Leibert. You know, they've got the sort of middly stacks. Obviously, Leibert, the short stack there. He's got the biggest job ahead of him as we go into the next frame, which will be very close to the bubble. I'm going to preview the bubble dynamics with Ali when we get back. But what I want to ask you, James, is to reflect on what I'm going to call the Volkov-Rebbe war.
Yeah, it really was. It didn't start out that way. And then, I mean, Red Eye started the war with everyone. Second hand of the day, 4-betting, 10-9 suited to 323,000 chips. Just
What a moment.
he came to play, then kind of chilled for a bit, played a lot of hands, then just ran that monstrous bluff with the 2-8s over a near pot-sized bet on a deuce 3-4-5 board. We loved it. It happened half an hour ago. They didn't quite discuss knowing what each other had at the end of that frame. They'll know when they come back from this break at that table. It'll probably be the first thing that's mentioned. And then we saw Volkov reply with the King 7 off 3-bet, where he clearly I'll say it as I see it. He lost his mind there. He's just like, I've had enough of this guy. You're getting it with King 7 offsuit. Not a hand he would usually have 3-bet, but it'll be fun to see how they carry on, especially as we get close to this bubble.
Yeah, and we will be taking glances at the outer tables. Obviously, as we do this bubble coverage, we want to see the bust outs that are all bubble adjacent, and of course, until we do eventually burst that bubble. We'll be back in, I think, about 15 minutes, maybe just over 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you bubble coverage from the Merit Poker Retro Series main event and all the fun that entails.
If he's just got
Something
ace
like
king,
that.
you get him here. If he's got ace king, you get him, and it's very hard for him to stack off with ace king post, given you hold 2 of the aces. It's unlikely he's going to improve.
Can I just say, Tarkani doing a superb job right now. The right amount of hesitancy, the right amount of consideration here to convince his opponent that he has a hand like Jacks. We know, he's obviously going to continue in this hand, but what's really important is you do that salesman job.
This guy woke up and chose violence today. Rabbi, he woke up, he's had his breakfast, he's come down to the poker room. Yeah, second hand in, what I'm going to do is 4-bet, 9-10 suited, 3-way, put in 300k of my monster stack. I suggested these guys don't worry about bubble adjacency, about risk premiums, about ICM, but this is...
It's big bull poker.
This is out there.
I don't know, James. The other possibility is he randomizes and it was a very, very low number.
Always possible.
A lot of respect for the moxie of this move. Rebai would get this through so often. So unlikely that Tarkani's trapping here, but he is.
I'm looking at Tarkani and I'm looking at him at aces, but I think he looks weak.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't like this. This is a really good acting job.
Yeah, this looks like Jacks every day of the week now.
He has gone all in. And like I say, I can't fault this because it just... Rebai just looks so strong. Obviously, if he knew, once he sees the snap fold, he's like, damn, I should have just called and laid the trap further, but...
Yeah, you're right.
Money.
Do you know what we need to start looking up if we get the stats people on this? Milbudas, going to try and test you out now in your knowledge. Do we have any Triple Crown Merit Series people? Has anyone won, or even doubles, even anyone won 2 main events at two different series?
No.
Same series, same day for... I'm going to have to get that pronunciation again.
Good luck, David.
Arunus Sapatabadish.
All in?
Angry Goose Online, Lithuanian player. He
Won
managed
the
to win a main and a high roller on the same day. Is that even a
Well,
thing?
same stop, I presume. That's pretty incredible.
That's amazing at the same series, but that's not what I asked.
But it's not quite Edward V material, is it?
Actually, you tell me your Edward V story from Triton after this hand, James, because that's a good one, and we love a bit of Edward Barsagian in this booth.
Where is Barsagian? We haven't had him on the table yet.
He was in the lobby earlier today,
okay.
So I don't know, maybe he's not in the tournament anymore.
Goodbye.
Able to continue that streak.
What's going on here?
Well, short stack here, Daniel. Look.
Pardon me. There we
Pocket
go.
tens.
I was guilty of looking at the chips of Rebai.
That will be tough.
Never ace of club. Never ace of club.
Dare I say, Ribeye has some chips at stake.
Not bad, not bad.
It's probably medium rare.
Not bad, not bad. 8 of club will be funny.
certainly would be funny.
Oh,
Use of spades will do.
that's not funny. That's very not funny for Daniluk.
You can still chop chop.
We can
Also
still
one
chop
card.
chop.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's aware. But unfortunately, we do lose Mr. Daniluk. 212 players remain, ticking slowly toward the 140 mark, where, of course, this bubble...
Put it down to the final 5 in a Triton event. And he was in there with, actually, Tarakani from here, on our table here.
I'm born near Cologne.
Edward Barsagan, and then the other 3 players were Jason Kuhn, Stephen Chibik, and Anthony Mateos.
Familiar faces.
And I was thinking, oh dear.
This
Edward's-
feels like a fifth again.
This feels like it could be a 5th again. But he managed to sneak 1 spot further.
Nice.
And get 4th. It was Mateos out in 5th, and this man, Kanan Tarakani, would lose heads up to Jason Kuhn in that 20k.
What's your nationality? French?
Picking up
No.
450k.
Yeah, French. Let's say yeah, French, Algerian.
Great spot now for Kisu to get the double up. Oh, well, this could be a 3-way affair. Yes, Angel,
Yeah.
interesting
my mother's
hand
family
here.
name is
He's
Brenner.
got a player who covers the original opener from under the gun, remember?
Yeah,
This is a little awkward.
Yeah,
I wouldn't begrudge him for
39.
just
Yeah,
pretending he
no,
didn't get dealt this hand.
Yeah, 2 ways to go, I think. You could definitely just toss it away, as you say, maybe just repress the memory of such a hand. Or you could flat,
Yeah.
and you know, that's
Yeah,
pretty
I
strong
was-
in and of itself, and that probably gets, you know, a lot of hands out anyway, and you can fold to the shove.
Yeah, one of those 2.
Good luck, Vali. Go if you have time.
So
I think I like this slightly more.
So I've gone from saying what a great spot Kisu found himself in, dominating the pocket sevens in a must-call situation, to actually Angel waking up here in the big blind, and now he has to go to the races. Well, so far so good. Backdoors aplenty though. Not anymore. And Kisu will secure the double up, and there was a little bit extra in that pot, so more than a double up, 321k now.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
129.
it's never a bad time to double up, but obviously, as we're pretty near the money now, suddenly that gives him a lot of. He's very likely to make the money now.
Yeah.
Where's the pun on that?
Okay, well, it's going to be a HR meeting for you now, James.
I roll it. Kisu, 8-6 off on the gun, 40 points, won't be seeing action. As the stalling commenced.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Obviously, under the gun, it might take you a split. No, it has. It has commenced.
Me,
Oh.
I'm big blind, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
just
it on
because she has
me?
short
Oh, was the
ha-
action on me?
hands,
I'm
not
terribly
sure,
sorry.
but like,
I'm sorry.
it's
I
a
actually
very
believe
good
him.
table,
I do as well.
I believe.
I saw it in front of him and it confused me.
Yeah, it's a bit early for that move. I've done that. I've done that move myself,
Well, to save time,
if any
so
man
but
who
I'd
has
have to be 20 off the money for that one.
Bubble.
Yep.
It's great.
is popping up ace-4 suited from +1. Romero with a very nice hand to call with from, I think, did Rubai? It's just cold call, but he motioned to tap the table like I'm just checking. Oh, has there been a raise? I'm just going to check. Oh, was there, oh, go on, I'll call the raise with.
Oh my goodness me! Would you believe it,
Wow,
Rubai?
you see how slowly he checked there as well. He sort of went, what's happened on this flop? He's deciding to stab here with backdoor spades.
Yeah, and he had such a squeezable one.
Yeah.
And a man who obviously loves a squeeze.
I think it's probably a good thing he didn't, just because his image has been a bit crazy, and it's like you could get a really tough spot with the 2 10s.
Yeah, ace-4 might have gone for it. Anyway, as played. Oh, well, Biz picks up the 4. That might actually just keep him honest. Oh, but the lead out from Ribeye. Changing gears here. Trying to sort of take a I've got an 8-9 or Jack-9 kind of line now. Gosh. So much of this. No draws complete, so great spot for him to go. Big sizing.
Well, I was going to say, what if he goes blocky here, like I've got a 7?
I think I might go pot if it was me. Might get really greedy and think I'm taking a...
Well, he's followed your advice.
Yeah, because all the draws miss, and I think that sort of call flop lead turn will be a 10x, but it will also be draws, and that's sort of how you'd balance that one out. Could obviously be maybe some clubs as well, maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
Jack 9 of clubs. That might be the kind of hand that would take this line as well. So, actually not an easy spot for Biz. I'm sure you guys are looking at this one going, well, he's got bottom pair. He's facing a very large bet, and his opponent called out a big line, so it can have a lot of different hands. But actually, as played, this is a tricky one for Biz.
Yeah, and the queen's a napkin, effectively, because his opponent's not betting a queen. If his opponent has sort of queen 9 of clubs that bluff the turn, never goes this size on the river.
Absolutely.
So he really is, as David says, polarizing to a 10 or misdraw. As we can see, he's got all the 10s. The only thing going back in this favour here, I think, for Biz to find a fold is this pot was 3-way. James Romero did call on the button and Biz bet flop, so he does have a tighter range betting into 2 players. But
oh, he's on the knife edge here, you can see, and it makes sense. This one is so polarized. It is a very binary sort of situation. He either has it or he doesn't. Got to look at your man here, try and get a read.
And he's seen Rabai obviously 4-bet to 323k pre-flop, have to snap fold, been in a couple other pots. Pulled a funny face when he got a bluff through. Just a minute ago, had to flatten open and then fold to a squeeze. And he may think, hang on a second.
And I think you'd rather have a hand like ace-4 here than queen-jack, for example. Actually probably makes a better call in a way.
Good fold. Well done, Biz.
Do you agree with that? You'd rather have ace-4 than queen-jack in that spot. This is their second shortest throughout. It's a real tournament poker masterclass when you can do that. Obviously, we like to throw the laurels at the winners, but sometimes the guys who make the most of a short stack to get up those spots have maybe done better in some sense.
Yeah, it can certainly. The winner's not always the person who's played the best. Well, that goes without saying, obviously, in poker, but yeah, sometimes the best performance on a final table can be the one who navigates the shortest stack with 7th left up to 3rd with not much ammunition. Tarakani, ace queen, way good enough to raise Romero. Going to flat with 2 8s, and Angel going to come in from the big with 3 full suited. A bit more of a standard hand, perhaps, for once. 3 big stacks, battling once more. And, well, the battle will continue. Queen high, 2 spades. Tarakani with the ace of spades as well. This could get feisty.
Quick call from Romero or a quick fold? Not sure.
Quick fold.
Yeah, not really wanting to continue with 2 8s on this board. His range has a lot of continues. 8s doesn't need to be one of them. Gut shot now developing for Angel, of course. 6 would get him across the line. Tarakani, this double flush draw, straight draw galore kind of board. Just gets to bet big here, I guess. And then he can check back some rivers as well, even with hand strings. Well, actually he's gone smaller. It's 1/2 pot. I'm kind of surprised not to see him just really bomb this.
I agree with you, James. I would have liked to see a 3/4 pop bet in that spot, but
keeps this man interested.
Yeah, it does, and rightly so. Obviously, 25% equity, likely clean outs.
Well, that is a pretty damn good river for Tarakani. There is some concern, of course, about the diamond part of the card.
Angel obviously giving a little bit of thought to whether he can bluff this card. Oh, giving a lot of thought to it.
It's tough when Tarakani's bet this flop 3-way to imagine he has nothing, let alone following up on the turn. Some of those follow-ups are going to be Queen X, are going to be some diamond combos. Of course, we always look to find bluffs, David, with the kind of worst hands in our range, and you can't get any worse than the board here.
I think you have to step away from the table.
Yeah, nice give up from Angel. Tarakani, there is some concern, of course, with diamonds. You can bet up against 5x of diamonds here. Maybe, you know, the King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 8 of diamonds, 6-8 of diamonds probably raises turn. But
give me a size you like, James.
Did I do it?
Given that we went kind of, it's weird because we went kind of smaller on the turn than I would. So there is a little bit more weakness in your opponent's range given that. So I don't mind like half pot again. If I'd gone big on the turn, I think I'd go really big on the riverhead because you're just basically targeting a queen.
Well, he is going pot. And obviously,
And
easy decision for 4 high.
the other thing as well is that if you've gone bigger on the turn, PB said they were swimming here last November. That's pretty good. I don't think you guys appreciate how much I don't like cold water.
It's not cold though.
Well,
Honestly, it's very pleasant.
I mean, it's glorious at the moment.
In Malta, I would generally swim up to November. I wouldn't swim late November, but you know, first week maybe. And actually, I don't mind the cold water. What gets me is the jellyfish. You don't want to be in there with the jellyfish. They come closer to shore when the water gets cooler.
Oh,
They don't like the warmer water, so the shallower, warmer water near the coastline deters them, so they go off out to the deep water, and then we can get to swim in that water in the summertime. But sometimes you meet a wall of jellyfish, not so much fun.
I'm heading to the pool. Queen deuce trade, the flop after Volkov opens from under the gun. Robert checking back his 8s on this board. Good a bet. Checking also fine little pot control. Although pot control not been something of he's been accused of too often.
No.
And he does elicit a nice big bet on this gut shot producing turn card. Rainbow board.
Oh.
Yikes. Actually interesting that Volkov decided to bet that turn when he picked up the gut shot. You'd figure you're not going to make really anything better fold.
No.
You are going to make some worse fold, but then you do deny equity against those worse. I think he's going to be pretty confident he's up against this kind of hand. 7s, 9s.
Yeah, I don't know how
10s.
big he can really go here.
Some concern you're up against 6s, I guess. Although again, 6s maybe more inclined to bet the flop given the number of overs.
Pot size bet certainly allows him to trust the read if he was to get raised off this size.
Oh yeah, that's the good thing about going big here is if you get raised, you can be fairly confident you're goosed. Rabai just called a big bet a minute ago on the river, got shown the goods. Here he is facing another large wager.
Some players seize upon that though, almost like if the door is opened by a big bet.
And welcome back to the break desk here at the Merit Crystal Cove, part of the Merit Complex here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus, where the Merit Retro Series is full steam ahead. Ali Najad in for James Dempsey, and of course, David Lappin still here. David, you were front and center for that frame there to start the day. Plenty of action, obviously, as we took on the likes of Tahar Khani, Bart Labert and company. Obviously, some festive things took place.
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable frame. Probably not the kind of frame you expect this bubble adjacent. We were obviously in that sort of run-up period to what I think will now be the bubble frame, if you like. And we got to see a lot of deep stack poker. We got to see a lot of audacious moves, guys feeling like maybe that there wasn't much ICM pressure on them. They had room for these kind of moves. People like Bart, as you mentioned, will have a tougher time of things. He's short going into the next frame, but he's also being sent out to the outer tables. Maybe a little less pressure on him from there. We have a new lineup. Ali, you can tell us all about that.
We do very much. We will get our first look at them momentarily, but we are closing out on a money bubble, as you mentioned. And of course, up top, let's just consider that the $3 million guarantee was shattered. And in a 3,300 buy-in event, you can pick up 560,000 plus for a W, simply staggering, and a high watermark here at Merit in terms of record attendance.
Yeah, I just, you know, I am speechless because I feel as though maybe, just maybe, every poker news organization needs to start writing all the words down for the next 24 hours about whoever wins this one for 560k, because it will be a huge result here on the property, but also just like the marker that's been put down ahead of obviously the much anticipated EPT in October.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This place is already bursting at the seams. Only time will tell what things will look like in October, but based on the reservations, I would think that we're going to be breaking even the records we've set here today. TBD, of course, as you get a look at that gorgeous blue water on the Eastern Mediterranean, the backdrop to one of the finest places to play poker in this part of the world. That is, of course, Merit Poker here at the Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. And familiar faces for the regulars here spread out across this particular field. Looking at you, Recep Aydemir, in the one hole. Of course, Daniel Rezai, also a man who likes to ply his trade out this way. And looking at Walid Habib, also a man that we've seen around these parts once upon a time, as the blinds will be 10 and 15,000 with the 15K big blind ante. That means every orbit will cost you 40,000. Not to be overlooked, by the way, the third member at all times of our broadcast team here. You don't see him and you don't even hear him, but he's out there. I'm talking about Vytautas Milbutas, always shepherding us through these streets, in particular when it comes to his deep knowledge base with respect to all that goes on under this roof. There's a look at Rezai, by the way, who I actually flew in with. He was up in London at the World Series of Poker Circuit International event that was going on up there. Triton was going on as well. And bright and early was our flight. 6:50 in the morning, came in on the afternoon, and no doubt he was at a poker table not long after that, as we see him activating with King 9 suited here.
Yeah, serious player, Rezai, 2.4 million in career earnings, if I'm not mistaken. His top score, a 435k result, third place in the Millions South America a few years ago. What I think is kind of fun about this one, I don't know if it is producer Milbutas's decision, maybe the share hand guys, but rather evilly they've chosen a feature table that's below the chip average, maybe feeling like the most bubble potential as we approach that exciting phase of the tournament. Maybe the most number of bust outs could appear on a table such as this one. Obviously the last frame, as I mentioned, we were very, very deep. These guys not quite so deep.
The Mad Turk, Yücel Imanoglu, actually lives in the UK, has 1.3 million roughly in career tournament earnings, and with a wheel gutty and the nut flush draw, he just rips it on in there. Rezai with no shot. Things being made easy. $244,000 is Imanoglu's career high cash. Scanning at his resume, it came back in December of 2021. The Grosvenor UK Poker Tour in an 1,800 pound buy-in. Second place. You talked about the bubble, David, in terms of how far away we are. 168 players at last glance was how many runners we have left. 25 more will need to be showered before we burst the bubble at 143. The min cash will be $4,390, and we will stay flat at that payout for 44 places, all the way down to 99th before we start to see our first pay jumps. As Abudi with the ace-10.
Yeah, interesting to see how these players all adjust to the bubble adjacency here. Obviously, it's a creeping factor. It becomes very, very severe right on the bubble and a few spots away from it. But it's a very significant factor right now, and it will only get more. And there will then, of course, be a big release of pressure of sorts. And as Ali just pointed out, no pay jumps for a while, so even more reason to just sort of maybe go for it a little bit for those guys who do get over the line. But in the meantime, yeah, A lot of middly and short stacks at this table and on our outer tables. Really sweating it here now, having to tread very lightly for the next, I'm going to guess, 90 minutes or so.
So part of the Israeli delegation, Ido Aboudi, flops himself the gut shot Broadway draw, which is behind these two deuces. He elects not to continuation bet, given the flat from Losov behind him, that being Nikolai Losov. And note that the deuces are just on that sort of deference post-flop, trying to take this pot. 40K not going to work.
Yeah, if this is a one and done by Losov, I'm not a big fan, I'll be honest. I think it's a sort of a weird hand to choose to take a stab at all. But maybe he has designs on attacking his opponent's flop checking range here across a few streets. Does manage to get to freeze the action, and maybe Aboudi thinks he's just enough showdown, in which case Losov will have actually achieved his objective here. We'll have to see here. If Aboudi, yeah, he does think he is just enough. And Losov obviously happy. So worked out very nicely in that instance. Almost like a paralyzing, freezing stab there on the flop.
40K investment in getting to showdown, as it were, with both the turn and the checked knuckle. Turn and the river, rather. Knuckled. 922,000 in career live earnings for Losov, by the way. 193K is best live cash. Obviously, those sorts of figures suggest this is a man who takes his poker quite seriously. As many of the remaining field, it's fair to say, do. I mean, even those who have a day job, so to speak, who are more on the recreational side, are quite talented. Ace-3 suited up front, Aboudi bins it. Now our first opportunity to talk about Roman Kolotyuk. He was third for 77,000 right here in January at the Western Series High Roller.
I remember it well, Ali. Darrow Carney and I called the action on that one, and as I recall, he played very, very well.
Yeah. Quite solid. Meanwhile, it is Walid Bouhabib who has opened this one with the Queen Jack offsuit to 30,000, and Rezai is going to relinquish here on Habib. He plays under the Lebanese banner. Currently 5th all time on that money list, courtesy of $2 million in live career earnings, with a $647,000 coming in one fell swoop. Scrolling back, it happened in February of 2013, an EPT Deauville event, where that 647 came courtesy of a second place finish, so one can imagine what first was worth. Kolotyuk now. The cloaked one. Pocket tens. Now, before I move on from this EPT Deauville result for Bouhabib, perhaps he's a man familiar to you, courtesy of the fact that you, David Lappin, finished deep there as well, 38th in that one.
Yeah, I couldn't, when you said it was Deauville 2013, my ears pricked, because that was my first ever EPT, and I took a wretched beat to go out in 38th, I must say. But I do remember railing the final table from outer tables of side events, unfortunately. And yeah, that's where he is familiar to me as well. Now
then, ace 10 for Idemir, mucking, obviously. Serves him quite well. Jacks for Razai. This is the medicine. He's leaning over for a count.
Similar stacks here, just over 20 each. I just don't see escape routes here. Like, is Koletyuk opening these 10s here so close to the bubble to fold to one player who re-raises? I don't think so. Maybe. It's not a spot you're loving. Both of these players incentivized to take it really slow and not get out of line right now. Clearly, he opens it, he gets flatted, he gets to play 10s and navigate, or maybe two players go all in, he can get away. But against one, it's really, really tough, this spot now.
And one has to assume that Razai's willingness to jam from the small blind over the top of our under-the-gun open at this depth, which isn't sub-10 bigs, we're talking about 21 bigs plus, is tethered to, at worst, 2 overcards, and with a decent frequency, better pairs.
Yeah, and he's probably wondering if his opponent is capped. Like, if his opponent had aces or kings, would they go for a non-all-in sizing? And I'm not sure they would off this stack against these seats. You might just stick it in anyway, this close to the bubble with aces or kings. So maybe against an uncapped range, it becomes a little more dicey if you think your opponent is only going to go with maybe 8s plus, and obviously you only beat 8s and 9s, and then you lose to jacks, queens, kings, and aces. That's more hands. And then, of course, yes, you are a favorite statistically against the ace, kings, and ace, queens that may play this way, but you know, you're not much of a favorite, and you can always pass spots such as that with the bubble on the horizon. Really, really tough spot here. Credit to Koletyuk for giving it the full tank. Incredibly difficult spot. Jacks, I think we get in. 9s, I don't think we think about it for too long. We can let that one go pretty easily.
But precisely 2 10s is that cuspy discomfort. And you can see it, you know, Koletyuk is a seasoned vet. And even for someone with his savvy, he recognizes just how difficult the spot is.
One time.
Razai stonewalling.
And Razai doesn't know what he wants out of this. He wants ace-queen to fold. He wants pocket 9s and 10s to call. He knows his opponent calls with better quickly. So you want to dodge the flip, but you want the 9s and 10s in there.
Sure.
So he's not sure what he wants right now. And Koletyuk asked him there, would you show me? He got no answer. I feel the longer it goes, the more likely a fold is the answer.
I don't disagree with you.
He's in the agonies right now. He knows if he takes this spot and it holds, he doesn't have to navigate this bubble in quite the uncomfortable position he finds himself in right now. On the flip side, being sent out the door right now is a bit of a disaster.
Tough decision, sorry. No, okay.
It really is.
Razai has gone full barista, turning Koletyuk into a human frappuccino.
And there's been nothing espresso about this decision.
No. Several minutes into this one. 24 away from the money. Is this the spot that Roman wants to take?
Kilo. Clock.
Not unreasonable request of clock here. It has been quite a while.
Yeah.
Kolatiuk should be given plenty of time over a decision such as this, particularly when he declared to the table, I really do have a tough one here. But at the same time, you can't while away minute after minute.
So 30-second shot clock is announced. After that point, Kolatiuk's hand will be dead. Which way are you leaning, David?
Yeah, I think he's going to find the fold here. And obviously we see that results oriented. It looks like the right decision.
And he does.
He'll be so happy in 30
Fair.
minutes time.
Fair. You can choose one.
Unless. Oh, he's being shown. This is a good deal. When you
Oh.
get to see one, you feel great
Second
about
one.
life because it's not ace jack.
Second one, you can watch in 30 minutes on stream.
Yeah.
I think you feel good because I don't think
Yeah,
it's
that's
ace
queen.
jack.
Right.
So I think you just feel very happy about that. Jacks makes a lot of sense.
Sick fold. Sick fold. What you have? One higher. Jacks?
I think it was self-evident that Rezai would not have come.
Do you
At
know
that
this
spot
is
with
like
ace
on
jack.
GG? I'm so good. Ace 10? Oh.
Sometimes it's in the act of folding that we demonstrate
No ace jack,
how
right?
strong we are, not so much in
Why would I lie to you on stream?
dragging a pot or
You'll see it in 30 minutes.
Anyway, you no.
Absolutely. I
already.
think folds like that, edge passing of
There
that
is no point.
nature,
Yeah.
ICM awareness of that nature, an ability to range your opponent as he did to probably something like nines plus, ace queen, ace king, recognizing maybe the uncapped nature this close to the bubble. Just really good deep thinking. As we see Hash now go for it, Hash of course made the final table of the warm-up here just 4 or 5 short days ago and really did impress more than most, I have to say. I had tipped him at the beginning of that final table, despite the fact that he was short then, that he would make a run at this. He was doing so well, and he got so unlucky in a three-way all-in, as I recall.
he's looking for a little bit of luck with this ace-3 suited, 7 big
1-5.
blinds to start. Clock.
Yeah, I was going to say this one not a close one, but obviously having lost those chips and now paying the big blind and big blind ante, finding himself sub 250k, understanding that the next hour is going to be uncomfortable. Anytime he has a hand that he can take 15, 20 seconds off the clock, he's clearly going to do so.
Into the muck it goes. And for Hodge, these little pickups are going to be so important as every 9 hands, a really big chunk comes off of his stack.
Yeah. Yeah, just a 7 big blind shoved there. Now up to 10. It's a little more fold equity on the next one, but he's not a player who can ride this one out. He's going to have to stay active, find at least 1, maybe 2 more spots over the next 2 to 3 orbits. Keep that head above water.
Now then, Losov, hard 8, under the gun. And Habib with, at minimum, the ace of spades. The pause suggests that there's something reasonable tucked away along with it, but into the muck it goes.
Did you see that movie, Hard 8, back in the day? Early P.T. Anderson film?
Who was the lead?
Um, William
following film?
William C. Riley, Philip Baker Hall. I think it might have been known as Sydney as well. It had two names on either side of the pond. Very good movie. Paul Thomas Anderson's first film. Gwyneth Paltrow, Denzel Washington also in there. Sorry, not Denzel Washington, apologies.
Is it Samuel L. Jackson?
Samuel L. was in there,
I
yeah.
did see that movie. Good one. Ever the cinephile, Mr. Lappin. Generally reliable recommendations coming from him.
And I feel like I have free reign, the retro series, if I can call back to a 1990s or 80s music or movie reference, I've been doing it. Much, I must say, to the disdain of Mr. Dempsey, who hasn't been joining me in such frivolity.
Well, James is obviously not as sophisticated or cultured.
Yes, a culture curmudgeon.
Against the ace, you double.
Tried to drag him into a conversation about guys and dolls earlier. Not happening.
Well, I don't know if he's the right customer for that. Theater is really not his lane, if you will, as we do see the pocket fours taking that one down.
We wondered if there was a little overlap in theme, how the retro series, and it kind of seems to be like 50s, 60s if I had to pick an era. Although there's also some 80s paraphernalia around the room too,
Sure.
some tapes and
Right,
tape
cassettes.
players, cassette players. So I guess just looking back is the theme, but in terms of the dress, it felt like there might be some overlap with the both the gangster series and maybe the vintage series too.
You know, I feel like we should surface the floor in linoleum for this particular series and maybe go with a pea green and chartreuse sort of
Some wallpaper.
motif. Yes, absolutely. Pocket fives on the button, and perhaps this will be the easiest of the decisions that Colotiuk has had so far here in this first orbit at our feature table. Day 3 of the Merit Poker Retro Series main event, a record breaker.
Yeah, if you can get this one through back up to 18.5 bigs, just a little more breathing room. Plenty of fold equity on this shove should he take it. We expect him to. This is the kind of spot that you can certainly let go much closer to the bubble, but I think you probably have to go with in this instance. You're certainly going with a shallower stack. Interesting if he just feels like this stack is an awkwardly large amount of chips to risk on pocket fives here. I still think he's going to do it. But he's not going to do anything quickly anymore.
Yeah, we figured that part out, haven't we?
Oh. Well, there's a third option.
Yeah, not the one that either of us would have anticipated, as it definitely feels like it would behoove Colotiuk to create good fold equity. But the min-raise ends up getting through in any case, David. And obviously, we know that when we lay a price like that, a lot of times we can pick up all manner of hands from the big blind and bar a flop that contains a 5. A lot of times be in murky water moving forward.
Yeah, interesting decision there.
Well, that's a stack that rated to be vanquished at Colotiuk. Quick call against the pocket jacks of Daniel Razai.
As long as you told her.
Instead, he hit fold and lives to fight on.
Me and you easy, eh? No problem with wife.
Matt Turk, a regular on the UK poker scene, popular figure.
He's on poker club, it's okay.
One comes, one goes. Doesn't matter, is it?
No, it's not easy, bro. Very maybe easy. But not easy.
Fairly docile first orbit here for this particular table. Mind you, this isn't the first poker they're playing on the day, of course. They were elsewhere in the room while we covered the prior featured table, but it does still have that vibe of toes being dipped in the water and you know, light tread.
Yes, everyone being very careful here as we see poor old Kolotio with another tester here.
Comes with the min raise from the cutoff. Relief once the button gets out of the way. Really nothing of any interest surfacing behind him.
Yeah, Habib, the covering stack, may understand the ICM pressure that can be applied post-flop here, but Queen Deuce, really not enough kit. Bit of suitedness, bit of connectivity would certainly encourage him, but great pickup there, double pickup by Kolotio, 8s and 5s previously. To get those through, such a relief in a way. Difficult hands to play post-flop.
There is still a good bit of tarmac between where we are now and the 143, where the bubble will be burst. King Jack.
Can I order a chai?
A stack of 145,000 for Alan Hodge. Hodge playing under the Lebanese banner. Quite a bit of representation from Lebanon here at this particular series. He's got 109,000 in career tournament earnings. That's live cash is just south of 21K.
Yeah, and as is the theme of this table so far, nobody getting clear-cut decisions. King Jack obviously has got some blockers. He's got the ability that other players have to worry about players behind them, so he'll get more fold equity shoving from a seat such as that. He's very conscious of the fact that he's about to get gobbled up by this rather large big blind and big blind ante next hand. That will put him back in the 7-8 big blind zone, never very comfortable. That was his one shot if he was to take it, to try and get up above 10 bigs. It was a very close one. I feel like King Queen was certainly going in there, so King Jack.
Yeah,
I
I
think
guess
may
it just
also
goes
have
to
been a
show you
spot.
how desperately these guys want to get to the right side of that bubble, but as far removed as we are, 160, need to get to 143, 17 players. You know, it does feel as though some stacks are going to have to try to control their own fate as opposed to sit back and hope that others are vanquished elsewhere in the room.
Like, for example here, should he have shoved the King Jack off, just for a hypothetical? Hand like pocket eights has a real difficulty finding the call here behind, because it would be for too much of his stack. He would have to isolate shove, and then you really don't want to put maybe 370 on the line with 6 players to act behind with the hand like eights. So you actually get some exploitation there. You get a hand like eights to fold, which is nice. You dodge that flip and you get it through. So just by way of thinking, again, hypothetically, he didn't take the spot, but just the way in which a hand like that can actually get the job done. Instead, it's Rezai who gets the spot. And
you want to talk about people who can get the job done, David. Rezai has 2.4 million roughly in career tournament earnings, playing under the Austrian banner. Career high watermark, $435,000 cash. That one.
The millions in South America, as I recall, a very famous tournament.
Wow, look at the poker historian in David Lappin. As we effort the February 2020 out in Punta del Este. Yeah, it was the Party Poker Millions South America, indeed, a 10K no limit hold'em event. Rezai did tally that score, and that was a haul that came courtesy of 3rd place. So you can only imagine how much bigger 2nd and 1st were.
Yeah, cast your mind back to February 2020, the world about to become a very different place.
Yes, you're absolutely right about that.
Managed to get that career best in just before we were all sent into our homes.
For far too long, Not suggesting it was the wrong approach, but obviously it was an impactful one. There's a lot of cabin fever. The type, by the way, that I think we can maybe point to in terms of just the numbers coming back and doing so vengefully all around the world. Tournament fields.
Yeah, I think a combination of factors there. One, exactly what you said, the cabin fever, the fact that everybody was locked up and wanted to go out and express themselves on the live poker felt. But also, I think we grew the poker economy in that time with people sitting at home. A lot of people took up poker maybe for the first time. A lot of casual players started playing more seriously. A lot of new blood came into the game, and I think that has really helped keep the boom going. I think a lot of people predicted the poker boom post-lockdowns in 2022, say, but we're well into 2023 now, and it almost feels like it's getting bigger and bigger. So that sustaining of the boom, if you like, that continuation, suggests something far more reliable.
Yeah, I would agree. As Idamir's going to rely on King 10 offsuit for a flat call. The 40K open. Unintrusive with the 4 deuce, but uninterested as well. So then we'll go to a flop, which is King 10 deuce, top 2 for Idamir. Open ender for the pre-flop protagonist.
Yeah, and an interesting one here. Normally a c-bet for Razai when no ICM is at stake, but very good to see him recognize that in an ICM-rich environment, a lot of these hands become checks.
Yeah.
This is a very good adjustment from Razai. It is a board that hits his opponent pretty hard as well, so treading lightly, never a terrible course anyway.
Now, Idamir does have so much hand here, but those Broadway combos do need to be charged.
Yeah, and Razai very happy to pay a very small price here to hit his draw. He's got nut outs galore, so he doesn't necessarily have to take the aggressive line here and attack this small positional bet from Idamir. He could just simply call and try and make his hand.
Does not do so, however. After Idamir barreled in position. Let's see whether or not he wants to see the river. Razai, that is. I think it'll depend on just how big Idamir comes. 170 and 85, exactly half pot.
Yeah, and I think this is where you can actually toss your hand away if you're Razai. Obviously, your equity cut in half here. Your likelihood to hit a draw now with one card to come, just 18%. The outs are clean, but out of position, very hard to extract value. The other route with which he could proceed is to turn his hand into a semi-bluff here. My inclination is he will choose the former and live to fight another day, but we shall see. Certainly not unreasonable to attack Idamir in this situation.
Not to be overlooked, of course, the fact that Idamir started this pot with over $1 million in chips, which is a far deeper stack than the effective one we're playing for that rests in front of Razai, 375K remaining.
Regardless of his ultimate decision here, it services Razai and a couple of other players at the table here to take their time regardless. Take a minute or two off the clock regardless.
Every little bit helps, as we are not in any sort of hand-for-hand situation right now. Still good distance between this 159 player field and the 143 that are in the money.
And as predicted, Razai does let this one go.
Tell you what, it's not every day on a board that's fairly clean, such as that one, that you will let go of an open-ender, but, you know, I think he figures that with a decent frequency, the ace-X is there. That reduces one of his outs. Maybe if the king is there, the queen or the jack are no good. So ultimately, more cautious procedures from Razai, who doesn't lack the heart, by the way, to throw caution to the wind. I mean, we know that he can be an action player. But he's thoughtful.
Big slick here for a booty.
$30,000, just the standard open sizing. Now I think we're starting to see truly, as we're down to 157, and the pace of those bust outs seems to be fairly steady, David. The awareness that every little extra 30 seconds, 60 seconds here and there that we're able to milk out of a pre-flop decision that really isn't a decision whatsoever is just fair play and good business.
Absolutely.
And ranges are supposed to narrow up in a situation such as this one. Unless, of course, you're one of the big, huge stacks in the room and are able to just be abusive.
Yeah, and I think we're entering into a period now of, we don't know quite exactly how long, but let's say an hour, where those big stacks will be jostling for rank, trying to be the one stealing from these short and middle stacks who are handcuffed, so to speak. Vying for table captaincy in this period. As we see another bust out on another table. We've lost two people just in the time it's taken to get round the table here.
That is obviously a delightful sight for all those remaining, but in particular, those
look at
stacks
this.
Of sub-10 bigs and top pair, top kicker against a set of sevens is the development here as we see the first involvement from Domenico Zappia.
Wow, and does a booty find a check back here ever? I doubt it. And that is going to open the door for Zappia.
And this is a terrible spot for a booty, but let's see how Zappia wants to proceed. Obviously, there's a bit of texture in the form of the two Broadway connectors and the spades, but it does feel as though the interaction from a booty as an upfront opener is going to be in the form of one or two pair, more so than any of the draws. So a clean turn card after the set of sevens, slow played on the flop. Now let's see if a booty has a taste for another barrel. Is covered.
Yeah, and there's plenty for him to target here in terms of worse hands, but he's also going to be aware of overcommitting himself here. Maybe something around 2/3 pot, yeah. And an interesting inflection point now in the hand for Zappia with the sevens. He's out of position, may feel as though he has to do his own betting here for fear of being checked back on river. But also, his opponent seems pretty happy with his holding. Does he just call and check it on over for a third time?
Penalty.
We await that choice. So he's 90K. He's drawing dead.
3 or 2? 3.
So now
Little
how
does he
many
know it.
hands you will-
One round.
And the thing about the raises at this point in time, David, is that they just look so strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I will look telephone.
Like, they're just never air, so their combo draws or their value, and there's no value you beat, even with ace king. King jack never does this. So you're worried about queen 7, you're worried about king queen. And then the hands when you're in good shape are maybe, I don't know, jack 9 of spades, jack 10 of spades, ace 10 of spades.
Do we expect that level of aggression and ambition out of Zappia here? Leveraging the ICM, maybe incentivized to approach that sort of kit in that way as opposed to top of range?
Well, it has put even a hand as good as ace-king in the blender, so maybe.
Oh, no. Showers for Abudi as he calls, and that will be that. The ace-king drawing dead. And that's going to be a point not lost on him, as an 895,000 chip pot, regardless of the river, will be delivered to Zappia's doorstep. And the Aussie will love it just about as much as Abudi will hate it.
It was a cold deck.
To come this far, David, 155 left, 143 paid. I mean, whether you're the stone bubble or 10 to 12 away, it is heartbreaking. As you can see, some sympathy from Zappia there. Just a movable object and unstoppable force.
Yeah, like the ace-king did give it some consideration. Maybe could have found a hero fold occasionally. I think it is a close spot, to be honest, but as soon as we saw that flop came out, we sort of knew what was coming. We didn't know when it might come. Maybe it would have happened on flop.
In what form, but a little bit preordained,
yeah,
it seemed.
And a great situation now for Zappia, who is no longer under that ICM misery. That cloud has vanished. That's not to say another one of these big stacks couldn't put him in the blender over the next half hour to an hour, but he has much less to worry about.
Yeah, there is quite the food chain out there. Yeah. You are predator to some and prey to others. Zappia, 65,000 and change in career live earnings, by the way, David. 27,000 roughly, his best live cash. So onwards we march with no time for any funerals or eulogies. And in fact, it is a celebration of death of sorts when we're working our way toward the bubble. Sure, we feel for you, but thank you for your service.
Indeed. Well, look, there was 157 players in this tournament when that hand began. We are now at the beginning of the next hand, and there are 153, one of whom obviously was seated at this table. This is going faster than I would have anticipated, to be honest. And it's something I've seen time and time again in this Merit Poker room, where sort of bubble be damned. These players just keep playing poker.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't slow down.
It's kind of cool. I mean, I have to imagine when we get down to the stone bubble or 2 away, especially, maybe we'll see some grindiness as, you know, the clip here would seem ambitious to maintain all the way through the membrane, if you will. Ace 10 under the gun. Supposed to be strong, and some respect being shown by Habib in consideration of the position, despite being the covering stack. Could 3-bet maybe, David, and put Kolotiuk in another one of those spots that we've seen him struggle with already on multiple occasions. But as it were, the flat now inviting Alan Haj with King-Queen offsuit to partake.
Yeah, an interesting spot for Habib there. Obviously, if he was to 3-bet, he would have to commit to the shove, and maybe just didn't fancy his hand against the 4-betting range of Kolotiuk. Remember, he can also leverage post-flop ICM pressure on his opponent. That's even more deft and devilish, if you like. as you mentioned there, Ali, Haj with just no fold equity pre-flop, I don't think can consider this a shove spot. And
But
flatting,
a flat is 30% of our stack.
yeah, I think he's probably letting this one go, but maybe feels as though he can justify a good long tank here with a hand such as this one. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Yeah, I just don't see a way to proceed. You would love to have this hand with 15 or 16 big blinds. Maybe then you would take the spot. Although again, bubble adjacent, I'm not sure you would. King, queen. If you were in the big blind completing the action, you could maybe call, take a flop and go with equity. Dealer button in position. Remember, position kind of a disadvantage in a way in this situation when you're this shallow, because they will have the opportunity to bet before you. You don't have the fold equity. You would have almost in reverse position coming out of the blinds.
So, as you suspected, the king-queen did go into the muck. Note, by the way, if it was folded around to him, he would have been thrilled to jam from the button with that hand, but
yeah,
obviously that was not the opportunity presented. So then, Rezai able to close the action with deuces.
Yeah, it's a funky one because he has a pure set mine spot, I guess. Obviously, could just let this one go and pretend he didn't have a pocket pair and just not get involved and not risk committing chips. But if you make that promise to yourself that no set, no bet here, you can commit one big and maybe, just maybe, win a large pot on the right board.
Well, this is not the board for those deuces, and I think promises can be kept in that manner. Note that both Kolotiuk and Habib have flopped gut shot straight draws. Of course, advantage for Habib, given that he has a pair and the best hand here on this Jack High Rainbow board with 115,000 in the middle.
Yeah, interesting to see if he chooses to take a little stab at this one, taking control of the pot, admittedly with the hand that probably likes to check here a reasonable amount. It's got showdown and a way to improve, but it's a tricky little one. I'm not exactly sure what I would do here. Habib is going to take control.
Can't fault him for wanting to maybe clear out a little bit of the field, bring things into focus. As one has to imagine that with decent frequency, had Kolotiuk as the opener interacted in a more meaningful manner, we would have heard from him in the form of follow-through. In this specific situation, David, or do you argue the other side of the coin, where it's coordinated and we don't want to end up even with an ace-jack or an overpair in an awkward spot?
I think he's recognized that Kolotiuk is probably going to be coming with premium hands from this seat. Ace-10 is actually a little surprising. You might expect it to be a little bit better than that. And with that in mind, ace-king and ace-queen can just be put in the bin.
Maybe ace-jack.
3 hands.
Yes.
That's very good.
You can have only 3 hands. Maybe kings.
You can't half the hands.
No.
Maybe tens.
No. No tens.
8. 4 hands, you tell me.
Maybe 8.
Sure.
Yes.
So he's going to
So
see
interestingly, the class of hand that Kolotiuk suspected that
I bet
Habib hand.
I bet people watching this, they love this live stream. It must be the most slowest live stream ever.
Yeah.
One hand every
We'll play
20 minutes.
We'll play one hand every 10 minutes. It's
Not 10, 20 minutes. They
ridiculous.
Okay, because it's a bubble. So
I know, they can't wait to turn it off now. Watching this. Oh no, not this one.
Nobody will watch.
Honestly, one round is, we play 2 rounds in 1 level. I don't mind, obviously, it's a bubble time, but it's a bit slow.
Recep Aydemir suggesting that you guys should turn off the stream right now, but I don't know. I think this has been very engrossing stuff. Obviously, the pace of play is not rapid fire. That just doesn't happen at this stage, but it's an intricate period of play, which I think a lot of people do enjoy.
Aggressive player.
apologies for my misidentification there. I said Recep, of course. That's Recep center screen right now. It was Mad Turk
Allah, yeah.
chatting it up.
I bet somebody died in this chair before me. There must be somebody died in this chair before. Do you think? All I get is crap hands.
Inheriting the eights.
I can't even make a straight.
Straights are hard to make, by the way. 7-3 confirmed crap hand.
Losef's turn for the pocket eights this time as Mad Turk sort of drifting into improvisational comedy mode now for us. He's concerned that the audience aren't being entertained enough, so he's going to bring some of that entertainment himself, I
What
think.
a noble cause there to take up here on the money bubble. The entertainment of the audience at home as opposed to the economics of bursting the bubble. As we see just 153 remain, 10 away. Jack deuce suited is obviously not the reason for the pause there. Hodge milking, as all are inclined to do.
Another player incentivized to take it slow. As I mentioned at the top of this frame, the sort of evil decision by our production team to choose this table, aware that it was a table of somewhat shallow stacks and maybe would be this sort of painful, anguished, tank to the money, pray that we get there sort of situation. I'm personally delighted with that choice.
Ido Abudi's replacement, Mr. Domin here, with the Jack 4 suited defending. By the way, this is not the sort of behavior we've observed, but granted, it's been behavior attached to far leaner stacks than his, which is 1.5 million strong. And now he has peeled on the 10-5 tray board, David, and hits top pair. Granted, the third spade causes him to slow down. Did have some backdoors. The 4 was working. Clubs were working. Now 2 overcards are lurking. And little does Losov know, but that Jack has hit the opposition as he checks back and then hits a spade, which will be good at showdown. Not sure whether or not he's going to want to seek value with it.
Yeah, and while he makes that decision, reflecting back on the flop decision to peel there, obviously with all those back doors, more standard to find a hand like this in the raising range rather than the calling range. Domin can take a kind of aggressive line here with all the back doors, knowing he has some barreling cards on the turn and some slow down cards too when he makes a jack, as he would have done in this instance. But interesting to see his decision there to just call, be a little bit sticky, perhaps with plans to have bluffed on a number of runouts. On this particular run out, well, it's pretty grotesque for him, actually. Losef can have a lot of spades in hand and has looked to get value with just the 8 of spades. Domin wondering if he's being scallywagged. Does make the call. Gets shown the winner.
Well, let's make note of Rudolf Domin's procedures in that particular pot, as I suspect, David, that he is not going to be as bashful as perhaps some of the other stacks that we've observed here. Credit, by the way, to Losov for getting value. Domin, by the way, playing under the Russian banner, 434,000 and change in career live earnings. 83,000 is career high cash.
149 now, Ali. It's almost like it's sped up the quicker we get, the closer we get to the bubble. It's almost like there's more bust outs.
We don't allow any spectators in the bottom area.
And it is getting serious here. We can hear our TD shooshing spectators away now. We want to just clear the area. Another bust out, 148. My goodness. Dropping like flies.
And I have to imagine that the players that we are losing are not involved in some deep stack, massive pot collisions. This is more the guys lurking around that sub 10 big blind level and just recognizing that everybody's waiting them out. Now,
another
147.
We've lost 10 players in 10 minutes.
And that 10 minutes encompassed 3 hands,
correct,
I think, here at the feature.
Wow.
Maybe you're starting to get a sense of exactly why it is that everybody is taking their time, as they are well served to do so. Loss of then. Winded is back. King 9 offsuit. This is a bit liberal, but once we're in that 7-figure stack range, we do feel cozy enough to get a bit more creative and take advantage of what we feel as though right now, in terms of climate, is a very airtight affair.
Yeah, I predicted 90 minutes to get us through the bubble. We've played less than 30, maybe just over 30.
Under an hour, that's for sure.
Wow. Yeah, the attrition rate is extraordinary for this stage of the tournament. While we see players at the feature table going about their business carefully, it would seem like players on the outer tables not doing so.
Of course, chip distribution elsewhere could have something to do with that.
The Turk who hates when things aren't entertaining.
Tell you what, he would hate busting out of the money even more than he would disappointing audiences in terms of entertainment. And listen, even the audiences out there, as much as they crave entertainment, they also crave observing proper poker to a degree.
Oh, for sure. And I think these guys have been forced by sheer virtue of the fact that there's so many 20 and sub 20 big blind stacks on this table. They're all playing this tippy-tappy, stay out of each other's ways, small ball style now. So we see Razai. Razai actually has the opportunity to open up into 2 shorter stacks in this spot. Interestingly, does take the spot. Looking to get one through here. Idemir has the big stack. That's the one person who does cover him.
Looks like an inadvertent exposure of a card there by Kolotiuk.
I'm sorry.
Black 5.
Not 5. No.
5 of cups.
Always worth getting the dealer over to use up another minute here.
No.
Now, was it you and I that were talking about advanced bubble strategies?
It probably was me.
Spilling the cocktail into the middle of the table?
This is outrageous now that this is being brought up for a second time today by my co-commentator.
Well, I mean, I remember the first time that I heard it, I was so mystified at how advanced it was in terms of its efficacy. As you get a peek at the chip counts here, the newcomer, Rudolf Domin, who was on the losing end of an exchange against Losov, who is second biggest stack at the table, still reigning atop the leaderboard here at the feature. A feature that is ground to a very slow pace, and that serves Alan Haj just fine. We saw him folding a king-queen in the face of an open and a flat. He clearly is looking to get himself onto the right side of the bubble here and pick up one of those min cashes, good for $4,400, which, by the way, must be said, David, given the fact that we had 4 day ones, or flights, rather. It would seem to me a bit ambitious to presume that anybody has run well enough to only be on 1 bullet, as the chips fly fast and furious during those day ones. And it's a bit of a parlay, almost like a martingale of sorts. You know, 1A doesn't work out, we blast into 1B, we blast into 1C, and then day 1D is actually a turbo, as desperate measures can be undertaken to ensure that you punch your ticket into day 2. And these fortunate few have punched into day 3. Now they look to punch a hole in the bubble and punch a meal ticket for at least $4,390. As you see a brief pause. All of this to be expected, David. Maybe not, as you pointed out, the pace at which we've gotten to this point, but I would imagine we have to certainly now expect things to cool down, dial back a bit, bar several super small stacks out there. Wow, 145 now.
Yeah, so almost like an emergency measure taken here by the floor staff, I feel. With the bust outs coming so quickly, I assume we've gone hand for hand, and I think that's the reason, there we go, for this small delay. We want to get a bit of manners on this tournament. Remember, there's about 17 or 18 tables out there. It's no small undertaking to manage that, and what you desperately don't want to do is have several bust outs happen and not be sure who the bubble boy is.
Right, right. Of course, worthy of note, if we do lose multiple players at the stone bubble, then the min cash will be divvied up among those players.
Yeah, standard rule is that if they're on separate tables, you chop the bubble, and if they're on the same table, the bigger stack would be the person who got through. So yeah, look, things will get short. Things will get slow here, much to the chagrin of the Mad Turk, who obviously felt like things weren't quick enough beforehand. We will try, in an effort to keep you guys entertained, zoom across with our beautiful camera work here. We might be about to see our first example of it over to these outer tables, maybe to capture the bubble hand on an outer table.
Yeah, we do have a crew roaming the room. And anytime there is an all-in and a call situation, they certainly will be making their way over to one of those 17 or 18 tables that Mr. Lappin referenced. As you see the tournament staff there in the foreground, it truly does take an army, or village, if you will, to administer an event of this magnitude. A record setter, drawing the biggest prize pool in a main ever here at Merit Poker.
And the bubble, always an exciting time. We have all the media jostling for position there. We see Faranak actually left of your picture, just turning around now. She heads up the Instagram, or is very big part of our Instagram here in Merit.
Yeah, the social media team.
Do you watch the dances? She's in the dancing duo with her friend. Oh, it's very entertaining stuff. There's always some fun Instagram dance moves, fun little videos.
Making sure they don't miss out on any memes.
Exactly. It's a very good follow. Recommend you guys follow Merit Poker if you don't already, and actually Farnak's diary as well, as she posts daily content. As we see players at our feature table enjoying what is one of the more social moments of a tournament. Obviously, one of these guys could be our bubble boy, but notwithstanding, always a period in a tournament where you sort of all feel like you got there together at some level. You're all there. You're going to share a moment, hopefully, in a few moments' time. You've all made the money, a certain amount of satisfaction in that on its own.
It is a strange form of camaraderie, isn't it? Because you're very happy to cannibalize anybody who's here in the interest of working your way into the money. But it has been a grueling 3 days of poker, and perhaps many more days for those who have actually fired multiple bullets, as clearly the number of entries have evidenced has been the case for many.
Yeah, now while there's probably a lot of short stacks, very short stacks in fact, all over the room, we will be taking a closest look here at Hash, who is really hanging on for dear life on our feature table. 7 big blinds. That's enough to maybe complete 3 orbits of the track. That should probably get him through.
People do
Almost
die in
certain
chairs.
that there will be a bust out somewhere in the room over the next 10, 12 hands, worst case scenario. But of course that means blinding yourself down to an absolute stub. Not much you can do though. The logic of this one is when you are very, very short, most of your equity is in securing that min cash. Interestingly, if you're one of the really big stacks, if you're out there with 1.5 million, you do happen to get into a clash, a disastrous clash it might be, with another 1.5 million stack. Well, you're going for a 3 million stack, which would put you in an incredible position to make a run at this final table. So actually less of your equity is in the min cash, so maybe you don't have to worry quite so much.
It does feel so irresponsible that when we find ourselves in those sorts of collisions, and it would require the absolute narrowest of ingredients, one would imagine. Aces, kings, pre, things of that nature.
Seriously, I know
Play roulette.
Seriously, I know
My friend was in England playing roulette.
I saw you standing up.
A lot of money. And they were putting
Is this
7
a
and
translucent
him and his
hoodie?
friend, they were putting big money.
Maybe they
David, the
And
undershirt
they came
suggests
around you
that
anyway.
the pattern
28
continues
Illinois,
beneath.
and
That
he's
is
supposed
a
to put 7
That's,
and
I've never seen that before.
But there was Chinese guys.
particularly thin fabric utilized there.
Yes.
He put 29 more, but he forgot.
As we
He thought he put it.
do our first of presumably quite a few these moments. You see there the dealers standing up. That is to signify that the hand has been completed at that table. Our tournament director will be on the microphone throughout this period, calling the action on any tables that have all-in and showdowns.
There is producer Vita Milbutash, by the way, roaming the room, hunting coverage of this bubble. Black hoodie, phone in hand, relaying information to us in real time. I saw Nick Bolu on his feet as well, and it didn't look like a bust out. Just kind of roaming around, getting his bearings.
Yeah, I think it's very important in this situation, if you are someone sitting there, sub 10 big blinds in particular, that you get a sense of, well, how many other very short stacks are out there? Do I need to make a move? Is it sort of on me? If you get really, really short, maybe 3 or 4 bigs, and you know this might be your last orbit, you could have a spot that you must take if everyone covers you, versus a spot that you absolutely must not take if there's somebody out there who's about to be maybe in the big blind and compelled to go with.
For the time being, we are still stuck on 145 players.
Doroshkov, center of the picture there, pulling in a pot here on the bubble. He is a man who would love to poon a bubble, I'm sure. Bit worried for his hair, I have to say. I know he was part of the Blue Rinse Brigade who availed of that promotion we had early week. His hair seems to have gone a different colour now. I hope that's not maybe a reaction with the sun.
The promotion that we had earlier this week,
Oh,
David,
you're not aware?
do tell.
Anyone who dyed their hair blue, Merit Blue, I think was the theme, would be in with an opportunity that should they, I think it was cash the first event, they would be given a ticket into another event as a bonus prize. Something like that.
I would imagine that bookings at the salon were certainly impacted by that promotion. And perhaps the local blue dye supplies were also impacted.
Well, it was actually a conspiracy from Big Dye to try to offload the least popular colour.
There was a
no longer in
fire
fashion.
sale on blue dye.
No longer in fashion with the oldies.
Ah, right. I remember that.
They need to get rid of that blue die.
Pocket fours here for Losev. He has shown that he is willing to take advantage of what might be some passive behavior here on this bubble. Just limps, by the way, and Habib with among the meteor stacks here at the feature an ace-10, which certainly under normal circumstances could be looking to get more chips into the middle.
Yeah, it's a funny spot here that neither player should really be thinking that they could get their stacks in too often. I think just because of the bubble, I would have checked back the ace-10 and sort of squeezed it into my deceptive range for that reason, just preferring to keep a pot small. But Habib going to play it fairly normally here, coming with the raise, and Losef obviously coming with the call with the pair.
10-8-3, top pair for Habib.
That's because I'm a coward though, Ali.
Listen, cowardice, when it can be assigned to you, is with willful intent, is my guess. Lappin, just standard kit. Meanwhile, Habib following through. And now perhaps this one of those did we make a promise to ourselves kind of spots with the baby pair, no set, no bet, no continue.
Yeah, we make those promises and then suddenly we find ourselves facing quarter pot bets.
Yeah, and into the murky water we go as Losev, and now one of these turn cards, two-tone board texture, but if the fours were good before, they're still good now.
Actually a spot where Losef can consider a lead. That might sound a bit strange, but often when the second card pairs, the out of position player without the betting lead can dunk in, sort of protecting their hand slash representing stronger. Actually services quite well. It's exactly what Losev has recognized here. It's not going to work on this occasion. Habib does have the goods, but actually quite like this bet.
75,000 into the 185.
Picture alternative scenario here where Habib has ace queen, king queen. He's just been put completely in the bin to this bet. Can't really call and realize his equity. Would have to put his opponent on, you know, a draw, which admittedly this is a somewhat draw heavy board. But Losef recognizing how he can protect his fours if they are good here, and will hate to see that call. Basically has to shut down now unimproved.
Oh, now this is one of these runouts where these two fours might get the sense that a block bet would be in order. Trying to both get a little value out of ace high and put the handcuffs on hands that have us beat, not face something bigger, as this has grown to 335,000 and a far more uncomfortable spot for Losev.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ali. I think a sort of almost like 10%, 15% bet. It's actually not a terrible plan here. What you really are petrified of is facing a larger bet, which could contain quite a few bluffs. Habib, interesting spot for him now.
Yeah, yeah, he's not obligated to fire this one because opening up the action and then facing a raise from the mighty stack of Losev would be a disastrous development here.
Yeah, I think he probably recognizes that this is 8x, a misdraw, or a hand that probably cannot call. Not sure he would even give Losef credit for finding that lead on the turn with hands such as 4s, 5s, 6s. So maybe for that reason can shut this one down here. Sometimes, yeah. Well played from both players. Really like both players' lines in that hand. Sophisticated poker.
But just also responsible poker, let's call it, out of both seats. And that responsibility is called upon, courtesy of the fact that we are 2 away from the money here. And it isn't simply the 4,400, of course, David, that we have our eye on, because in a $3,300 buy-in event that may have been a multi-bullet affair, that's not the most meaningful reality. It is much more so the desire to keep ourselves alive in the hunt for a $567,000 first place payout. And there are six-figure payouts available in total as the blinds will be going northbound to 10 and 20,000. Small blind staying static, a 33% bump in terms of the big and the ante, as this value-packed and fairly slow structure affording everybody a chance to feel as though roulette is not what we play. Much more so poker, and deep stack poker at that for the most part. Not, of course, if you're Alan Haj.
Oh.
Just 5 bigs now.
Yeah, just about to say, the one player who absolutely hates that big blind jump is Haj. He's now got 2 orbits of the track.
And he's one away from the big
devices
blind
is
right
not
now,
allowed.
too.
Yeah, so he's going to have to just play no hands, basically. I don't really see what you could even play in this situation now if you're him. Far, far too important to sneak home. And they do give him a tempter, because the poker gods are cruel like that, Ali.
I mean, consider that he's got 2 orbits worth of chips if he just sits back and mucks.
Yeah.
Based on the pace of play we've seen thus far, 2 orbits could take forever. But we're hand for hand, so the actual time no longer matters.
Correct.
And does he think that sitting back for the next 18 hands is going to be enough for him to cross, not the finish line, but the bubble threshold?
Yeah. Crucial here, look at his stack. He has a starting stack in this tournament. He has taken the spot. Wow.
Are you in favor or against?
I'm against, if I'm honest. I feel as though with the starting stack, he could be about to turn that into around 5K, should there be a bust out somewhere else. Obviously, we don't know the stack distributions for sure. Maybe he has greater insight into that. He may have had a look around the room, saw that he was the person who was in dire need.
Well, independent of how short other stacks are, the dire need is an objective reality. But I hear where you're going with it. If somebody's out there with 2 or 3 big blinds, then maybe we let them meet their fate.
Here's a crucial one for me. Every orbit costs 50K.
Yep.
He has 105K. That 5K buys him a whole more lap of the track.
Yeah.
So worst case scenario, should the blinds go through him now, and we play 9 more hands on the direct bubble, which won't happen too often, and it goes through him again, he would be left with 1 chip for another 8 hands, which would almost certainly get him through.
Now, the only thing that I would push back upon is the idea of getting through with just 1 chip. Sort of seals our fate as not being able to do anything more than collect the min cash. If we've resigned ourselves to the thought that that's as good as we're going to do, and mind you, 44 payouts strong is the band in that min cash, then okay. But if we have ambitions and aspirations of maybe a better performance, then the risk-reward proposition certainly would suggest that we want to get after maybe having a more playable stack as we move forward here. And his jam did give him the extra orbits worth, as we observe the other entanglements in the room. Haven't really seen anything worthy of covering to this point. There you can see our remote cameraman there, center left of the screen in the Merit Polo. Keeping a keen eye on where the explosion may come from.
Yeah, 2 more players need to be eliminated. Soft bubble, if you like. Still call it a bubble. I still tell my friends I bubbled. It's now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs to vet the dishonor of exactly what bubble spot you were in, whether it's 2 away from the money or 1. The hard break is the same. Don't see any cards out, by the way. That table, no, by the way, Kolotiuk having a look around.
Yeah, as well he might. Everybody curious. You do see some cool customers on the bubble, and you do see some people frantically running around trying to catch a glimpse of the action and then have to run back to their table. Look, we've 2 players missing. Will they be allowed to play their hands?
It does appear that way. The hands were dealt to the stacks. Now, I know in certain tournaments, David, if you are not in your seat at the time at which the cards are being dealt, you will not be dealt in.
I think Kolotiuk made it back by the skin of his teeth, sort of, you know, arm's length or whatever the rule is from your seat. He was probably thereabouts. I'm pretty sure there was another player just not present.
That would have been the player directly to the right.
Correct.
Of Kolotiuk, and that would be Rudolph. No, yeah. No, but he's there.
No, they have the cards.
So it would have been to his left. To his left was Idemir.
We'll see now in a moment, was Idemir missing. Also, an opportunity people often think during hand for hand to go for a quick bathroom break. You think there's going to be a few minutes and maybe all the hands happen just a little quicker than anticipated. I think Idemir wasn't present.
I agree. I didn't see him anywhere near the table when the second cards were being dealt off the deck, so unclear whether or not.
So big stacks able to go at each other here in this situation. Domine identifying the value of an ace-5 suited here, attacking the open from Zapia under the gun. Yeah, quite right. His glasses are there, but he is not. Recep Idemir.
Well, that's one way to stay out of trouble.
Yeah. Hash. Well,
raising a 3-bet in front of him, and the 7's just into the bin immediately, David.
Yeah, huge relief that last hand to have gotten it through. And now he has no reason to take a spot such as that. Zapia, interesting situation here now. Obviously, we've seen a few of these small pairs contemplate the value of set mining in recent hands. Feel as though you probably want to just let it go in this spot. You can get set over set it with these little ones. That's not a good feeling on the bubble. When you're sitting on 1 million chips, that's more than average right now. Does make the call, is going to play some post-flop poker. 290 in the middle alley.
Let's not forget that 4 has proved costly already on one occasion here, but they are in the lead on a King-Jack-6 board.
Yes, indeed, they are in the lead, but Domine with the betting lead. Backdoor Hearts, backdoor Broadway. He's surely going to take a stab on what looks to be his board. And 4s will be looking at 3 overcards. Not much you can do here as Zapia. It's one of those spots where you've opened early, so you're pretty much at the bottom of your range. Opponent has 3-bet. We see it is a light one this time, but far more often it will be a good one. Domine, neat and tidy there.
Yep. He's a player. And as that hand comes to a close, feature table players will await conclusions of all other hands elsewhere in the room, none of which have provided us with anything spectacular, although now it would seem that we've got an all-in somewhere. Yes, the 9-hole. Okay, so cards not being turned up on account of the fact that we're waiting for hands to complete all around the room. And then if there are other all-ins and calls, we will get to them in sequence. And the reason behind that, David, is you don't want somebody's action at another table to be influenced by the recognition that an all-in and a call situation has brewed at another table.
Yeah, we want to protect these players as best we can in this situation. Obviously, having been in the trenches many times, there will be the sort of whisper of, you know, I got you. You're in trouble here.
Yeah, just so as to let people off the hook.
But yeah, indeed, you don't want that telegraphed to tables that are in action who may use that information to influence their decision.
Is that the Cyprus Bear in the 9th seat?
That is the Cyprus Bear. Well identified, Ali. And doesn't look like a huge amount of chips in front of him. Maybe just over 100, 120, perhaps. So that's
Orthodoxu, who, by the way, picked up a title. If I'm not mistaken, it was
at the last series. Was it the high roller?
At our prior.
Might have been the high roller.
Just how incredibly emotional he was.
It was the bear versus bear. It was Russian bear, Cyprus bear.
Yeah.
Chernikov, Orthodox. So I'm going to step out and see if my memory. Take that, Darrow. If I'm right about this, Darrow Kearney has to stop saying I have long COVID. Hands are tabled. He's got ace king. Looks like he's up against queen jack. That's pesky. Lots of equity for the covering player. Oh, queen in the window.
Oh, and that is a dirty development.
2 pair now, only a 10.
Not there. And Orthodoxu will not be repeating the performance that we saw from him at our prior festival, as the Cyprus Bear has gone into hibernation here on the bubble, busted by Razvan Sabao, who we observed.
Oh, and we have another all in.
Yeah, it would appear that way, efforting some intelligence on exactly what is afoot. It is an ace. No, this is queens against queen 8. Queen 8 deuce was the flop.
Yeah, the queen should be safe enough here.
Top set against top 2.
Cold deck for the covering player, but great flop there for the all-in top set.
And the beneficiary in that one, Randy Hoffmanner, who doubles up through Oshri Lamani. So the short stack proving resilient on that occasion as the stone bubble is upon us, courtesy of that elimination of the Cyprus Bear. Hoffmanner chronicling it all.
How happy you
posterity.
are with top set to see the guy have top 2 there, virtually dead. There are hands that could have had finicky amounts of equity.
Boy, look at the cluster of people just watching. going on out here. There's no chance that this one gets counted down wrong. You got about 104 eyeballs. Presumably focused on the pot, but certainly other things available to be focused upon. David?
It's a very professional job there. Double checking the math.
Double ups now.
Dominic. Dominic.
Thank you, team.
And
That's the normal outcome.
players getting very casual here now. Most of them on their feet.
Is this some form of solidarity whereby they want to be on their feet to signify that their hand is done?
Yeah, we are at least
Perhaps
20 minutes behind.
There's a Women's World Cup semi-final on right now. Maybe they're taking a gander at that.
And who's involved in today's action?
I think the English may have beaten the Aussies. Not sure they were winning.
The Aussies made it to the semis, did they?
So, 20.
Well, ladies and gents, we are on the direct bubble now. This is when poker is at its cruelest.
Yeah, for one of these remaining 144 players. That's for sure. And
Nothing worse than that moment when 143 people celebrate your demise.
oh yeah, that is the worst feeling, isn't it? Feels inhumane.
Lines have been posted here. I think we are pretty close to continuing on. Obviously, we did play out those all-in situations. I don't think we have another one, so...
Attention all dealers, all new dealers from the bush will take hand calling. Once you complete your hand, you have to stand up. Dealers, we broke a table. All seats should be full. If any table has a
Oh, we
zero,
broke a table,
please
Ali.
call.
So we are all equal number of players per table. I like that. So that's the reason for this short delay.
I mean, if it's something that is an option to us, that
Okay, dealers, deal one.
obviously is what's most fair. The disbanded table will be percolated throughout the room.
Yeah, for so many years it used to just be that the bubble would burst and then an even number of tables would be formed. But we realized then a few years ago that there was a certain elegance to having full tables all together and then just creating a fairness there. Just in case it's a long bubble and someone's playing 7-handed instead of 8.
It's fair
There
to
is
say that
advantages in that.
justice is an elegant thing.
Indeed. Balance, justice. Now, Idemir, who's been pretty snug here throughout this high ICM phase of play. Remember, as soon as this elimination takes place, whenever that happens to be the case, there will be this kind of huge release, both in terms of players being relieved to have locked in that 5K or so cash, but also because of what Ali said there, which is that there's no more pay jumps for 40 spots. And these guys will essentially be given a, not ICM free, but the most free they'll be for the remainder of this tournament period of play. And with that comes a little bit more gamble. Likely to see quite a few bust outs. Don't be surprised to see that ticker count down rapidly.
Так, ничего, надо, чтобы за 2 руки.
But for now, time ticks by oh so slowly.
Thick grains of sand in this hourglass. horse grains, rather.
Just realised I nearly broke into a Madonna song there. Time goes by so slowly.
Ah, yes.
More recent Madonna song. I don't think it would have qualified as retro yet.
Yeah, you're right about that. Wouldn't have fit the bill. What have we here then? Looks like another one at one of our outers.
Yeah, right in the corner of the room there. Hustle and bustle. Bloggers, reporters, smelling blood. We are a vulturous bunch, aren't we?
Yeah, seeking carrion. Is there an available carcass in which to bury our beaks to the tune of 43.90?
See there, Mihai Nista. In shot for a moment. They're out of shot now. Top Romanian player. Talented players in the room. Doroshkov again there, all smiles, bottom of your picture. Looks like we will be seeing some action on that table, but not all tables finished. This one, for example. Board is out there. Looks like we have a bet and call, but big stack against big stack. So back over we go. Our drone shot.
Boy, this is a bit unbearable, isn't it, when you have to sit there and wait, especially as the covered stack. It doesn't appear that there's been an exchange.
Have they had a whisper?
It doesn't look to me like they have.
So, a new record, and we talked about this being a day of records. Producer Milbudas recognizing another record here in this room, which is that we've never had a bubble where there was 17 tables playing at once.
So, here we have King Jack against Ace King. King Jack is covered.
Would you believe it?
Jack 6-4 top two. Still vulnerable though. Turn stays clean, and Ace is what the whole room is rooting for here. Instead, it's a 5 and a fist pump and a fist bump.
A ripple of applause as maybe a few tables think the bubble has burst, but it has not, Ali.
No, no. In fact, their hopes have burst.
Or maybe that was just his backers in one part of the room.
I do hear some applause somewhere in the room.
I've just realized what's happened, Ali.
I'm listening.
So, poor Sebastian, our expert TD, who is not one to make a mistake very, very often, has accidentally announced that the bubble burst.
Oh, no.
He's had to explain to everybody now, carefully and slowly, that, in fact, that is false information. Fake news.
Explaining that he's human, basically. By the way, that King Jack was held by Yanakis
From Dalila. From the
Papapetru.
Florman.
And the Ace King belonged to Tamirian Zakhanov.
I don't like.
Ace 10, bubble be damned. The almighty stack of Domin. Makes it 45,000 to go.
One more call for Yanni, Pasha, Tamazi, Chada, Remus, Doron, Seda, Yurai. Guys, you can take the seat on table number 8. We are ready to start.
King Jack suited for Habib in the hijack. Normal circumstances. Very much playable kit.
Maybe your friend with the beard. The one who lied to you when he had aces. I know. God punished him. What did you tell him? Okay. Abi, unbelievable. Jack on the turn. Abi, never cheat anyone.
Did Habib 3-bet?
Yeah, it looks like a graphical error here. Domin, I think, is open and Habib has flatted.
That's certainly the way that it looks, as didn't observe Domin putting more chips into the middle, and he certainly doesn't rate to be doing so on the 7-4 deuce 2 heart board, although I stand corrected, David.
Yeah, Domin has probably stepped out more than anyone else on this bubble, and I think has just decided that firing small bets is the way to go if you want to pick up soft chips in this sort of situation. Habib, interesting spot, you know, facing a small-ish bet. I guess it's half pot. Has to claw his way down the range to find some non-paired hands that can continue. And I guess the backdoor clubs is interesting, although he would love a bit of connectivity. That would probably bring this into the call range. If it was, say, a 10-4 deuce with one club, I think he can let this one go, particularly in this context. Don't see any reason to get fruity, as James Dempsey would say.
And he stands in agreement. It's kind of the club interaction. Just going away.
Yeah, Domin's strategy right now as translucent as his vest.
We do see some stacks spin up during this specific phase. 1 or 2 big blinds away from the money, as we can see here. We are on the direct bubble, as you mentioned, David, where you just raise unrelentingly until somebody pushes back, as so many are just encouraged to find the muck and not get involved.
Ali, on the bubble of the high roller a couple of days ago, we watched Chernikov open shove 20, maybe 25 hands in a row.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about.
And go from 1.5 million, which I think was already chip leader, certainly at his table he was, and I think probably overall, to 2.4 million without a single showdown, and then rather beautifully wake up with sixes when the big blind only had 3 big blinds and he gave him the walk. So he could continue the punishment. It was glorious.
Well, certainly was for him. King 9 for Rezai. Hold it around to his small blind.
I gotta say, I think in his shoes I would just fold my King 9 here. 15 bigs. I assume my opponent's gonna just put me in so often. There's no real reason to even waste this. Half a big, but he has limped in, and wow, Domin, the player we said most likely to pounce, has pounced.
Yep. The strength of that suited king.
Also
Rising
with a
up and
hand like
taking
King 9, just for fear of, you know, making a pair and end up playing down the streets. You could end up getting all in by turn and river in spots that you would hate there as well. It just simplify things and muck it.
Boy, the sigh of relief that we're going to hear, 143 strong, once we get there is going to be great. Might this be the moment then? His hands being instructed to stay face down for the time being. See the rail growing. Keen with interest in particular. Those who are still alive at other tables.
So 2 all-in triangles on the table there. Looks like Max Kabelitz, one of the players there. I think he's in the 9 hole.
There's the other Bernard Football.
If I had to guess, I would say Kabelitz at risk, although we are slightly obscured by the dealer there to the exact chip count. Smiling away though, doesn't seem too bothered.
Now, does the clock get paused in this spot, David, where so few hands are actually being played?
Great question, Ali. Normally, and I'm almost certain what's taking place right now, is a 2 minutes per hand sort of rule. So to keep this structure as good as you want it to be, you don't want, you know, this period to essentially remove a level from the game. We want, you know, these guys to still have play and for it to all grow nicely. We just take 2 minutes off the clock each time. Here we go.
What have we? Drum roll, please. Is that Queen against 10-10?
It is, unfortunately, for our all-in player.
Yeah, the 10s are covered. What is this board development here that has everybody concerned?
Must be it must be an all diamond board.
And the 10 of diamonds must be present.
A big round of applause for our battle boy. Congratulations, this time you are all in the money.
This time you are all in the money.
Officially. Yes. Samuel Max Kabelitz. The dubious distinction of being the bubble boy and leaving behind 143 players, all finally, at long last, 3 full days of play, at a minimum, in the money. That money, $4,390 across the next 44 payouts, as players will make their way back to their tables for what one would anticipate will be a bit brisker action from this point forward. The likes of Alan Hodge can feel considerably more comfortable getting in their stack, and we've seen it many times where you'll get that sort of protracted run down to the bubble, and then once the bubble bursts, all of a sudden free flow the chips.
Yeah, and it did happen. The short stacks got shorter, as you would expect that they would. The aggressive, bigger stack players, particularly Damien, made hay while the sun shone there. But it feels now as though, let's just say, normal service has been resumed.
Yeah. We return to our regularly scheduled programming.
20.
Let's see just how normal that programming takes shape.
Yeah, a player like Demine doesn't strike me as someone who will take his foot off the gas too much. Obviously, he was able to get right into 5th gear there for a while, but I suspect he will still be looking to apply pressure.
$130.
8-7 suited. That which emboldens Domine to get after Kolotyuk's remaining stack. Kolotyuk making sure to show the 8-5 offsuit as if to say, hey, I could have fought, I didn't really have anything with which to do so. Don't want you to think I'm out here nut peddling.
Yeah, and with that, the clock has been turned back on. No longer 2 minutes coming off it per hand. We have just over 40 minutes, I believe, maybe 45 minutes of play left on this level. Does seem like quite a while ago we announced the level up, but I think we only played maybe 5 or 6 hands in that protracted period.
And as we discussed, we don't play with just a continuous clock during that phase. As we see the Mad Turk, nothing mad about jamming ace-jack suited.
Gambly sort of spot here, presenting itself to Haj.
Oh yeah.
Probably should let this one go, but as I said, sometimes in this post-bust out phase of play, people do decide to run free.
What can I do?
Not this time.
Ne vereceğim abi? Ne yapabilirim? Az-çok suited.
Hand strength revelations there in the native tongue.
Not close. Secret. Now okay?
The Fold Brigade continues here. Hodge did well for himself to avoid conflicts and confrontations on his way to being on the right side of the bubble, but now very much needs to do something. Anything. Try to work his stack.
Yeah, and worth noting actually, pretty poor card distribution for these players on this feature table so far. Obviously it was a very special period of the game where maybe hand strength matters somewhat less than usual, but we've really seen no premium so far. That 10s jacks hand almost as good as it gets, and that seems like quite a while ago now.
Zappia, ace-7 offsuit. Maybe thinks that it's going to take a minute for the field to actually get back to the task of playing poker, but the loss up with ace-jack in the big blind, he is certainly up to the test and dominating, and then some on the ace-jack 5 board where he has top 2.
Yeah, very loose open here from Zappia with the ace-7 off. Not sure this would qualify in the hijack, not even the cutoff. Is he about to get punished?
$60K follow through. Indeed. In comes the punishment.
Yeah, Losef deciding no reason to slow play here. He can target ace-king, ace-queen. That ace is going nowhere end of the day, so really that's your customer. You could play possum, call, and hope that an opponent with some sort of Broadway stuff would fire again. Maybe a small pair that stepped out would fire again, but actually it serves you quite well to fast play this one. Zappia with just 665 behind. Neat fold from Zappia, recognizing that he did step out a little bit there with the A7 and got put back in his box pronto.
Well, perhaps these are some of the arguments against opening a hand such as A7.
Right.
David, it's not the type that is particularly heat resistant. Losev's looked quite nice in terms of his procedures throughout the bubble and even now into the money.
Yeah, sharp operator. Haj will have to put a lot of a stack in now next hand, or maybe in 2 hands' time. Desperately seeking a spot now.
Well, we know that Domine doesn't need the quote-unquote spot. He can turn them all into spots. 6-4 offsuit, though. Deemed too ambitious from the hijack. Three suited on the button for item here.
He's been fairly snug in this passage of play, but he is going to take this spot, use that image. 2.5x open as well, noteworthy. Oh my goodness, look at this. Just said he could exploit that tight image. Well, Losev, no interest in letting a button opener, tight or otherwise,
and note the kid
sneak one through. Sorry, Ali.
Decided to do that. No, I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean 9-5 offsuit, not really the candidate, and yet he does dominate Idamir's 5. And this is just proper identification that Recep cannot, short of upper part of range and pretty narrow upper part of range, responsibly get himself involved against another stack that is slightly deeper than his own.
Yeah, definitely not the hand selection one would recommend, but real show of strength.
Heart.
Always 10-9.
10-9 heart. No.
I like what we've seen from Losev, David. Seems very much to have all of the kind of gears necessary to work his way from the start of play today straight through the bubble, and now adjustments on the fly continuing to be made.
And next hand, Haj will have 40% of his stack committed. So he lets it go under the gun. Action folding round to hijack here. Kolatiuk with a unenviable spot here, but probably a must take it nonetheless. No, he does let it go. Okay. Yeah, you don't love it
better
there.
one. And the deuces.
I thought the fact that we had no pay jumps around, it was maybe a time for a spin, a time to gamble, would drag those twos over the line, but perfectly fine to let that spot go.
I think folded around to his small blind, maybe we see the rip, perhaps even the button, but a little bit too much distance to cover in terms of players behind. So we see the ace-7 offsuit. A raise to 260,000.
Wow.
To cover the Turks big, and he lets go of ace-8. That was a prime opportunity. I'm not sure that I'm letting go.
No, nor should you, Ali. I think that's too tight from Mad Turk there. It's sort of a dream spot. Your opponent, okay, yes, they're going to get in there with hands that have good equity. They'll be in there with their Jack 10s, their King 10s, their King 8s maybe.
You will see it.
But they'll be in there with their baby pairs just as often as they'll be in there with the bigger ones. So you will get great spots there. Really surprised by that fold. Shocked, in fact.
9, 10, I'll call maybe 10. I'll call.
Well, maybe we give him credit for correctly assigning that ace-X was a part of what was going to be jamming from the small blind. The only trouble is that it was ace-7 and he was performing quite well against that hand. Though to be fair, there's a decent amount of times they're going to chop it up, looking for a better spot, as obviously it is within our right to do.
As we see the pace of play really increase now. And poor old Hash, well, it's all so miserable right now. He's facing a 2.5x here from Losef in the cutoff. He's going to let it go, and with that says goodbye to 40% of his stack. Obviously,
that is pretty heartbreaking.
Yeah, obviously 20k if it was dead, but still. Very much on life support now. We'll have an orbit to find a good spot, an above average hand with which to gamble.
I mean, the life support, trying to milk the nub, David, is just not in service of us in the same way it was when we were on the bubble, given, as we've mentioned on multiple occasions now, the next 44 payouts, and that's a very large band, will be flat at 43.90.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe we look for that spot to try to spin ourselves into deeper and more playable depth sooner than later, as Domine doesn't need to worry about such things. Putting 50,000 at this whopping 1.7 plus to start things off. Toward the middle, Queen 10 into the muck. Ace 8 for the Turk. Into the bin.
Yeah, we're certainly seeing a circumspect Mad Turk today. A sane Turk?
A sane Turk. Well, I think it's a playful designation, the Mad Turk for Eningbolu. Eminoglu, by the way, forgive me, I think I crossed him up with Nigbolu. Who I believe is also in the money, by the way, elsewhere in the field, just based on the observations. And Ace-Jack could be looking to get it in.
Yeah, this won't get past. The two's borderline, this one, slam dunk. Only other possibility is that he comes with an open off this 10 big stack.
Might change your decision.
I think it's going to be a shove, but maybe he opens off this stack depth. Some do.
And indeed, Raised to 45,000, just a click north of the min, but look at Idemir with 2 queens. And note, by the way, David, that the jam would have left Kolotiuk, or Kolotiuk rather, in a bad way. But I don't know whether or not when Idemir comes with this presumed 3-bet that the ace-jack is going to seek the muck. Are these raise fold sort of candidates?
I think maybe from these seats they are. I think, you know, you do it because you want to be able to get away in certain circumstances. One of those is a lot of action behind. One of those may be a tight player who has a lot of players to act behind showing aggression. That's this scenario. Interesting to see if Kolotiuk was giving himself that possibility. Oh, interesting. Razai, I don't think will consider the 6s for very long, but
raising 3-bet in front of him despite the discount afforded him from the big blind. He is out of there. Well served, by the way, given that Idemir does have the queens. And now it's the spot that we were chewing on.
you're pretty certain nobody's 3-betting you here light. So you're basically wondering how many hands that take this line are you flipping against? Because that's the scenario you hope for. Maybe the same hand occasionally. Queens guessed correctly.
Say queen. Bravo.
Yeah. Though he's not going to show him. Just gives him the bravo as if to suggest that he pulled the hand-reading rabbit out of the hat there.
Bravo indeed, and Kolotiuk showing the sort of short stack game, the short stack ninja moves that can often keep a player alive when others would just simply lamp their hand in that spot. Raise folding off that stack depth. Not a thing quite a few years ago, but solvers have shown it's kind of a thing now.
I'll tell you one thing. In terms of armament, Kolotiuk definitely choosing the chisel as his tool of trade. I'm not sure how familiar those in the audience are with some of the more renowned players from the high-stakes circuits, but giving very much the Sean Winter vibes. Even Kerry Katz as well. People that just take 3, 4, 5 big blinds and chisel away and perform very well.
I thought you meant in terms of like who he looks like.
Oh no, not so much. But now that you mention it, sure there is.
Maybe a touch of McLean Carr.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Stature-wise in particular. Haven't heard much from McLean. Is he out? Did he become a chef?
Don't think he battles anymore.
No, yeah.
His wife Tatiana is a fabulous chef. Not sure what McLean's up to these days. WPT winner. Shooting star, if I recall.
Back in Bay 101?
Yeah, I think that was it. Maybe 2010, something around there. 2009, 2010.
Boy, how deep the archives go with Mr. Lappin. As the Matt Turk looking to entertain himself, perhaps, if nobody else, raising to 45,000 off of just 220. Sort of a mid-position suited one gap.
So interesting to see him pass an ace-8 twice and choose this 10-8 for a funky little open, it must be said.
Now, one of the passes was in the face of a raise, if I'm not mistaken, right?
True.
The other, he did have the option to open the pot, right? So, yeah, things to keep an eye on and possible incongruence.
Yeah, sort of a looseness in one situation and a extreme tightness in another.
Yeah.
Unpredictable.
Oh, that is an adjective that can be thrown around this room quite regularly, as we can expect the unexpected so often.
Another spot here. Just going to do a little tally of the stack before committing.
75.
Interesting sizing here. Almost 4x of his 13 big blinds. So third of stack roughly. A little less, maybe a quarter of stack.
Only with the good cards.
It's going to work. More unorthodoxy.
A
From
lot of
UK.
times.
Yeah, you're right.
We all of a sudden feel as though we have to take matters into our own hands. And perhaps that's what this sudden activation from the Mad Turk has
Passport, yeah. Long time.
something to do with.
I've been
Big
there
yawn
40
there
years.
from Resides. A bit early for that.
Long time ago.
Tell you what, I'm a couple of coffees in and still struggling as my day began early with a delightful visit to the Turkish hammam
Well, tell me
here
more.
out in the spa.
When I was there, it's different. Now it's different. The
Full service
5
bathing.
years you have to take
They were onto something back in
exam
the
and
days.
everything, you know. And
Let's bring
those
that back.
exams.
Were you hit by ropes or leaves?
No
or
eucalyptus,
exam,
that's
and then
more
you
of the
have to- you have
banya
to speak good English,
Okay.
and also you have
sort
to
of
take an
deal, I
exam.
believe. Here it was
And
just
that
a
exam that if people
delightfully
like
fragrant
go to
soap
the university,
and,
English
scrub.
people, half of them will fail on the exam.
I would venture to guess a
They
layer
will-
of my dermis
they'll
is now
ask them, like,
exposed that
18th century
wasn't earlier this
Queen
morning
or
prior to
these
that.
things like that. Not many
Confirm
people will
baby's
know.
bottom
It's very
level
difficult.
Yes.
of dermis here.
Absolutely,
boot.
powder away.
Long time ago, there wasn't an exam.
I'm
like
also
that time.
losing
That
a
time
layer
it
of
was
skin
very
right
good
now,
for
but
you.
that's because of a very poor choice to stay in the sun too long about a week ago.
Well,
It is not very difficult.
the Irish dermis is not quite as resilient as from
Yeah, but
my part of the
England just
world.
become now.
Yeah, I know.
It was
Very resilient
easy
ace
I
jack.
just did that
Suited
before I
though
came
for Kolotiuk, not one that's going to put him into the blender. Folds in
very
front of him and
difficult, you're right.
No, I
up
did
we
it
go.
Like 4 years ago for the permanent.
Makes it
Now I did it for
100,000
the
and note the
citizen.
precision with which he is operating even in this spot, David, where he recognizes that if all of a sudden Idemir were to jam and Losov were to jam right behind him,
Yeah, I
he would
asked my
maybe be
daughter
well
and
served
now,
to fold.
And keep
Take
5K
that one
back?
chip. Yeah, I'm just
Ah,
saying.
no.
It's not supposed to be the case with the flat payouts. This is more the sort of thing we see at a final table.
Yes, exactly. I know, and you're absolutely right. That is definitely a new part of strategy we've seen at final tables where there's ladder jumps about. But I think this is full commitment and just the sort of tossing in of the one chip here, which will actually be in amazing shape now against Idemir, who, quite rightly happy to call it off with King Jack suited. Doesn't know he's dominated because he's just called. They're not all in here. But Kolotiuk will enjoy that board. Diamonds.
I have an ace of diamonds, and second one card is unknown.
Bit of a slow roll.
I want to show down.
Ah, I'm ahead. This is my ace. Maybe second one is a 10. Beautiful 10 of clubs.
Well, maybe he didn't look.
No,
Oh, wow.
it's more better.
He didn't look. He saw one and put it in. Okay, it wasn't a
you know
slow
your card,
roll.
make joke,
It
yeah?
was a genuine.
Yeah.
I
No,
put
no,
it
no,
in
I don't
seeing
see.
one card. Well, still 5 outs.
No.
To be faded. And the 9 on the river is squeaky clean.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Easy double.
But now, if you make final table, you have to buy him a present.
Oh.
No, you know his card? So he make a special. I want to look. Is it diamond or no? So you know you have ace jack diamond.
No, I swear, I
Here's
look,
5 big blinds. If
I
he
look
knows one
at
ace,
ace of diamonds, and
we
that's
go
all
all in.
for me. Yes,
Yes,
I
five.
don't, I
So one
don't
card.
see. Yes, only one card.
Here's 5 big blinds. Here's 100, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Ace is enough to be all in on the button.
Yes.
5 ace.
If I saw jack deuce, I'd not push.
He saw ace jack in the range. No.
But not with this stack. Now I can raise.
Desperation mode now for Haj. And a gift from the gods for Razai.
2 kings, and he won't be yawning anytime soon looking down at that hand. 250K in front of him.
Oh, he's got some
12
chips
and a
now.
half bigs.
Pulling
Oh,
time
we
on
have a
people.
same stack.
It's your time now.
I thought he was calling time on people now. Since he's got some chips.
Not this time.
Very intricate passage of play here with the short stacks post bubble. Keen to extract maximum playability from their short stacks, both with hands they intend to raise fold, and now a hand which is clearly an induce. Razai receives no action.
Yeah, did everything he could to tempt somebody into taking a price, but that min raise didn't find any serviceable kit behind it. So a modest pickup.
You can tell by the body language, not the outcome he was hoping for.
Not at all.
No one willing to give him a spin.
But note that he just quietly goes about his business. None of this fanfare. Oh, I had kings. Take a look. He just, you know, that's a man with over 2 million in career tournament earnings. Been there, done that. Wrapped it up in London. First plane out. Back in the saddle very next day. Calendar, I would imagine, is well planned out in advance by Razai.
Yeah.
Now has been given an ace-queen suited,
Sometimes
but
if
is
you look, you fold. You don't
staring
look,
at
it's
the
better.
under-the-gun jam from
No, I
Hodge.
did
Granted,
before. I
just
looked, I folded.
55,000, slightly north of 2.5 bigs. The sizing, and of course a stack, David, that is encouraged to take this spot as opposed to involuntarily be forced into the next one in the big blind, deeming this hand better than the average he is likely to receive, getting some protection as Razai gives him a hug in the form of a jam over the top for 300,000. Presumably take quite a bit of hand to want to get involved anywhere behind these two, and with the muck of both blinds and the button before it, Razai can pull back the 245,000 in excess, and he will spin the wheel in a 160K pot with Hodge, who needs help. Not there. On a 9-high rainbow board. 6 outs twice.
10.
Oh, hello, 7. Now, 6 outs that need to be faded. No ace, no queen. No problem. As Alan Hodge will retake his seat. But you just kind of see the consequences, David, and the implications of not having taken a bit more initiative in other spots maybe where he had the opportunity to do so. Not trying to levy criticism, is obviously it's a willful choice, you know, a management style, if you will. But here we are, we double, and we're right still back in a very difficult stack depth and just a thumb pressing down upon us in the form of each successive orbit's worth of blinds.
Well, 2 strategic points there. One is he had to go with the under the gun hand there. Obviously the big blind ante about to get him. Once that's removed, it's just not in play anymore, so you can't match that part of your stack. So you really have to go with anything in that situation under the gun. So he did that correctly. Second strategic point, he stood up and looked fairly resigned to his fate as a player being eliminated, and that's very important to do as well, as we've seen historically.
Superstition abounds, obviously.
I think he's actually managed to stack really well. It was a pretty dire circumstance he found himself in, close to the bubble. He took that one spot that I probably wouldn't have, if I'm honest. He would have got through the money in either instance, so it's sort of moot. But just far too important for him to have locked up this min cash with that stack. He's done that, and now he's got to figure out a way to spin out of this 3 big blind zone where he found himself a moment ago, and maybe, just maybe, get back to a playable stack.
Well, Kolotiuk, a stack manager as well. King, Queen.
Oh, here we go.
The elected upon holding in Hodge. He's going to look down at an ace-9.
250.
He is covered.
7 bigs. Of course, he has to think about Kolotiuk's 12.5 big blind shoving range from that seat.
I'm ahead 100%.
Oh, wow.
King, queen.
Kolotiuk, I'm not sure whether or not that was a sporting bit of encouragement designed to grease a path into the muck for this ace-9, or if it was true belief that king-queen was the best hand, but
Let's see.
he will be a slightly south of 3-2 dog against the covered stack, which now turns into 9s and 3s and ascends to 77% favorite with 2 to come.
The diamond.
Keep it paint-free
Jack
was
for
the
sweat.
thought. The diamond is not an issue, but the presence of the gut shot
Jack. Just be Jack.
now means all forms of paint could be useful, and instead it's aces and 9s on the river as Hodge, a double-double.
Good luck.
Yeah, tremendous bit of cockroaching here from Haj.
Love that.
I have Queen Jack. Flop.
You need to have 10-9. You would have 1. See?
I mentioned at the top when we knew he was going to be at this feature table, his performance in the warm-up where he final table, I think finished 8th. Could be mistaken on that. I think he finished 8th in that one. But it was an extremely competent performance. 3 tables out, 2 tables out, where he was on the feature table all the way through. And he stood out to me as a real player. Darrow Carney too noted him on commentary as someone who hadn't put a foot wrong. And I do believe he has played this short stack impeccably. I can quibble about that one spot,
Here we go again.
but really,
Here we go again.
Well, a gem and a rhyme out of Kolotiuk
110.
1 and 10.
is wounded. Ace 4. He decides is enough to proceed.
Yeah. Enough here.
110K jam, and he's going to run into an ace king in the big blind for Domenico Zappia. And this is an awful 1-2 blow here, David.
yeah,
He saved me, I think. It doesn't push, I push king 10 ahead.
he has been so resilient as well.
Oh, I had a
That's terrible news here.
Ace 9, 5, 3 hearts, both players hitting top pair. You see the mic starting to come off. Kolotiuk trying desperately to invoke superstitious
Oh, and he
juju.
does it! He does it!
Oh, the short side is doubling, huh?
I mean, I don't think any of us believed that the 2-outer was going to come in. And yet there it was, and you can see the deflation on Zappia.
Production crew to the feature table.
Yeah.
Player needs to be remiked.
When you go all in, you should stand.
Needs to be reseated, is what he needs.
That was next level. If you're going to take, you know, you put your jacket on, you
Right,
stand up, but if you
of
actually
course.
remove equipment, that's
Yeah,
really taking it to an extreme.
I mean,
But
you
he only
saved
had 2
me.
outs, so he had to do
desperate
everything.
times call for
don't push, I
desperate
push,
measures,
I lose.
David. In the streets of superstition.
On the bottom, I push.
Bad connection.
next level cockroaching, if you will.
Yeah.
Thought about it, but now a little bit deeper in the ace-8. Not enough up front. As Idemir now with red ducks. Button will slide over. Now the ducks roost in front of Kolotiuk under the gun, and you see he has a complicated relationship with this deck, which does appear to be trying to tempt him into taking some ill-advised spots, let's call them.
Looks like a man who's been bitten by a duck.
Can one be bitten by a duck? I know they have teeth, very small ones, but a nibble feels like the range is capped at nibble for me, for ducks. I don't know if you've ever gone deep into the YouTube well and seen them be delivered a bowl of peas, but they really can go through that with great efficiency.
I shudder to think what your
history
YouTube history looks like.
It's not pretty. And nor is King 10 off suit in the face of a jam from Domin, as the Mad Turk does relinquish. And it is a bit curious, David, the way that this 44 payout band is beginning to take shape. I wasn't certain how the feature table would react to the bubble bursting, and you know, whether or not these short stacks would feel relieved and just looking to get it in, but they are continuing very much to demonstrate preservationism in a bid to kind of spin it up, but not without merit in terms of the actual holding warranting the decision to get the chips forward.
Yeah, I feel like we saw faster attrition in the 12 spots before the bubble than we've seen after.
Yeah.
Which is a little back to front.
Now we are at 128, so 15 have seen the showers since we burst the bubble, but many more will need to before added payouts will be delivered. Meanwhile, Idemir, Cowboys mounting up 2.5. Note that the 5s found the muck, but 7s in the cutoff for Zapia, who of course ran into the ace-4, which was a very deflating situation.
Yeah. Zapia, he got that double up earlier. He's going to need a lot of help from the deck this time around. 7s were kind before.
So here we are, digging in for 475,000. Let's see whether or not a little luck can be distributed his way, and it would appear so, as in the window, the 7 of clubs pops right on up. You can see Idemir disgusted. And all we need to do is keep a cowboy away from this board. Ooh, diamond paint was a bit dangerous, but
yeah.
for the Aussie, the double, and he's thinking this is just.
Four.
That's a good double, too, for Zapia there. Not just from a timing standpoint, but just keeps his stack from entering that range of nothing else to do but get it in. Not where we want to find ourselves. We like to play a little bit of poker. Ace Jack. The first bit of promise of action. Popping up for Kolotiuk. 10 bigs on the nose.
Yeah, versus an aggressive opponent, it's almost good enough to limp trap. You feel like your opponent is the type of guy who's going to pounce upon any show of weakness, but I would have expected, again, someone like Idemir, it's definitely a little bit snugger. You want to just stick it in here, and you know, as is his want, he always keeps a few chips back. Likes that move, does Kolotiuk. Don't know what Idemir has yet. I think he knows. Looks like a man. Going to put him on a weak ace or maybe a good queen. Ah. Suited. Almost connectable. Hits the muck.
Fighting tooth and nail, clawing his way forward is Kolotiuk, who's a man, it must be said, David, based on our observations of him, will be dangerous if given the opportunity to actually get some chips. And wouldn't it be so vindicating for him? It's almost as though you feel as though you've paid your dues. You know, right now on these short stacks, you're working in the mailroom at the agency, you know, just desperate for the nod where you get your own desk. And maybe a promotion to playable stack depth. And that is what the Mad Turk is on the hunt for, with ace-queen suited, as all tokens are pushed forward. No takers.
Just a few more minutes left on this level. Very entertaining passage of play, I must say. You know, Mad Turk joked about how pre-bubble the pace of action was a little on the slow side, as it normally is in that situation, and how maybe, just maybe, our audience would not be entertained. I disagree. I think that's an entertaining phase of play, but I think it's been followed up by an even more entertaining one. One where we've seen quite a lot of short stack resilience.
Ace-10 for Rezai. Warrants the 245, he deems.
quite sure what this tank is about.
Did I leave the oven on? Maybe the thought there.
Well, what I'm more worried about from Kolotyuk's point of view is, does he know that Razai has shoved, and is he thinking that he can shove? Is this a situation where he's wondering if he's got an open? It's the only thing that makes sense.
I mean, it certainly would seem like Kolotyuk not the candidate to be guilty of such a glaring oversight, as we do see him put it into the bin. I mean, the triangles out there, as are the chips. It would be tough to overlook this, as Idemir cares not. His ace-jack performing oh so well against the ace-10, both a jack and a 10 in the muck. Habib a bit disgusted. He's been a spectator for some time now.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to get in the mix. And now, Razai recognizes that the situation is grim as he is dominated, heading to a flop in a 540,000 chip pot where opportunities have presented themselves courtesy of 2 5s and an ace. A 6, not the 1. 10 for a clean win. Queen or a king would do it as well, but instead it is the 3. And for Daniel Razai, David, I'm not sure anybody else would have been able to do it any better in terms of the card distribution received, really. That was what it came down to. And in the stewardship of anyone else, I think we would have seen a similar outcome.
Absolutely right. In fact, I think we would have seen worse outcomes in the stewardship of many.
Sure.
Idemir obviously hugely relieved to hold there. He had been quite unlucky over the past half hour to chip down from over $1 million to he only had $500,000 there in that pot. So had that one gone awry, he would have been incredibly short, very undeservedly so. So Idemir, popular figure here. I believe his son plays here as well.
He does, yeah.
You win on the flop anyway.
And has made some deep runs himself, so runs in the family for Idemir. I remember at one of our prior festivals, after playing a cash game with some of the staff into the wee hours, roaming about the poker buffet area, and he and his son were seated and
I do remember that now.
Having a bite, had a chance to chat with them. Genuine love of the game is very much present, coursing through both of their veins.
I will call you this time.
How much you have?
Matt Turk saying that he'll call him blind.
I know, I'm just saying.
A little bit of gamesmanship there.
I have a good hand. No, I'm just saying.
I will check if I have.
No, I didn't say what I have. I said I have a good hand. I will not fold.
I will not raise anyhow. I was just checking.
I'm calling you this time.
Yeah,
you know? No, I'm just telling him I'm going to call him anyway.
No, I check.
You check.
What a character.
I mean, that is certainly not the sort of hand that we would have expected would be associated with such declarations. And that is a little bit in the margins, that sort of interaction there. But it is the one that will take us to the break. So you get one look here at a feature table that will be replaced on the backside of the break. And maybe we will be treated to even more of the same in terms of personalities and characters. There are so many of them here in the room, a room where the bubble has officially burst. As everybody's still going to be receiving that $4,390 payout as we bring you to the break desk. Ali Nejad, David Lappin, and of course, a very happy remaining field, relieved to be on the right side of that bubble. And as we kind of digest what we saw there throughout that frame, David, I know you have some thoughts.
Yeah, this was not part of the script this last couple of hours. This was supposed to be a frame all about the big stacks, pooning the shorties, sending them packing. But no, that's not what we saw. This was actually a frame for the little guy, more a story of resilience, of spot picking, of canniness. And then, of course, as we saw on quite a few occasions there right at the end, of the occasional bit of good fortune.
Yeah, no question about it. And I would agree with you wholeheartedly in terms of what we might have anticipated prior to having actually observed what took place and the manner in which it played out, very much deviating from what one would have expected. But such is the case here inside the walls of Merit. Very often expect the unexpected, and more of that will come your way, obviously, on the backside of this break as Mr. Lappin will head off for a frame, and then we'll bring Mr. Dempsey back in here to the booth, and certainly hope to welcome you back as well as you continue to soak up this Day 3 coverage of the Merit Retro Series main event. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage in just about 10 minutes' time. Keep it close.
Yeah, I don't know how big you can really go here.
Some concern you're up against sixes, I guess. Although again, sixes maybe more inclined to bet the flop given the number of overs.
Pot size bet certainly allows him to trust the read if he was to get raised off this size.
Oh yeah, that's the good thing about going big here is if you get raised, you can be fairly confident you're goosed. Rabbi just called a big bet a minute ago on the river, got shown the goods. Here he is facing another large wager.
Some players seize upon that though, almost like if the door is opened by a big bet, then the raise over the big bet gets even more credibility. Levels on levels here, and Rabbi not really with the call candidate anymore. One wonders if that's what he's plotting. We've seen him
600,000.
step out, and that is exactly what he's done, James.
Wow. Wow, this man loves it.
Yeah, representing pocket sixes very narrowly,
Yeah.
but very sort of convincingly in this spot now because he's actually able to come over the top of a rather large bet.
Yeah, and exactly what you said, because Volkov went big, the bet here from Rabbi is just not an ace. If he'd gone 50k, Volkov, and been raised, he can go, oh, well, he might be raising with the ace here, cool. To this size, he knows it's not an ace, or very unlikely to be an ace. This is...
And looks like the kind of bet that's trying to get an ace to call for a chop too.
Yeah, this is like 6 or nothing. Could be a really impressive, like, raise with an ace to bluff off a chop. But more likely an ace would just go, whatever, cool, 175, you got it. Let's chop it up. Volkov, like I say, he has been trying to avoid these kind of difficult situations, but there's no avoiding it at this table. And there is something to it as well. I don't expect Volkov to have that much ace-x on the turn. I suggested I was kind of surprised to see him bet the turn, because it was a good card for him. He's making a lot of king highs, fold the jack highs. So Rabbi may be thinking, you know, quite often I am bluffing here with the best hand as well, which is a nice situation to be in. If you think your opponent's got king jack.
Remember, it has to be a hand that had value that has decided to turn itself into a bluff. Sixes is the obvious one that had value that is now even happier with how things have gone.
Yeah, he doesn't have the king highs because he doesn't call them on the turn. It's a great point, actually. There aren't really any bluffs.
There are no natural bluffs, so then he has to find, I guess, if he's going to have sixes, sometimes he has to find a couple of less than natural bluffs, and maybe this is the right candidate, actually.
But it's actually hard, because I'm kind of surprised even the eights didn't necessarily bet this flop. They're going to bet the flop sometimes here. Maybe looking at, you know, a 7-5 suited. Is that a hand it could be? There just aren't many. This is class from Rabbi. Putting his hand that says 600k. He has been willing all day. We've only been playing an hour and a half. That's incredible to think. But for the entire frame, to gamble it up, put these guys to the test.
Yeah, it's kind of like pocket sixes or maybe, just maybe 5-6 suited.
Yeah. It's not even like you can have a 5 that turns into 5-7 is about it. I mean, ace-5 just calls and...
Hats off if Volkov finds the call here, no question. But this is an absolutely incredible play from Rebai. So damn good.
Show the bluff. He's been asked to show the bluff.
Everybody knows me, right?
Show the bluff.
Of course it's a bluff. I know you have an ace, right?
It's a bluff.
For sure he has an ace. So he has to pay 600,000 to see.
Don't see their faces.
Can I check them just out of curiosity? Oh, I always fold.
Just fold out of turn.
Just the hand. Ace-8 deuce. Romero with top pair, but Angel with top 2. Terracani the complication in this one. I can't get over that last hand. Volkov just thrown in the bin, but a delayed bin. Right now he's sitting on a cloud thinking he's made a great fold.
Yeah.
Just flatting. Makes sense. Romero's going to be blasting all these ace-high boards and will continue to do so.
Yeah, very casual call there.
You also want him to continue betting big for value when he has a hand like ace-king, which now, of course, would be disastrous. But those big aces do bet big on turns. On a rainbow board. I think Romero's still going to feel like he's got the best hand a lot here. Let's see. Not worried about ace-king. With button peel. Ace-queen becomes slightly more possible. Ace-jack is, of course, available. But Romero's going to have some hands like to bluff here. The backdoor heart combos. And this ace-10 is not like a disaster one if we end up having to fold it on a later street. Again, Angel, I think just call here. There is concern now, of course. You are behind to some hands, but you also just want to let these hands to continue to go for value. And it's a great river for both players as ranges. Romero, obviously, like I say, can be behind ace-jack.
But that's it, James. Like ace-8, ace-jack, maybe the ace-2.
Yeah.
You know, obviously the suited cards come in here on the button an awful lot, but there's much more to target.
Yeah, well, the ace-5 suited, the ace-4 suited, the ace-9 suited. There's a bunch.
And I assume he's going to do so for similar sort of sizing maybe to what we've seen on flop and turn.
Yeah, I think ace-queen goes for pretty big. I think ace-10 does go small for that reason. You just don't want to give... You want to pick a size here where like ace-jack never wants to raise, ace-queen never wants to raise in case you're behind, but also that any other ace just can never fold.
And Angel now obviously behind a couple of hands.
I like that, 100k, pretty small.
Pocket kings, ace-king. But must go for some value here and then reassess if he was to be 3-bet. I guess 3 times the bet always feels about right in this spot.
Yeah,
Targeting ace queen, ace jacks.
he's gone pretty small. Remember, like 100 into 288, just smaller than perhaps you might have expected.
Very much representing a boat when you raise in this spot.
Yeah, and he does have them all. He has deuces, he has eights, he has ace-8 suited.
Ace queen presumably would just call, so it has to be boats.
That's the thing. I mean, it does, but I'd go slightly larger for Romero on this river to kind of stop myself getting in as many different situations. But yeah.
So we talked about finding bluffs, unnatural ones in that previous hand. What are the bluffs here, James?
8x of hearts.
Yeah,
Seems
7,
like
8 of hearts. That sort of feels like the type of hand category.
Yeah. And
4, 5 of hearts.
yeah,
Is that
I mean,
a thing?
You'd always want to be blocking a hand that you want to rep. So you want to have an 8 here, block 8s, have a deuce here, block deuces. Obviously, very hard to have a deuce here without having deuces. Obviously, the 8. If you have like 8, 9 with the 8 of hearts, obviously that's. You can't have ace-8 of hearts. Well, I mean, you can't have that ace-8 suit, but you can have.
But it's so dangerous to raise in this spot into your opponent's range
fold.
when he can have all of it, and he has bet 3 streets. So credit to Romero for recognizing that fact. An under-bluffed spot in the sense that it almost never gets bluffed, and he spotted that. Chernikov, Orthodox, who I'm going to step out and see if my memory. Take that, Darrow. If I'm right about this, Darrow Kearney has to stop saying I have long COVID. Hands are tabled. He's got ace king. Looks like he's up against queen jack. That's pesky. Lots of equity for the covering player. Oh, queen in the window.
Oh, and that is a dirty development.
2 pair now, only a 10.
Not there. And Orthodoxu will not be repeating the performance that we saw from him at our prior festival, as the Cyprus Bear has gone into hibernation here on the bubble, busted by Razvan Sabao, we observed.
Oh, and we have another all in.
Yeah, it would appear that way, efforting some intelligence on exactly what is afoot. Is an ace. No, this is queens against queen 8. Queen 8 deuce was the flop.
Yeah, the queen should be safe enough here.
Top set against top 2.
Cold deck for the covering player, but great flop there for the all-in top set.
And the beneficiary in that one, Randy Hoffmanner, who doubles up through Oshri Lamani. So the short stack proving resilient on that occasion as the stone bubble is upon us, courtesy of that elimination of the Cyprus Bear. Hoffmanner. So as is customary, a look there at the 2023 series calendar. Over half of it in the books already here at Merit Poker, but so much more still on offer. Back at the desk now, Ali Najad once more, alongside James Dempsey, swapped in. And James, I know you've been out and about, some desserts, enjoying the property, but I trust you. Trust me when I tell you that no matter what it is that you were doing, it wasn't as much fun as being in here with David and I for the bursting of the bubble and then a very entertaining feature table, but one that you speculate is going to be overshadowed by the inbound group.
First of all, dessert.
Yeah,
it was a singular. I didn't get one at lunch. I got to lunch a little late. Didn't get to hit at the pasta either. A little upset about that. Saved my dessert before coming in, but yeah, it was nice. The poker action might be nice too.
Yeah, and sweet, if you will.
You know, a little bit of sun.
Courtesy of who? You had one name on your mind when you came into this booth, and you saw who it was that we were going to have at this new replacement feature table.
The previous, yeah, walking in the room as we always do. You walk down the stairs. The feature table is the first thing you can see, and I see our man Roman Novoselov on the feature table, slap bang in the middle of the table again. The guy last night, who, if you were with us, was in there with King Deuce offsuit opening up, 3-bet Queen Deuce offset, 3-bet Queen 4 suited, barreled multi-way, just streets.
Truly stood alone in terms of this entire main event. Not one person at the feature table, I think, has embodied a sense of aggression the manner in which he did. Relentless he was.
And that's saying something in this place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
People fight here. This is not a cagey room.
And he was involved in that unbelievable pot, of course, where the set of kings was folded by Pasquale Vinci to end the night. I mean, left us breathless.
It turns out Pasquale Vinci's staying on my floor. I don't know that because of like the smashing furniture last night. I know that because I saw him heading down for the start of day 3 this morning, and I almost just wanted to look away. I didn't want to make eye contact. I felt so bad for him. Having to sleep on the back of that fold.
Yeah, it obviously might have been a bit of a restless night for him, and a beautiful day, as is the case so often this time of year here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, which plays hosts to our Merit series, the Retro on this occasion, and the feature table playing host to this new collection of stacks. Yassi Aluz, 1.5 million, good for 62 bigs, as those bigs have gone north to 10 and 25,000. Is the boss stack, Milos Petakovic, 51 bigs in second.
These stacks are all a lot less than the stacks we had at the start of the day for the first frame that obviously I don't think you really got to see much of, but we had 5 stacks over 1 million at the start of the day. It was absolutely absurd.
You're talking about in terms of big blinds?
No, I'm talking about actual chips.
Actual chips?
Like we had multiple stacks over 1.5 million and I think 5 over 1 million. So this is a bit more typical. And imagine the bubble's obviously going to have drawn things out, shallowed things down a little bit, but it is the man 7th in chips that, hey, he's worth the admission. I mean, the admission's free, but I'd pay to watch this guy play some poker. I just hope he gets something going off that 28 bigs. It's a lot harder to play these multi-street, crazy 3-bet pots off 28 blinds. But if anyone can do it, I think he's my man.
Well, certainly appreciate those of you who are joining us from wherever in the world you're doing so here on our official Merit Poker YouTube page. All we ask is that you click the like button, click subscribe, ensure that you never miss any of what comes from here in North Cyprus your way, free of charge.
I just clicked like, Ali. You got me. I haven't clicked like yet today. It's pulled from me. But there we are. I'm in. You know who else is in? Novoselov.
3 betting to 125,000, 2 picking up right where he left off, and doing so with Queen 9 suited. Obviously, the timing couldn't really be worse, James, as Petakovic with the queens.
Yeah, this actually, I quite like the hand selection here from the hijack against +2. Petakovic going to be opening a lot of hands with the big stack. Novoselov gets to apply quite a lot of pressure by leveraging the fact he's only got 29 blinds. Not all the hands want to peel these kind of 3 bets. He can make a lot of the offsuit combos fold. Obviously, this is an offsuit combo he's not going to make fold, Ollie.
No. No shot.
And our man picks up where he left. Put the lights on, put the cameras on. Finds a 3-bet.
Well, I certainly hope that what he's doing, he's not doing for our sake, as obviously it is a high variance and hazardous manner in which to proceed, a double-edged sword, if you will. But Milos Petakovic will take it down. He finished 4th in the high roller here for $117,000 just last week at this Retro Series. So obviously, player unto his own right.
Manu had a costume change mid-final as well. He changed into a shirt halfway through the final. Took a break. went upstairs, thought this is getting serious.
Interesting. I don't know that I've seen that thus far. Petakovic, by the way, $320,000 in career live earnings. Of course, that $117,000 stands as his best ever live cash. Don't believe that 117 has been notched onto his Hendon, so obviously that will bring him to 437 career. As we see Ohad Geiger, the short stack here at this featured table, jamming his $500,000 over the top of a relentless Navasilov, undeterred by the fact that he was just 4-bet.
Yeah, 0 for 2. Not without trying. What a great start.
Geiger, by the way, really knows his way around this room. James likes to play the big cash games. Also, never one to miss these high-value tournaments either. Unless, of course, those cash games maybe go around the clock, as they've done and been known to do.
I've heard rumors of that. Cash games around the clock, that is. Right, he's not going 3 for 3, I can guarantee you that. Even our man's letting the 9-3 go.
So he found his limit. Navasilov, that is.
That was perhaps the most enjoyable poker action I can remember in a 2-hour frame we had late last night here at Merit. There was all sorts. The guys, it wasn't just him battling, other players were battling. We had that wild fold. A lot of fun. It was deep start poker. That's happens here in these Merit events. But I see now we are down to what stage of the tournament where the average stack is 1,000,000, 40 bigs. The bubble you had went for a little while.
Yeah, but we got there quickly and then we kind of blasted right past it, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Maybe even slower once we burst the bubble, as we see the ace-5, ace-10 entanglement, king-7 deuce with a couple of spades. That spade factor does favor the cutoff opener. We do see Shingun Boror Ardan, or Ardane, perhaps?
Ali, I'm never going to correct you on the pronunciation, so you're safe with me.
I'm very correctable, I'll tell you that, as the 40K gets through. As Hussein Kaba finished 5th in the warm-up for $66,000 last week. Ends up binning the winner.
Yes. Kind of a theme here, isn't it? These players get going in the warm-up, the high roller. There's always going to be a few of them who make it then deep into the main event. Just a game of numbers. It's fun to see those who can string a couple of results, even 3 through a festival. Last time out, of course, it was Mr. Barsagian, Edward V.
Yeah, haven't seen his name thus far since my arrival. James, I don't know if you've seen
I've seen him in person.
Okay.
I've seen him, he's here, but we just haven't seen him on our screens as of yet.
Yeah, we're accustomed to him making deep runs. Obviously showing up at the feature table with some regularity. Now showing up with a real hand is Navasilov. Pocket 7s, the open.
And Geiger, this is the reputation he has. He's just getting attacked by Geiger with this ace-deuce suited. Knows Navasilov going to have the widest range of all despite his chip stack. And I just wonder. Let's see, he just has to give that up. But he has a good understanding. I think he very much seemed like a lunatic when he was the one playing the tune, but he understands.
Yes. Does he have to give up the 7s, James, to another 100K? I mean, his stack wasn't the deepest, but...
Yeah, I think we just got to give up.
Note the rewards of having taken the aggressive line.
Now, if he was the one who had the ace-2 suited, then we could start to do some naughty stuff, perhaps. But with 7s not blocking any of the value, you don't really get to 4-bet jam. And of course, there is the argument maybe you 4-bet jam there, your opponent's got ace-king, decent percentage of the time, they 3-bet call you and you can win a flip, but I mean, straight back on it, Ollie, ace-5 offs you under the gun.
I mean, it really is a spectacle of sorts.
You heard the term, you got to give action to get action.
Oh, yeah.
This man...
He earns every bit of the action he gets.
Yeah,
Let's put it like that.
He's the living embodiment. Sorry, sir, you can't play on our game. You're not action enough.
Sorry, sir. You've run into 2 black kings as you almost got it through under the gun.
On our table, then, so far, he's 3-bet folded queen 9, raise folded 7-9, had to raise fold 7s, and he's going to have to raise fold ace-5. He's going to feel picked upon.
Darko Svesko.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot. Against a 20 big blind stack opening under the gun, he does just decide to rip it. There's an argument for slow playing there.
The jam instead. The decided upon action from the Serbian, who has 123,000 in career tournament earnings, 76,000 and change. His best ever finish.
I like the jam there if you don't want to have 3-bet folds potentially from there. So it's kind of hard to have 3-bet folds against 20 big blind stacks. Like you'd have to 3-bet to like 6 blinds there, I guess, and then fold sometimes. But some people just don't have that range, and if you don't have that range, then you want a 3-bet jam with your good hands. Go ace king, go ace queen, your big pairs, or throw in some traps occasionally. Obviously, ace is the most natural trap hand, but kings can be included. And if I was playing against this man, having seen what I seen last night, maybe it would have gone a little trappy.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, James, because it's not a given that everybody who has shown up here for day 3 bothered to watch day 2's coverage. They were all a bit busy playing themselves elsewhere. The scouting report would prove useful, in particular in terms of Navasilov, though I don't think it's going to take long for people to realize what he's up to given his VPIP levels.
And usually I say these things at the start of yesterday. I was making the point that we don't know how long these guys have been playing together, maybe all day. They already got some history. But at this stage of the tournament, where the field is collapsing quite quickly, there's a good chance they haven't been playing that long. Obviously longer than we've seen.
A lot of rebalancing as tables break.
Ooh, what's happened? Navasov just flat the 10s? Yeah, wow, kind of surprising. This was definitely a more than good enough spot for his stack in his hand, but it may work out nicely because he's flopped the overpair in a spot where he's not supposed to have one. It is 3-way though. I'm very surprised, Ollie, that this didn't just see a jam pre, especially because we've seen how he plays his queen deuce and queen 4 type hands, but it should work out nicely here.
Pocket 3s, firing 65,000 after Geiger did not follow through, and Navasilov just pounces.
210 more.
Yeah, this isn't one we can really do much about. Sure, you can be ahead. There's a myriad of draws on there, but you're in pretty bad shape to the draws, and you're just dead to the 8x that might check jam here.
300.
But if I were to call, I would not be expecting to see 10s. It's a hand I don't give him credit for.
Yeah, you're very right about that. Yeah, the 2 3s is just not enough kit to dig in with, so Vasilov able to take it down, and this guy didn't waste any time picking up where he left off during yesterday's coverage. 138,000 plus in career tournament earnings for the Russian, who has 48.6K. This is largest ever cash. Doesn't have a ton of results, but there are some isolated tallies dating all the way back to May 2012 from right here at Merit Poker. Another one, 2015, also during the RPT Cyprus and Turkish Poker Tour event.
2012, eh?
And all the results from 2018 and beyond have happened on home soil out in Russia. 10. First involvement that we're seeing from Elena Yasuchenya.
I'll try and look here. 2014 is when I first stepped foot in this place. I was having the dates. So predates even myself playing in here.
And the black aces surfacing in the hijack for Yossi Elius.
Yeah, pretty straightforward situation with the aces, and he's going to have a theoretical wider 3-betting range, of course, having that 1.5 million chip stack. May convince Elena perhaps to continue in this hand, but I think he's 10 off. You just kind of got to give them credit. She's just checking the chip stack. Does well cover. Again, though, I'll say it. It's my get out at the start of every frame. We don't know what's gone on in the previous couple of hours. Maybe this has been a pattern. If that's the case, she may decide to just rifle this back in. They elect a flat in a vacuum. I think we just got to get this one into the muck.
She's taking her time with it, but ultimately well served to bin that hand as young Yossi Elius, who plays under the Stars and Stripes, American, with 144,000 in career live earnings, 24,000 and change. His best live cash. He's got results dating all the way back to May of 2013.
Yeah, a rare American in the third. We had James Romero on the table earlier. You don't see too many here.
Well, you know, there are no direct flights to Larnaca or to Ercan. One does have to stop in Istanbul, London, Frankfurt, Athens. The options, depending on which airport you're flying into.
I know some point chasers who have to fly through Paris and Mexico City.
Listen, James, the circuitous routes, when one is flying very much toward the pointy end of the aircraft, are preferred. As Navasilov flying 65,000 feet above the button with 3-4 offsuit.
You do realize the tail of the aircraft has a sharper point than the nose.
Yeah, well,
Somebody think
I
about
didn't
that,
because I'm not back there, James. Ace-9 for Geiger.
Touche.
620K. And Ohad, by the way, one of these guys who is not going to be run over by this Navasilov behavior. He's going to be very happy to play back.
Yeah, he's going to like the seat he's drawn as well to his left. If you're aware of
absolutely
how the man plays, you definitely want to be on that seat. Best place to be. Like I say, less of a factor now. He's, you know, sub 30, but yesterday when he was wielding a, what was it, 250 big blind stack, it was pretty ludicrous. See a question in the chat asking if they're in the money yet. They certainly are. They're 143 paid, 118 currently remain. No pay jump for a while. I kind of like that. There's no ladder straight away. 143 down to 99 gets the same, so nothing to worry about for a little bit.
Is there anything specifically that you expect in terms of contrast versus other structures where we would see jumps happening on multiple occasions inside of that 44-player band?
Yeah, I mean, the pay jump is $1,000, so a third of a buy-in. So it's not going to see people necessarily shy away from any hands they would usually play.
Okay.
Because a third of a buy-in isn't that much. It's significant, but it's not that much. But what it should do is not encourage that stalling you see from like a 10 big blind stack when we're 2 away from a pay jump, right? Because they don't need to. But stalling is definitely worth it for a third of a blind. Just playing a couple less hands than another table. Maybe you bust after hand 6 instead of busting after hand 4, as it were. Here comes our man.
Vasilov, very much both villain and hero, depending on what seat you're in. From here in the booth, we call him a hero.
He's a hero, okay.
The entertainment value of the manner in which he plays the game, but very much a villain if you're out there on the felt with him. He's always pesky and coming for your blinds. Ace, queen, 10, top pair, up against just 8 high. Trip aces now for Novoselov. Having checked it back, by the way, on the flop, James, just trying to tempt Kava into stepping in it.
We did see this a little bit yesterday, where he went blasting with it and played. Sorry, went blasting without it, went pretty coy with it. This is certainly a board the pre-flop raise is supposed to bet ace queen 10. Interesting to keep an eye on that if that's how he continues to play. Yeah, for those of you who weren't with us at the end of the day yesterday, don't do it now, because you're going to stay with us. When you get a moment, fire up the stream from last night. If you've got the time, watch the last 2 hours. If you don't have the time, watch the last 25 minutes where there was all sorts going on from this man. Heads were being shaken all around the table.
Oh, yeah.
And then he won the most absurd part on the final hand of the night, where he called with the second pair after someone else followed a top set.
It really was one of those that I'm not going to forget anytime soon. And if you think it's going to be tough for us to forget it, just consider Pasquale.
I hope Pasquale found his way into the money and is still going in this tournament.
Yeah, that would seem like a way to cauterize the wound, as we see Yossi. Pocket 10s. And raise open. Ace-king suited now for the reasonably deep stack of Bolo Ardenne.
Yeah, I want to pull him simple out like a 175 bet here. It's slightly more than 3x. He's gone 3x. It's fine. I mean, you are closer to 40 blinds than 30, so I do prefer slightly bigger sizings, but Galuza's is going to have the incentive to raise a little wider than most, given he has that big stack, so maybe making the adjustment in that range isn't as tight as most players would be from under the gun, and therefore going a slightly smaller size. As it is, I don't think Galuza has any option other than to flat this. It'd be a little reckless to jam. Hand's fairly playable.
150. 3-bet sizing from the button, which occasionally will be associated more so with that reality than specific kit, but maybe not against an under-the-gun open.
I'm surprised he's thinking this long. Surely he's not thinking of folding. He is. Wow, he's deciding, Ali, to take easier paths. He thinks playing a 3-bet pot against his opponent perhaps isn't the way he's going to get things done.
And obviously he recognizes that there is some percentage of the time that the 2 10s were the best hand, but didn't want to find himself at a position in a bloated one.
I'm still surprised, but again, we haven't seen how this has been playing out, but perhaps if he's been playing pretty tight, Luz hasn't been opening too often, then maybe he's just giving Golo Erden the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't want to play a sticky spot. Continue to build his 1.6 million chip stack further by other means. What the kids call an edge fold, Ollie. I think you got a big edge on the field. You pass those high variance marginal spots. Stick to the ones where you know exactly where you are. Kind of a, well, not an old school thought, but the sort of the old new school. That was where everyone played it. You know, the sort of Daniel Negreanu thing of small ball poker and avoiding these big confrontations and feeling his way through hands.
Sure.
See, nowadays I think players are aware they have to just take kind of any spot with an edge because the game's a lot tougher. But if you feel you've got a big edge, Sandman spot in those kind of hands is okay. We see Phil Hellmuth do it quite successfully.
Yeah, very much. As we observed another ace-king taking a pot, Darko Svesko. Yet another of the oh-so-diverse tables you find at these oh-so-diverse events, James, which bring players together from many regions, both near and far, as evidenced by Yossi Aluz's presence here as one of very few Americans that will make the trip.
Yeah, I was actually surprised when you uttered Stars and Stripes. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lives in the Southern California area, according to his Hendon-Ma profile. Upstairs to 55,000, and another ace-king surfaces, this time stewardship of Elena Yasiuchenia. And she will 3-bet, of course, dominating.
Now I like this sizing a lot more, even though it's the same size Ali, because we're 3-betting button against hijack for a different scenario. And she only starts the hand with 600k as well. So we don't have to go anywhere near as big. No surprise to see that one get through. Ollie, I don't think I'm done with desserts for the day. I had that one. It's.
Yeah, we are on page of.
I think I'm going to hit up another dessert in the next break.
Now, this is a strange sort of. I'm not Catholic nor a priest, James. So these confessions, perhaps misdirected, in the booth. Not a man of the cloth myself. I am a man of the dessert buffet.
Well, this is what I'm coming to. Is a tablecloth, perhaps.
I'm a man of the tablecloth, yes. It really does require tremendous amounts of self-discipline to leave lighter than you arrive here at Merit. And that is, of course, a compliment. There's too many tasty things to eat around here. I suspect that for Navasilov, though, nothing more delicious than other people's chips for him, as he does a lot of snacking in that way. Now then, suited one gapper. He's deliberating for Alper Kerim. Takes it up to 55,000 here.
Yeah, a little liberal off the stack size and the position, but I'm okay with trying to sneak one through every now and again. I'm always of the mindset, Ali, you got to make. Don't assume people are going to fight back. You know, make them fight back. Yeah, play a heads-up pot with the best hand in position, always nice.
Svesko defending the 4-5 offsuit. Comes up totally empty on the 10-9-6 board, getting with the gutter and bottom pair. Doesn't have to c-bet this one, as there is a sense of range advantage for Svesko, but he is going to see what's what as he reaches for chips.
Yeah. Checking's fine. Betting's okay as well. I mean, you do get to have those kind of Broadway combos that make it hard for your opponent to therefore try and do anything. Betting makes life easier. You do end up betting into a better hand on reasonable frequency, but he's got the gut shot. You can maybe check back turns, take that river for free if he's called. My earbuds aren't working, by the way. Thanks for asking.
Your what now?
My earbuds, they're not working, but thanks for asking.
Yes, the update, of course, as James did have a search and rescue mission for his coveted Bose earbuds in the Spa Whirlpool yesterday. They did take a bit of a dip, and then awkwardly, James did dive after them with others in the Whirlpool at the same time. I got to tell you, if all of a sudden you went full frogman on me while I was in the Whirlpool, I would question the motive. Unless, of course, I had seen the earbud being dunked in.
I would like to say I was subtle, but
no,
there
no,
was
you
some
were panicked.
Yeah, it was a little frantic at the time.
Yeah. Oh, there's going to be a dunking here from Yossi Elyus's ace-king suited. A very ace-king rich environment here in this orbit.
Yeah.
As Kerim, understandably, opening the pot with the ace-5 suited, doing so up front.
Yeah, got the 6-8 in last hand, getting the momentum going. Ace-5 suited certainly seems fine to me. Lose, deliberating. So I'm going to assume we'll go for that. Oh, he does go, yeah, like 3x again. See Kerim opens slightly larger. Again, good sizing. Pedakovic, king-queen suited on the button. Would have been handy. Certainly would have played to the open, but he may not be done with this just yet. Up against that cut-off 3-bet. He knows it doesn't have to be nutted.
Obviously, would have been far more attractive to play this one as a flat behind Elyus,
Here
or
we
as
go.
a 3-better himself.
He's cutting out the cold 4-bet. The problem with this, of course, is if Kerim has a hand, because you're committed to it, but his hand's okay anyway. And so he is just coming out with the cold 4-bet Ali. A great combo to do it with as well, because king-queen suited. I like this. Obviously, we can see the timing is as bad as could be.
Very much so. As the covering stack of Elyus, I believe, maybe ever so slightly, it is a cover for Pedakovic.
No, Elyus is, that's not including the 1/6 he's already got in, so he's...
Okay.
He has been covered, but yeah, only a handful of blinds, Ali, so... But yeah, certainly a spot. Well, I say certainly a spot. Obviously, we saw him fold the 10s earlier this orbit. Not quite the same thing. This one a lot clearer, albeit against a cold 4-bet. Because you can actually just make some hands that were value-y fold. If your opponent's got jacks, if your opponent's got queens even, they don't like it. And you block aces and kings. No.
I mean...
He was just looking at them.
Does he want a flat? Is that ever an idea?
I don't really like flat because it's just so hard to play. And
but we like even less potentially having to play this massive pot unnecessarily.
He does go for it. Love it. Figured it out. There just are going to be some light 4-bets every now and again, and like I say, even against the value, it's fine. You block aces and kings. You can make jacks fold. Sometimes make queens fold. Elena, watching that one closely, she's like, hang on a second, this is all getting a bit fruity.
Well, as we know, based on the fact that we can see the cards, it was fruit-free.
Well, king, queen.
No, but we understand it's a legitimate candidate.
Yeah.
On blocker effects, position, being able to leverage all sorts of things, encouraging that particular kit to operate in the manner in which it did, but unfortunately a costly 360,000. Shaved off. Ace Queen, as the premium parts of the deck continue to pay a visit.
Wow, yeah, this is pretty crazy how many good hands have been dealt out of this table already. Cut off button again. I'd say sizing pretty much spot on.
Drink. Yes.
Sure. I'll call you.
Pelikovic with a little decision here. Ace Jack can certainly be ahead. Oh, the little smile, Ali.
Well, I mean, he just got 4-bet when he 3-bet. Now he's getting 3-bet after opening, and you know, you start to feel like, what's going on? Is there something I don't know about my table image?
I like this cooling. Your opponent's going to have some King Jack, some Queen Jack, some weaker Ace X. You want to keep that in. And the idea is, when it comes Ace High, you can win a nice pot. As it happens, he's going to lose a lot of chips, Ali.
Yeah, so the flat call with the Ace Jack, which was always in a bad way, has made things even worse. With 340,000 in the middle, Svesko, better kicker. More texture that doesn't obligate him to be a better here. We do see some delayed C-bets from time to time.
Yeah, the one slight concern is that the 3-bet bluffs that include an ace are quite often the wheel aces. So the deuce and the 4 are not insignificant here. You can be up against 2-pair here. But of course, you're up against a lot of air as well. We've got a lot of hands drawing dead here.
115K into the 340. And once Pelikovic does make this call, we do start to be a bit leery of what it is we're up against, and with some frequency it's going to be spade draws.
For certain.
Especially given that we unblock the spades with the red ace queen. 570 in there.
Yeah, when you've got an ace as well, you kind of want your opponent to have an ace when they check call. The other hand, they like to check call with do involve spade rules, so it's obviously weighted slightly more likely, and none of the spades are the kinds that feel the 3-bet right there. The King Jack of spades, the Queen 10 of spades combos that would have stuck around are all still in there. So may let's see him check back here. It can also bet though, because he doesn't really ever get raised, and then he gets to get to showdown. He will check back. Let's check from Pelikovic. Understanding that he can definitely be behind here, despite that check back on the turn. And of course he's going to have some hands like 7s, 8s. Really want to get to showdown, so you want to protect that by having some strong hands as well. Ace Jack, a pretty good one to have in that range. Ace Jack might be the strongest ace he has, because I think he may just 4-bet Ace Queen pre, and certainly does Ace King. Might be the strongest 1-pair hand you can have.
Well, they played it safe on the turn, but now it does certainly feel, given the third check out of the pre-flop razor's seat, value to be pursued. And cutting out some chips, it would seem that Svesko does agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're pretty sure you got the best hand here. It's just trying to work out what size you can get called by worse. Of course, there are some traps, Ali. You'll do this sometimes and get ripped in on by that flush. Those fears alleviated instantly. Pelikovic responds to the bet. It's the old bet check bet line, Ali. They've always got it. but you always try and convince yourself they haven't. Wow! That is fantastic.
That is board texture that obviously the ace-jack isn't altogether worried about, especially with the bet check bet line. James, I know you say they've always got it, but it took some good sniff out of that ace-jack to get away. Well done.
Petakovic he's in my camp, Ollie. He's in the club of yet to call a bet check bet line and showing a bluff. They just always got it.
Well, there's only one way to be sure that they've got it, and that is, of course, to click call. And one would not be critical of that ace-jack for clicking call in a spot like that.
Ollie, that's how I know it's always a hand, the bet check bet, because I've spent a good couple of decades just checking.
Right. Made a career out of calling down. Is that what you've done?
Was it the famous Shafty line?
Richard Ashby?
Yeah. 2 weeks into the World Series was asked, how's the summer going? Sort of looked a bit upset. Said, terrible. Losing money everywhere. But on the plus side, I haven't been bluffed yet.
Can be expensive to be able to mutter those words, as it will be expensive to dance with Yossi Elyuz, who has himself 2 aces.
Oh,
and this is where Navasilov's ambitions really are ill-fated. From the button, Jack 5 offsuit, 3-betting here.
Again, Ollie, I'm not just saying this so I can see the cards. If he's any inclination of how Navasilov plays, just flat these aces. Give the man the rope. Even if you don't know, this is just a great spot to flat. I mean, the guy's 3-betting off a little over 20. A lot of hands just 3-bet jam, so it's kind of hard for players to be balanced in these spots and having enough good hands that will call off. And the ones that do are probably like the jacks, queens, kings that are going to get in most of the time post-flop. I think you find the big ace combos, the ace, king, ace, queen, probably just 3-bet jam. So it's not like you have to worry about not stacking ace, king here. Nice. Nice. Here we go. This may well be the end of Navasilov, depending on the board. Well, I think it's going to be the end of him, Ollie. He's popped a piece.
435K back, 310 in the middle. Second pair up against the aces, which have been slow played and continue.
Now, we saw him slow down a lot, obviously, yesterday and already today when he catches a piece, but this is obviously in a 3-bet pot. He's going to elicit a bet, and it's more by the end he's going to feel compelled, I think, to call it off, depending on how this one goes.
Note sizing those, sub 20%.
Yeah, I like it. Your opponent's going to have just some give-ups on king 4-5. Not a lot, but enough that you just want to bet range here, the 3-better. You get to have ace-king, you can have aces. King-queen even. Anytime it's very unlikely you get check raised, I kind of like betting with these weak one-pair hands in these spots. Wow. If he wanted to continue the aggression, there's the card to do it, but it's the one that leaves him drawing dead.
Ace on the turn. Top set for Elyuz, and he continues to give rope.
Now.
It would take so much as played for Navasilov to resist the temptation, James.
You can make the 8s, the 9s, the 10s fold here. And that's what he's going to try and do. Bets 125 Ollie. Elyuz just has all the board. He's got to feel pretty confident this is a bluff at this point because he can see 3 of the aces.
Right. But is there any need? I mean, there are 3 wheel cards out there. There are 2 diamonds out there. Some Broadway combos might get there.
Yeah, there's
we want to be doing our raising here and now.
There's an argument for jamming because there's an argument that Navasilov just doesn't bluff rivers. If that's the case, you kind of want to deny, well, not deny equity, but you want to force those diamond draws, for example, to call it off here. But he does keep extending the rope. He knows who he's playing against, Ollie.
This line could feel a bit like King X.
Yeah.
We see aces full.
And Navasilov might not be done with it. You can certainly be putting a lose on a king here. find restraint. I think he may. Not. Oh, this man doesn't have restraint. Jams into aces full. He went out the way we knew he'd go out.
Disappointing, obviously, to see the departure of Navasilov, but credit where credit is due. Yassi Alous played him like a fiddle there. A big smile and a big infusion of chips to the American.
Waiting for TV table. No, I was doing it all day. All day? Yes. Okay, it was regular time for it, huh?
There we go, Ollie. We had Geiger, had been sat there all day and seen him doing that all day. So it wasn't just for our benefit.
Was true to form.
Let's pour one out for him. My favorite player of the series so far.
Yeah. His departure should restore a sense of normalcy here to the proceedings. Although get a load of this 2.6 million now in front of Yassi.
Yeah, I was just looking through the chip stacks on Poker News, checking the updates, and there are some familiar names. We'll go around the top of the counts. We saw Randy Hoffmanner was on our table last night. He's up there with 2.5 million. Nenad Dukic is up there, who we saw run that incredible bluff right at the end against Gavi Lifshitz, where he turned the ace of spades blocker into the huge bluff, made his opponent fold a flush. Dominic Panker, of course. Right. Well-known player. Ben Hamnet, one of the few Americans in the field. We saw him on the table yesterday as well. He's top 10 stack. Uri Reichenstein, a regular top accounts in this room, and Karim Ribet, who was on our table in the first frame today, who was a joy to watch.
Yeah, Ribet, memorable moments in the World Series of Poker main event once upon a time as well, where he had a very deep run.
Okay.
See Kedem raise and take it with the ace-10.
He ran a beautiful bluff earlier. Flat and open with 2 8s. The ball went, the flop came king deuce 3, went check check. Turn brought a 5. We called the small bet. And river came the 4, so any aces are straight. The opponent bet pot. And he 3.5 x'd it with his 2 8s.
Oh my god.
Made his man fold an ace.
Wow.
The whole
Make
table
it look like
was,
sixes.
Yeah, it's just amazing. There's so much discussion at the table about the hand. But annoyingly for us, it was just under half an hour before the end of the frame, so they were going to find out during the break rather than.
Oh, we didn't get to overhear them
We
lose
wanted
their
them all
minds.
find out together that it was a bluff. Because he was going, yeah, it's bluff, bluff, and then they were all laughing, and he was like, sold it that it definitely wasn't a bluff by pretending it was a bluff kind of thing after the fact. The opponent was so adamant that it wasn't a bluff.
I mean,
I was
that's our
desperate
ego talking.
Yeah, I was desperate to see the reactions when they all found out.
Sure. Ace-queen, meanwhile, for Yasuchenya. King-queen suited for getting him on the button. How has he responded to the 65K?
Yep, flat all seems fine so
Yeah.
far.
Ace-8-4. There's the king-queen of diamonds. Really disconnected.
Yeah, it's not quite the flop you're looking for, Ollie. You have dreams when you peel with king-queen suited. Very small c-bet gets the job done as it should.
Elena's quietly gone about her business here thus far. On the day, 52,000 and change in career tournament earnings. Her best live cash, just 7,600 and change, James. The bulk of her work has been done on home soil, but she's played a bit of poker out in Belarus, most recently in Italy.
That's a lovely part of the world. There's no secret that, of course. Italy.
Belarus or Italy?
I'm saying Italy. Lovely part of the world. Can't say I've been to Belarus, Ollie.
Okay. I'm
sure it's beautiful.
Minsk, I believe, the capital.
Wow. Oh, hello. Hello. Trapper. We got a trapper.
Ace 5 suited from the big stack. And a flat calling Takovic.
Yeah.
With the aces.
I wonder if he was looking around to see if there was a sort of stack that might be interested in 3-bet jams. Takovic gets... Okay. I'm torn on this one, Ollie. But each one of 3-bet guns under the gun. Under the gun's obviously showing a lot of strength, but it is the big stack doing the bidding, so obviously gets to be worried the most. And Yasuchenya continuing with 9-4 offsuit in the big blind. Wouldn't advise this against the other two spots, but does flop some interest on this 5-3 deuce board, as does Iluz, and of course Petkovic has the same wheel draw as Iluz, but also backdoor spades. This is, somehow everyone's got a piece of this with players coming in from under the gun and +1.
3 of the needed aces in terms of Yasuchenya's ambitions are busy, accounted for. I lose the pre-flop razor with 5s and the flush. Prospects for Petkovic. Those aces face this 80K.
Yeah, he gets to just knock out Petkovic with some garbage. I say garbage, those are broadway combos that flatten this seat. Just wants to get his heads up against the big blind with a very unlikely top pair. And of course he gets the reps from strength. Does get to have all those big overpairs himself. Yasuchenya. She, of course, having the most of the 5-3 deuce board, having peeled from the big. Wow.
What have we here?
I love this.
Now the ace-5 is able to escape, James, but Elena has now really put herself into an awkward position. I don't see a fold, at least for the time being, for Petkovic.
I mean, he's hating life. Ollie, he's got trappy with the aces, allowed the big blind to come in. I don't think he's expecting too many of these 9-4 offs to be in the range.
This feels very much like a set for me in terms of her having closed the action from the big blind, flat call of a min-raise open, and then recognizing the ace-X range, drawing to the wheel, and the vulnerability subsequently of a set, check raising us to 225,000. Nevertheless, Takovic does fight on as the pot grows to 715K.
Yeah, certainly some 2 pairs in there, Ollie. Certainly the set could be a flop straight even.
Oh, the 4 showing up. Sweet relief for Petkovic. And actually an uninteresting card, but Elena just jams it in there. 540K. Now, hang on a second.
Well, now it's, okay.
We hold 2 of the aces, James.
Yeah. Is it like, he's thinking, is it a type of hand like 4-6 or anything like that?
I thought maybe there would be a little bit more deliberation from Petkovic, but he just decides, no, I'm digging in.
You've got a call, yeah.
And now, Yasuchenya drawing to nothing more than a chop. This is a very implosive spot for her.
Povrati se brat u život brzo, a?
And you see him rubbing his hands.
Wow.
She's left with just 85,000, so the good news for her, of course, is that she's not showered, but definitely.
I will gladly accept it.
Drained of chips.
That was pretty wild, Ollie.
Wild, and not at all what would have been expected.
Yeah, he's thinking he's up against a couple of spades here, or like you say, the 2 pairs that offset. Maybe even a hand like 4-5 there to turn 2 pairs. That kind of range. The only hand he's worried about really, I guess, is the 4-6 or the 6 extra spades, which have got there.
I mean, the 4-6 for me is not going to be check raising as much as it is check calling. I really felt as though the effort to represent was the set, and I also felt as though jamming on the turn after the check raise gets called. Very ambitious.
Yeah, the turn's a. I kind of like the flop because you put. I mean, you saw the ace-5 just instantly hit the mark. You put a lot of hands under pressure with the check raise on the flop.
I'll tell you what, based on what we've observed at this feature table thus far, that is absolutely not the seat from which I would have expected that sort of pot to come to fruition. And
well, Laura down here opening up when small blind has what, 2 of her 3 chips invested.
7-3 offsuit.
Now, there are 106 players left, Ali. There's a pay jump at 99. She's going to run the 7-3. There is an argument for the fold purely because of the big blind ante, so she can still win a lot even if she folds here and wins the pot without 5k instead of 15k later on. Doesn't make too much difference. Lou's gonna call, take this 1-3 away, drive, well not quite a drive pot actually, 80k in the side pot course. So something to fight for.
That side pot will be active as Yasuchenya plays for just the 70k in the main. 5, 6, 7. She's got top pair and a gutter, which is more than we can say for Jack 9 and Queen 10 respectively. Gut shot for Eluz. As he'll play heads up with Valor Ardenne.
Yeah, I think so. We happen to check this one. It's not like either of those hands is really ever likely to be good. There's some, you might bluff sometimes with like an ace-high here because you can beat the small blind hand, but we've got to beat so many cards.
Board pairs and goes 2 tones after both players check. Hard draw acquired to go with the gut shot that was already in place. And strikes me as perhaps a nice opportunity for Eluz to throw something in there.
Yeah, maybe like a 1 big blind bet, given that there's an 80k side pot. I mean, this he's going bigger. I would have maybe preferred like a blocky and a bet that 1 big blind. This will, I'm sure, get the job done for the side pot. Queen 10 can't continue here. For the table the hand after all.
So the 85k fired. Queen 10 into the bin, and they'll be on their backs for the main, 70,000. Yasuchenya does stand to better than double up. Just gotta dodge the 8. Gotta dodge a heart.
All right.
And she's done so. She ends up with the 7 high straight.
15k to 70k. Spins on.
Sure. Five-3 offsuit on the button and the freshly doubled stack.
Doubled? Quadrupled and change.
Yeah, yeah. Declining. Another Jack 9 here, offsuit variety.
What did one of losers had? He had the cold 4 bet he managed to pile in on and pick that up. He had aces against the Jack 5 down in flames. More hero. limping in with this Jack 9 in good shape against Potapkovic's Jack 6 offsuit. Will knuckle behind and find the 8-5 deuce flop.
Not particularly interesting for either of these hands.
Yeah, a bit more interesting now for a lose. Open ender, 9 high spades.
Into the 75K. On account of that development comes an overbet to 120,000. Jack 6 was always going to fold. I like what we've seen from Yossi. James strikes me as a guy who's definitely approaching things in a professional manner.
Knows his way around a table. I'm surprised actually to see only 140k in live earnings and the biggest cash at 24k.
Yeah, plays like a man whose resume reads more robust than that.
Yeah, especially I'm just looking at the results he's cashed in on the Hennemob, and he was deep in the 10k super turbo bounce at the World Series. That's not one you kind of flick in at. That's a 10k at the World Series. It tends to suggest maybe a bigger bankroll than the Hennemob career earnings would suggest. Came 14th in the main event here last time out, the Carmen. And his previous cash before that was in the main event of World Series in 2022. So clearly not playing a huge volume of live poker. Sticking to mostly online. Those buy-ins certainly took a jump a couple of years back. Went from playing a lot of 300s and 400s to suddenly being these 10Ks.
No jump from the pocket threes as Polo Ardenne flats. Kerim open.
A little hopeful against the 22 big blind stack, but you do get some protection in that it's from +1 and +2, so squeeze less likely. Maybe he's just hoping to pick up some more players along the way and make the set mining that a little bit more attractive as it is. This one, Kareem, especially with the ace of clubs, Ollie.
Oh yeah. Top two. Just further interest, one would imagine, from Kerim. By the way, is not obligated to bet with this much hand, but there is some coordination out there. We want to make sure that we're charging a price to those that would seek to be drawing with certain combos.
Yeah, Kareem gets to have a lot of this board, and the times he's missed quite often include the Broadway gut shot draws, maybe Queen Jack, but it's also interesting carrying on, so does bet. But again, he's betting into that kind of solid, similar range. Oh, what's going on here? Ollie.
The unexpected. As the flat call of 80,000, leaving both of us a little mystified, but go on as the nut flush draw materializing for Kerim.
When you call with threes here, you're not just calling to hit a 3.
No, you're right. You've got an idea, and that idea might be if it gets checked to me, I can activate and try to take this one away in the event that I'm up against an aceless holding.
Yeah, or even up against an ace holding on this board.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
And that's surely what we're going to do here. He has a club as well, which is nice. So even if he goes blasting here into some strong hands, can be drawing live with 3 of clubs. Kareem, I like this check. Got so much hand. Happy to check it on over. Happy to let your opponent dig a little hole. You also don't want to get it in here necessarily on this street. If you bet and get raised, you have to call it off. Play it as a check call. Can improve. Look at this. He's getting his man to commit with 3s. Like it's a little scary when you're in Kareem's shoes. You shouldn't be up against too many flushes when you've got ace of clubs in your hand, because he doesn't get to call like 5, 6 of clubs here from +2, right? The most likely flush he'll have is king, jack of clubs, in which case straight flush, okay, or the ace, x of clubs, and we know he doesn't have that. But there can be some ace, queen in there, and then of course the occasional bluff.
I do like this line from Kareem. Note that he's been able to induce the 130K bet, and obviously he knows he's never drawing dead, unless of course it's the king, jack of clubs specifically, or the jack, 8 of clubs specifically. And a very dry river. And narrowly missing the 3s, by the way, is the deuce of spades.
Yeah, and below then I don't think you bet the turn here to then give up rivers. You're betting into a range that includes a lot of hands that are going to check call turn and have to fold river. So buckle up, Holly. I think he's just going to blast off into it here, and Kareem with a pretty easy call because of the fact he has the ace of clubs in hand, and the queen 10 and 9 of clubs are all on board. It'd be different if this was 3 low clubs on board.
Wow. I mean, one of the issues is that we do unblock the king, jack.
Yeah, king jack
could be a part of what we're up against.
But so's queen jack, maybe king queen that go bluffy. It's actually a good point. There aren't a huge amount of natural bluffs here.
Yeah, this is a very unnatural bluff.
Just doesn't get to have many flushes. We've got aces up.
But there are some hands that would hunt value flush free on this particular board, targeting aces up.
Yeah, I mean, Kareem's in a horrible spot if he's got a hand like ace, jack, ace, king here, but I think when we've got aces up, but actually, I mean, it's a lot harder to find bluffs than perhaps I gave credit for, just purely because I was looking at a bluff volley. I was looking at such a liberal one, kind of wasn't thinking about the hand from the other side. Easy to do.
And the other thing to take note of is that this is a call for your tournament life.
Yeah, we're just getting such a great price. It's like 290 into about $500,000. And if we didn't have the ace of clubs, wow, this would be a real tough spot. Just trying to think if there's any worse for value that does this. Same hand certainly might. Certainly would. If there's like a queen 10 combo that maybe does this, if queen 10 of diamonds.
This is one of those situations where those sitting at home are screaming at the screen, saying, Kareem, just call. What are we waiting for? You have aces up. But we can see that we're up against the pocket threes. Put yourself in his seat as played.
Whoa. Yeah, you're right. It's much harder than I gave him credit for at first. Whoa!
And he folds it. Cannot beat the ace-queen. Can't beat a set. Can't beat a flush or a straight. This heavily textured board lending to Ballard Ardenne, able to bluff what he knows undoubtedly is a hand that had him crushed.
It's kind of what, he just doesn't have a flush. Bar king jack of clubs. It's just, it doesn't feel great, but just got a call.
Well,
Wow.
truth is, he didn't need to have a flush, but he needs to be taken note of. That much we know for sure, James, as you see his ascent up to third in chips at the expense of the man who is now 7th of 8 runners and just 10 big blinds remain in front of him. Consider if he clicks call where he will be on that leaderboard and where Ballard Ardenne would be respectively. As we see the blinds going up to 15 and 30,000, that is awful news for Kareem.
It's a stupid fault or it's a hero fault. I don't know. We'll
He
see.
recognizes there's no in between there.
No. But like, I'm saying you've got a call, but let's give him credit for the fold. I don't think it's the right fold, Ali, but it shows he's thinking on a pretty deep level here.
Sure.
And he's right. It's very hard to find bluffs. That I will concede. Maybe, like I say, a hand like King Queen, King of Clubs. A good spot to bluff.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe like the Jack of Clubs. Seems unlikely. I think that hand probably just checks turn.
Well, Kedim's not going to have to worry about getting bluffed in this spot as he is jammed under the gun. No further decisions will be required of him, and no further action as loses the big one and wins just the blinds and antes. Pot of this frame thus far.
Yes,
no doubt about it.
Certainly. This man's got a lot of respect. Don't forget, he's the one who 3-bet the button with ace king and got 10s to fold from under the gun early. Maybe he has just a super tight image at this table. We are joining it halfway through the day.
Well, listen, once the delay catches up, those that are feasting their eyes are going to absolutely reassess that.
One thing I will counter, though, is, come on, follow the frame. Our man was in there with Jack-5 offsuit. Went out blazing into top boat. Okay, you're right, it was pot the frame. I just want to give my love to Novosela.
Yeah, sure, the dearly departed. As we see Elena, she also definitely gave all she had at one with the 9-4.
Look at this, she's getting action for a two and a bit blinds.
70,000 flattered by the Queen Jack. Now an ace-3 suited, we know that this class of hands specifically does like to get up to some shenanigans.
Yeah, obviously you can see a loser's going to have a lot of hands here peeling, and he's going to isolate a lot as well, a lose. So this is the difference, Ollie. You see the situations where maybe someone open jams 7 blinds and there's a cold call in between. That range is a lot trappier. When you're calling a 2 big blind jam, it's a lot more weighted towards the kind of mediocre hands because you do want to ISO. Whoa, that's a tiny ISO. It's like a click, take position. But is that right? Because he just got a snap fold as well.
Yeah, it seems as though it was enough of an ISO to...
No, it was more. There's more white chips in front of him there.
Yeah.
125, that's for sure. I was going to say, there was no way he was folding Queen Jack from the 50K. He wouldn't have liked it.
Yeah, but Yossi, out of the way, as the diamonds are smothered, and now the King 10 is in horrendous shape. Ace 5-3 board, ace is up. It's going to take something very special on the turn just to draw live. Now to a chop.
It's the wheel that did the damage.
Yeah. That's that for Elena Yasyuchenya. She will notch a cash here. 99th place finish. It was worth just a click north of...
She got the bubble. She got the pay jump.
What it would have been. Official tally on that payout of 99th, was she, or 98? 98th?
If she was 99th, she got the 4,390.
Yeah, then
if she was 98, she got 5,400.
Yeah.
But
I didn't see how quickly her elimination was registered. We'll see in a second if it's 97 players left. When the graphic comes up, I think we would assume, no, she was 99.
It might have been. We can't, you know, there's a lot of tables going on. There's bust outs all the time. She might have just snuck in there. We'll find out. I'm hoping she did. Showed a lot of heart blasting off in the with the 9-4.
She certainly did.
Petkovic. He's 10 suited opening the hijacks. Vesco finds the same hand. He 3-bet him last time, the Queen Jack. A little different hijack to cut off. Last time cut off the button, but range is not dissimilar.
Sir. 3-bet with the ace queen, as it will come back around to Petkovic, who has had a delightful frame here. First, the elimination of Elena Yasuchen. Yes, self-inflicted were her wounds for the most part. And of course, just there with the ace-3 suited.
Wow, again, just let it go. That's the trend at this table, seems to be, Ali. People just don't want to take these marginal spots out of position as the cooler.
2 stack of white or 1 stack?
What? You?
Do you have 1 stack of white or
Petakovic
2
could definitely
stack?
have elected appeal there. The ace-10 suited, way over 30 big blinds deep against a range that's going to include some hands he dominates. The majesty with which he played the ace-jack before, managing to just check fold the river on the ace-side board for the second bet.
Oh, yeah.
He knows what he's doing post-flop,
yeah.
so I'd be trusting him. If I was him, I'd trust my own game enough to take some more flops in those spots.
Yeah, the instincts seem quite strong.
Just having a look at some of those who have busted. Well, they busted in the money, that is. Payouts are starting to form on Poker News. And I see Daniel Razai, one of those. Andrei Petachuk. Gabby Lifshitz did get into the money. We saw the sort of terrible end to the day yesterday. He did make his way in. Ashkan Fatai and Corey Korkmaz, also 2 regulars here who've cashed but since busted.
King, Queen suited for the Lion-Hearted Ardenne. Rode pocket 3s to glory. Here he is getting after the big blind of Mr. Kaba.
So he's brought them to glory. You have to drag them to glory.
Yeah.
Kaba. Those aren't calling chips, Ali.
No, 3 betting.
Wow, and he's 210k versus 540.
This is just street poker.
Yeah.
Looking over and saying, I don't think you've got it. Wagging his finger at a small blind open.
Right, and if he just 3-bet jammed, I think Bolo and they would feel like a reluctant call, like whatever, I got king, queen, it's 20 blinds. If you've got better, good luck to you, I'll run down your pocket pair or your ace-x. But this sizing just looks so much more like a monster hand.
As we can see, it's a dominated hand.
Yeah, if he just 3-bet jammed, he was getting called, I'm sure of it. This might work. Again, it depends on perception, but if I'm sitting there, I'm looking at Kaba, it doesn't strike me as the man who's going to be so familiar with the nuances of blind v big blind poker, 20 big blinds deep, that you can do these kind of funky stuff with these kind of hands. But oh no, he does get shoved
Ripped on.
Yeah, I mean, play to him. Well, just saying, look, it's 20 blinds. There's no way I'm folding this.
Yep.
But credit to Kaba for trying this. And he's put in so much of his stack.
For me too.
I think now we just recognize that we have run into something, and yes, we have a lot of chips out there, but sometimes it's best to orphan the investment.
Yeah, the
and
good
fight
thing
on.
about doing this with King 6 is that when we do get jammed on, we don't trick ourselves into calling because it is just such a bad hand and does so terribly against the range. That range, of course, being almost always pairs above a 6. A better king, maybe ace queen, maybe ace jack. It is painful to put in so many chips though, Ali, and have to fold. I'm loving it that he tried this. Ace king.
Well, maybe a quick peek back there, Mr. Kaba, and you'll realize it isn't ace-king.
It's funny watching Bolo now. He's been told, Kaba said, I've got ace-king. What have you got?
Mumbling to himself here, lamenting the fact that he's placed himself in this spot. But really, we cannot call.
Looking at the clock as well. something you do to recognize that he has just made that pay jump. He has committed so many chips, Ollie. But I feel like if you are going to quit, then the 3-bet par would have been. Wow, he does cool.
I am shocked to see him do so. James really didn't anticipate.
A little space says it all. Didn't expect to see King 6. I was happy to take a fold with King Queen, but we'll be delighted to see it King 6.
So, Mr. Kaba needs help. The King 9-8 board does improve his hand, but he is still well behind the King Queen.
He's asked for a 5. Give him a gut shot. That seems fair, Ollie.
Oh, wait a minute.
Can chop.
Now the 8 means any King, 8, or ace. And they can chop. The 6, however, no longer in service. And despite the board double pairing, it isn't in the manner that would allow Mr. Kaba to proceed. And that was really a bit of a gift wrap to Bordeaux Ardennais.
Yeah, but it's just curious how it went in, Ollie. Like I say, a 3-bet jam. Wouldn't have loved it, but understandable against a small blind raise. Would have been cool if that would be that. He went creative with it.
I don't know.
He just decided he had too much in, Ollie. He was getting a great price, to be fair, but those last few chips are so valuable.
You're not wrong. When there are six-figure payouts, a first place prize of $567,000, and
He's deal, yeah.
3 cards. That's not what he's doing just fine with 2.
Three flash.
Tiny miss deal.
4-3.
Jack suited now for Alper Kerim, who in that big fold. Bordeaux Ardennais, who is really ascending.
All in.
That fold, one that is going to be haunting him, in particular, if this Queen Jack suited ends up being his last stand.
How much?
Quite possible, as Yassi looks down at an ace 10.
Okay.
Asks for a count, makes the call. 2 clean cards, that's the good news. 43% equity.
3 exactly?
290.
I was going for the prepay, Ollie.
You got to decline it, of course. Top 2, but double gutter for Elius. Kings and 9s need to be dodged for the time being in a 610K pot. Or double pairs, and now the aces are added to the equation. You see Ohad Geiger flashing a grin over at Elius, who does have a lot of ways to win this one. The deuce of clubs is not among them, though, and Kerim will double and begin the process of reclamation of the tokens he lost.
Not bad.
Not bad. His review of that outcome.
It's fair. Underwhelming, perhaps, but fair.
Quite good. Now then, forwards we march.
We're getting a lot of action, Ollie. That's the good news.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. With hands that maybe we wouldn't have necessarily anticipated that would be providing us.
Mr. Henry. Henry, your table number 11.
You'll see action on him. Currently showing him as 5th overall in chips, neck and neck with Randy Hoffmanner. King 8-6, 2 clubs. Unsure what the holdings are. There it is.
Here we go.
Now ace-9 suited, the party starter from the button. And a stack that we know doesn't collect dust, James.
Yeah.
Fires the 80.
It's scary firing to the small blind on this kind of board. They certainly get some connectivity.
No fear, no problem. Yes. The 5s, no set, no call, no bet. And the Queen 10, not enough either. So really that has been the theme of late. One of Paulo Ardenne. Collecting chips, just about every opportunity.
20. Yeah.
We've got some empty seats, Ollie. We have new players coming soon.
Yeah, table's going to be breaking. Rebalancing efforts undoubtedly underway elsewhere in the room.
See what little live ones get thrown into this mix.
65.
Such a big part of poker tournaments, the hidden luck of table draws. Kareem. Yeah. Wow.
That's a bit unexpected.
Especially from that man.
Especially after we've already demonstrated that we are living rent-free in Kareem's head after that
right
last pot. But
that's
that
a
King 10 suited can definitely peel for 65, James.
It's a much better hand in a much better position than the 3s were. So it really does surprise me, that one. Mm.
Hello.
We do have a fresh face, Ollie. Martinas Vitkauskas. Gather an online MTT pro from Lithuania, and I'm sure I've done a really terrible job with that pronunciation, so I'm looking forward to hearing the correction.
Well, we do rely on you for such things.
I'm known for it.
Shows your creativity.
Give it a few more years and it'll be endearing.
How much do you
Stick with it, huh?
Let's join us in the big blind for this hand, bringing around 700k it looks like. And his first engagement's going to be blind on blind against Vesco. He's going to complete with the a6 offsuit.
So then, no sooner does the Lithuanian arrive than he ends up involved in a pot. One in which he has performed quite better. Fortunate to hit the side card, given the 6 was dominated pre. Svetsko with the ace high on his pair texture. Could have sprinkled something out there, but instead checks. Looking to see what's what.
Okay, okay.
Bet call. That's 9-9-3.
Pot up to 150,000. Again, Svetsko passes it over. Kicker has improved, though I'm not sure how much concern Vitkauskas has about being up against a shared 3.
Yeah, not too much. Happy to check it back and be very happy to see a brick form of a red 5 that's not a heart. Imagine, oh, well, you're about to see 2 more checks. And 4 cards hit the felt face up.
Certainly feels like a reasonable expectation after neither player wanted to bet the arrival of the jack.
Wow, we're targeting exactly this kind of hand, Ali.
Very much so.
Going after a 3, going after a rivered 5.
Questions being asked here by the Serbian.
Yeah, I do quite like this because it is one of his weaker check calls, bar, I suppose, some missed hearts. Nice played. It's one of those where you're bluffing quite often there with the best hand, but you can go after exactly that kind of hand, the 3x and any rivered 5x. You know your man doesn't have a 9, you can have a lot of them the way it's played out.
Yeah, so credit to Svetsko for activating at the right time there, and a bit of a unwarm welcome to Vitkauskas as he gets bluffed in his first pot.
And again, you know, people are thinking, well, why does it matter if you're beating bluffs? When you're beating hands, when you bluff, it's just part of the range that people arrive on the river with. Obviously, you want to be betting in situations where they just fold when you're bluffing, even if you do have the best hand. So unblocking heart's also a reason there. Another fresh face. Dado Venisevic joining us in C8. This table does indeed fill up. Dado, I feel like I had a lot of chips there. 2.3 million. There you go. So the composition is changing here as Takovic opens up King 5 suited from the cutoff, and Vitkauskas Ace 10 suited in the small one, just 21 blinds, Ali. We may see him ask for all of it.
Alexander Volodovsky, Aram, and Tikhomir.
Looking up at the clock. Pay jump at 89, pardon me.
Currently at 94.
Alexander, Texas Hold'em, 515.
Of course, Ali, in this modern day. I like this, so he's basically committed, but he's allowed himself the chance. So our graphic on screen, Ali, is suggesting 94, but the graphics on the screen is the one that their players are looking at that might be slightly more up to date. So if we're only like 1 or 2 away from that pay jump, he commits for most of his chips there, and then when jammed on, he gets the tank for ages and ages and ages and before calling it off.
Interesting nuance and subtlety.
Yeah.
Chips heading the right direction on this occasion, as far as Vitkauskas is concerned.
But that's something to keep an eye on for those watching. If you find yourself in these kind of situations near pay jumps, whether you're playing live or online, it's just allowing yourself to burn the most amount of time, maximize the chance of taking that pay jump. Because, okay, it's not huge, but it is $1,000. It's a third of a buy-in.
Nothing to bat our eyelashes at.
Right, I mean, $1,000 for 2 minutes worth of tanking, that's, you're approaching our league wages.
Black Nines, as the other new arrival at the table, announces his presence, understandably, tethered to the middling pocket pair. Upstairs to 60. Just a min, and let's see how Svesko reacts with King-Queen. Note that he's not looking up at the pre-flop raiser so much as he is surveying the landscape behind him in terms of the button and the blinds. So it will certainly inform his decision as much as any other aspect. Also respectful of the depth of Denisovic's stack.
Wow.
Set of nines against 2 overs and the gutter. And of course, fairly wet texture. Denisovic happy not to get cute. Bet 75 into 195.
Yeah.
I'll retain a wide variety of holdings.
It's a semi-cute one, Ollie, that sizing on this board texture, but
not as cute as a check.
No, certainly not. Quite right.
Not trying to slow play it.
No, you do get to keep a lot of hands in with this sizing, so obviously you can look to bet big on brickier turns like a 3 of clubs.
Yeah, that is masonry.
You also sometimes with that small bet on the flop do illicit raises on a wet texture yourself, so that's another reason to perhaps go small sizing. Now here it looks like he is cutting out a much healthier bet. 2/3.
Yeah, now we want to draw more focus in terms of opposition electing to proceed from this point forward, and 225 does help.
Yeah, and it's always nice, Ollie, when you have a set you don't have top set, because you just unblock your opponent having that top pair, which is always going to struggle folding.
Well,
the
visibility would have increased. King Queen just not able, especially lack of a diamond. Let's talk a little bit about Vlado Denisovic. Man's made over $1,150,000 over the course of his career. Plays under the Montenegro banner. Best live cash, 101,000 and change. EBT Monte Carlo, his most recent cash. Stays in and around Europe exclusively.
Wait, cash is in and around Europe exclusively, Ollie. He might be doing his brains somewhere.
Fair. 2010, by the way, first recorded cash for him, so Vlado's been at it a minute.
Yeah, it's one of those players, you see him sit down there at the table and his, just straight away his table presence strikes me as someone who's got some reps.
Ace-4, look at him. Upstairs we go to 70,000. Jack 10 offsuit in the big, very playable kit. shot at revenge for Karim.
Yeah, it went very small sizing here, right? Open to just 2 and a bit blinds. Wouldn't necessarily advise this because you get called so wide and ace forward. Very tough to play post.
Yeah, on this Jack 10-7 board in particular, when we're up against top 2 pair or otherwise, so divorced from this board texture. And you can understand why Karim not looking to plow forward for more. Checking it.
Oh, does go for it, Ali. That was pretty big as well.
I am a bit mystified by this particular decision making.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fruitless, James, for the time being, for certain. As he has run into a Jack 10 and picked a really poor hand combination to do this with.
The one thing I'll give him almost credit for is the small raise pre-flop does mean that a lot of really bad hands have continued that this bet will get folds from, but and even, you know, some of the 7x, the garbage ones that have to call 40,000 more don't like this, but the Jack 10-7 certainly is one that his opponent's going to have hit with a decent frequency, so they're in with a slight misstep there against the man that he seems to just be frazzled against, perhaps.
As you could see, there was no desire to just be a flat caller. Some pushback and a prompt muck from the ace-4.
Another fresh face. Lupatriosi joining the table, filling in that last vacant seat, bringing 600k-ish.
One of a group of Italians that make their way down to merit for the series. Just 14,500 in career live earnings, 6,200 of it coming courtesy of his best ever cash. Results dating only back to September of 2016.
I forgot to give you the full breakdown on my earbuds. So I now put them in the charger and they don't flash incessantly. They just flash as if they're charging. So it kind of bluffed me into thinking maybe they're going to work. And I, you know, try to get something to play out of it. Nothing yet. I've not given up hope yet, Ollie. Maybe another day of drying and they'll work.
Good luck with that, James. My understanding throughout the time on Earth that I've had is that water and electronics don't mix. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I will say that I once did jump into a swimming pool with that very expensive chrome slider Nokia phone that was out for a while. I think the Matrix kind of popularized that. And in the air, I realized it, but it was too late. Submerged, promptly came out of the pool, knew enough to pull the battery out back when you could still do that, so as not to short circuit anything. Stuck it in a bag of rice for a few days, resurrected it. So perhaps not all hope is lost.
Isn't the bag of rice just one of those fake news things?
No, not at all. It's a desiccant.
Yeah,
Takes the moisture out.
I thought it just doesn't do it anywhere near enough to make a difference.
Well, listen, you're out here microwaving things, thinking that's going to do the trick.
I used the hairdryer earlier.
Yeah, that, I mean,
just to try and get some in there. On call,
you
of
baked
course.
it.
On call. And Ali, let me tell you, it's been a while since I used the hairdryer as well. I got the instructions out. We'll see.
Well, good luck with it.
I'll be the one laughing tomorrow when
I certainly think everybody at home is rooting for you and the Bose earbuds to come back to life, as there is plenty of life in this stack of Yossi Elyus. Lively player under the gun, taking a pass. Ohad Geiger has been so quiet of late here at this feature, James. Deuces, bind. Really just lying back. Working his way forward into the top 90 without having to do any of his own work. To see 65K from Ardenne with the offsuit one gapper, as he is starting to leverage the might of his stack and perhaps some perception that maybe we're at a phase of things right now with players seem a bit sluggish. Some of them, James?
Well, they're approaching their dinner break, Ollie. Maybe there's some hunger in the field.
Yeah?
A little break.
Well, there's more than one type of hunger. There are those who are looking to load up a plate at the buffet, like yourself.
Asian station.
And then those who are looking to gobble up more chips.
But in all seriousness, it's mentally taxing. The day yesterday wasn't the longest, but you've come in today, you've had to navigate through the bubble. You're kind of sitting in a room all the time. The breaks they've had have been sort of 15, 20-minute variety. You don't really get to do much, but it's nice to be able to step away from here, go to the buffet, spend some time outside and refresh. So yeah, you will see perhaps some players are looking a little tired, but...
And this is a grueling day of play, James. 11 total levels will be played.
Got to get down through it, Ollie. Starting at midday, probably finish around 1 a.m.
Well, when you get over 1,200 entries, it does take some time to whittle your way down to the final table, which is what we're looking to do here tonight. Not sure whether or not we're going to get there, but we're on our way.
Rice is fake news. Google's telling me.
I'm just telling you, it worked.
Ah, your phone worked, but it might have worked wherever you put it.
Okay,
Anecdotal
James.
proof is not going to be...
Did you look up using the cool setting on a hairdryer? See whether or not that is what everybody looks to do? You might as well just blown on it. I mean, electrical engineering, not your strength.
Apparently actually Rice can do damage.
Okay, now just, I'm telling you. Oops. It was the key.
It's fake news, Ollie. It's okay. Tell him, chat.
Somebody out there in the chat back me up on this.
It's a common urban myth. Someone in the chat will back you up, but they need to bring some empirical evidence.
Just telling you.
Troycy.
Non-believer.
Yeah. Suited cards. I think we're going to call with pretty much any combination of those.
So the Italian getting frisky on the button with that King 8 coming up empty on an Ace-9-6 board, but some advantage in terms of range perception.
Yeah, can mix here. Ollie. Betting seems to be the easiest way to play this hand. You obviously got some good turn cards as well, holding the 8. You can also check back knowing that King High is probably the best hand. Certainly not going to make any better fold.
Not to be overlooked the fact that 10 deuce suited did defend also, James.
Yeah.
Against that button open.
Yeah, but it's never a bad thing even making a 10 deuce fold. You see a live hand.
We're at the business end of this one, James, with roughly 6 or 7%, 7% let's call it, of the original field still remaining. A lot of talent still left to navigate our way through in the hopes of being a part of the final table here at this Merit Retro Series $3,300 main event. Day 3 coverage.
Yep, just looking at the chip counts now across the room. Ruslan Volkov. Now we saw on the picture table earlier, folding the straight to the monster bluff of 2 8s. He's not looked back from that, up to 3.8 million, second in chips overall. Hoffman, I mentioned earlier, was on the table last night, doing well as well. And that Dukic also in the top 10 still as players who've been on this stream in this event. So doing well. Karanuri, another one sitting on chips.
Well, Troisi with pocket fives from the cutoff. Understandable his desire to raise it up. And same story for Svesko, a defender with the king 9 suited and now a leader on a 9-6-4 board. Waiting Troisi's orders. Nestled in between the 4 and the 6 with the 5 of hearts. He decides to fire 60K into 165.
Yeah, again, seems pretty reasonable. We can get Corbison worse. Got playability on the streets. Hand needs some protection. Svesko may look to go for more with the king kicker on that 9, of course. Going to be up against weaker 9s. Going to face a lot of checkbacks if he just check calls on this flop. Needs to ask the question now, a lot of hands. And that'll do this. And he's not risking too much. The max loss here is obviously 565K. It's not a huge disaster out of his stack.
So, respectful muck after Svesko comes with the check raise, just not giving credit to Troisi for having opened with kind of combo that would have hit that board all that often. So the 2 5s go into the bin. Nice work there from the Serbian.
You know what rice is good for?
I mean, as a accompaniment to many dishes and stews in this part of the world. Oh, yeah, okay, well, that's a different type of rice. You're talking about jasmine rice. Talking about longer grain varieties like basmati myself. James, this Geiger opens. A6 suited. Unheard from for quite some time now, and no sooner does he pop his head up than 2 kings appear on the button, no less, from Takovic.
Yeah, and up against a very small stack opening from under the gun. What is this, 17.5? Can 3-bet really small here. Could even flat. I think I like a small 3-bet. The player opening off 17 blinds just has a lot of hands they want to go with. I like to see is that 135. Be 135. 140. Love it. Really small. You don't have to go big again. You don't have to go even medium against a 17 big blind stack. Great stuff. This man's really impressed me, Ali. I know he's obviously had a couple of fortuitous situations, but he did get a big beating with the king-queen when he found the cold 4-bet, but it was a great spot to do it. Every hand so far I've seen from him, I've been impressed.
Yeah. This is a guy who knows his way around this phase of a tournament. I would imagine the phases that preceded it as well, which is in large part why he finds himself in the position that he's in right now here at this feature table. It's a tough one as we look around the rail. James, there's no gimmies. Jack 9 suited. Nisovic makes it 70.
Yeah, big stack. Big pseudo connectors. Or one gappers. Worthy of a
No
raise.
takers, yeah. Want to take a moment, by the way, to remind those of you who are on Telegram that there's a couple of ways to interact with the Merit Poker team. First one is, of course, the Merit Poker channel, a main source, general data about events, important notifications, promos, giveaways, and entertainment content. Just search Merit Poker /Songul Bekem, B-E-K-E-M, Songul spelled S-O-N-G-U-L. She is the Director of Poker Operations here at Merit. And then, of course, we do have the forum. That is where content is generally focused toward the current event and series. Live reports with chip counts, seat draws, photo albums you can download, links to the broadcasts, player chats, rules and schedules. And for that, you search Merit Poker Forum. Hope to see you there.
Eluz. Min raise, ace-9 suited from +3. Okay, the low jack. Koskas. Queen jack off on the button. It's a hand where if you really want to get aggro, you can slip in a 3-bet.
Obviously a higher variance approach.
Yeah, you'd need to know Eluz is perhaps opening wider than he's supposed to, or be in an impression you've got a tighter range than they realize.
It's been fairly smooth sailing for Yossi, James.
Yeah.
Hasn't really found himself in any awkward or uncomfortable spots, has made the most of the opportunities that he's been given, and certainly looks to be making a deep run here. Perhaps his name will be amongst those. Will be a part of the final 9.
Savage. Again, with a hand worthy of an open. You say most recent cash was in Monte Carlo, right? He looks like a man who's been to Monte Carlo.
Does he? What are we basing that on?
You think he looks out of place in Monte Carlo?
Just out of curiosity, I want to know what specifically, James.
It was a nice watch. It was a nice polo shirt going on.
Were you walking in as he pulled around in the Rolls Royce?
Just a watch, I'll leave, but I'm not a watch guy.
Okay. Allow me.
Oh, here we go.
Allow Ohad Geiger, perhaps. Ace Queen on the button, 390.
Yeah, 13 blinds.
In they go.
More than enough. And Ivanovic may have just too much to fold here.
Both in terms of the ace-jack and in terms of the 2.6 million back, perhaps. But first and foremost, we await a decision from what are the name? The pocket tens.
Yeah.
Too good to fold, James, but not quite good enough to maybe come back over.
Oh yeah, we don't have to raise. This is the thing. You go through the stages here. Is our hand going to be good enough to play it? And then can we play it in a way where we're unlikely to get bluffed? And I think the answer is to both of those is yes. So do we have just about enough hands to take on Geiger? Sure. And if we just call here, it's not like Ivanovic can go crazy against us, because we can just call here with all our best hands as well. So we continue with range as a call here, and it just makes it very hard for Ivanovic to do anything here unless he has a very nutted hand. So expect him now to fold.
I mean, the flat reads quite strong and trappy from time to time.
Yeah, he's willing to put 13 blinds in cold, so he's got a very good hand. And he knows that the under-the-gun opener can still raise, so even more so.
So then, Geiger will show the ace-queen. Would have certainly preferred to have been up against the ace-jack, but as it were, 2 overs against the underpair. Very classic spot. One in which Geiger does have 43% equity. Note, however, that one ace is already in the muck in an 885K pot that needs to go his way and hasn't thus far. 9, 5, 4, the 10s, an overpair. Wait a minute. Wheel draw acquired. Any ace, deuce, or queen would all serve Ohad's purposes, but instead, the 7 of hearts on the river will leave him showered in 84th place. And for his efforts, he will collect $6,410. Of course, that is a lot of poker to play, James, just to collect less than 2x a buy-in. So we know that he'll be a little bit disappointed, but nevertheless, better to be on the inside of the bubble than the outside. And of course, the cash games are always plentiful for him.
Yeah, it certainly will be, Ollie. And blinds going up 20K, 40K, so stacks are beginning to shallow out even for these big guns here. 2.5 million equating just over 60 blinds.
Yeah, that is a pretty significant jump in those blinds as we bring you back to the break desk here at this Retro Series main event. Ali Nejad, James Dempsey, and another frame in the books, James. And not sure if that one played as eventfully throughout as we would have anticipated, but we did see some very interesting ones. The 9-4 coming to mind, of course. Novoselev with the very...
did not disappoint. First hand in, 3-betting queen nine.
Right.
Then he raised forward a couple more hands, had another 3-bet fold that didn't work. Then got jack 5 and just blasted off into aces full.
Yeah.
He did meet the billing. Whatever expected from him happened.
Absolutely. Did not disappoint. We certainly hope that the rest of tonight won't disappoint either, as we still have plenty of coverage coming your way. Do believe that the players are headed for their dinner break, if I'm not mistaken, which means that we will step aside for quite some time. Let's call it about a half hour, I want to say.
45 minutes, I believe.
45 full minutes. Okay, so an opportunity, of course, for those of you at home as well to grab a bite, a little nosh, do what you need to do, but do not fail to come back, as after the bellies are full, James, everybody may be on the night shift will look to get a little friskier. The nocturnes might be coming out. So then, continuing coverage of this main event will come your way in about 45 minutes. I will give way to Mr. David Lappin, who will join James for that couple of hours of play. But until then, we bid you adieu. Come back and see us in about 45 minutes for continuing coverage.
Sneak one spot further.
Nice.
Get 4th. It was Mateus out in 5th, and this man, Kanan Terakani, would lose heads up to Jason Kuhn in that 20K.
What's your nationality? French?
Picking up
No.
450K.
Yeah, French. Let's say French, Algerian.
Great spot now for Kisu to get the double up. Oh, well, this could be a 3-way affair. Yes, Angel, interesting hand here. He's got a player who covers the original opener from under the gun, remember?
Yeah.
This is a little awkward.
I wouldn't begrudge him for just pretending he didn't get dealt this hand.
Yeah, 2 ways to go, I think. You could definitely just toss it away, as you say, maybe just repress the memory of such a hand. Or you could flat.
Yeah.
And that's pretty strong in and of itself, and that probably gets, a lot of hands out anyway, and you can fold to the shove.
Yeah, one of those two.
Good luck, Vali.
So
I think I like this slightly more.
So I've gone from saying what a great spot Kisu found himself in, dominating the pocket 7s in a must-call situation, to actually Angel waking up here in the big blind, and now he has to go to the races. Well, so far so good. Backdoors aplenty though. Not anymore. And Kisu will secure the double up, and there was a little bit extra in that pot, so more than a double up, 321k now.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's never a bad time to double up, but obviously, as we're pretty near the money now, suddenly that gives him a lot of. He's very likely to make the money now.
Yeah. Yeah, Kisu, quite a famous man in Romania. He's a screenwriter, TV producer, and a regular on the poker circuit. I think that's what we'd know him from most of all, but I think a pretty familiar face in the celebrity world in Romania too.
Are you well known in the Romanian celebrity world yourself?
For all the wrong reasons, James. I don't want to go into it. I was young. I needed money.
It was a different time.
It was yeah.
I'll say no more.
One more.
Volkov flicking in the peel. Ace-5 suited against
Kein
Ribai.
Discount sofort.
Gotta say, Romania, one of my favorite countries, both to visit and holiday in, Bucharest especially, and also to play poker.
I'm to confess, I've never been.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to a Unibet Open in December there at the Marriott Hotel. It's a beautiful country. I'm sure Kisu testify that as well. Really is a special place. Lovely people. And a bit of a hotbed of poker actually too. And here's a good stat.
Oh. You know I love a good stat.
This is a really good stat actually.
But I'll be judged of it whether it's a good stat or not.
Okay.
It's a stat. Myself and the YouTube chat will decide whether we think it's good.
It's one of only two countries
Do you feel
in
pressure?
Well, a little bit now. Not as much pressure as Volkov's going to be under here with the third pair spot he finds himself in now, facing chunky enough bet.
Yeah. Not easy.
Feels a bit like a jack, doesn't it?
It does. Although, it feels like it must be a very good jack.
Yeah, a little queen jack maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. With an ace, as I'll kick with a 5, so that becomes a bit more relevant. Blocking an ace jack. But I think almost a smaller sizing here makes a little bit more sense for a jack. Yeah, it's going to get the job done.
Yeah,
Nice.
tells a good story there, Ribai.
He does. He does.
Credit to him. I don't blame Volkov for that foul. Okay, so my stat.
It's hard to bluff as well when you've got caught 4-bet bluffing for 323k on the
Ain't
second
that
hand of the
true
day. Oh, put a little face. Where's the pun in that?
Okay, well, it's going to be a HR meeting for you now, James.
High roller. Kisu, 8-6 off on the big gun, 40 points. Won't be seeing action. As the stalling commenced.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Obviously, under the gun, it might take you a split. No, it has. It has commenced.
Me, I'm big blind, sorry.
Was it on me? Oh, was the action on me? I'm terribly sorry.
Like, I'm sorry.
I actually believe him.
I do as well.
I believe him.
I saw it in front of him and it confused me. No worries.
Yeah, it's a bit early for that move. I've done that. I've done that move myself.
Oh,
to save time.
if any man
But I'd have to be 20 off the money for that one.
Yep.
It's great.
Viz popping up ace-4 suited from +1. Romero with a very nice hand to call with from, I think, did Ribai? It's just cold call, but he motioned to tap the table like I'm just checking. Oh, has there been a raise? I'm just going to check. Oh, go on, I'll call the raise with.
Oh my goodness me! Would you believe it,
Wow,
Ribai?
you see how slowly he checked there as well. He sort of went, what's happened on this flop? Deciding to stab here with backdoor spades.
Yeah, and he had such a squeezable one.
Yeah.
And a man who obviously loves a squeeze.
I think it's probably a good thing he didn't, just because his image has been a bit crazy, and it's like you could get a really tough spot with the 2 10s.
Yeah, ace-4 might have gone for it. Anyway, as played. Oh, well, Biz picks up the 4. That might actually just keep him honest. Oh, but the lead out from Ribai. Changing gears here. Trying to sort of take a I've got an 8-9 or Jack-9 kind of line now. Gosh. So much of this. No draws complete, so great spot for him to go. Big sizing.
Well, I was going to say, what if he goes blocky here, like I've got a 7?
I think I might go pot if it was me. Might get really greedy and think I'm taking a...
Well, he's followed your advice.
Yeah, because all the draws miss, and I think that sort of call flop lead turn will be a 10x, but it will also be draws, and that's sort of how you'd balance that one out. Could obviously be maybe some clubs as well, maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
Jack 9 of clubs. That might be the kind of hand that would take this line as well. So, actually not an easy spot for Biz. I'm sure you guys are looking at this one going, well, he's got bottom pair. He's facing a very large bet, and his opponent called out a big line, so can have a lot of different hands. But actually, as played, this is a tricky one for Biz.
Yeah, and the queen's a napkin, effectively, because his opponent's not betting a queen. If his opponent has sort of queen 9 of clubs that bluff the turn, never goes this size on the river.
Absolutely.
So he really is, as David says, polarizing to a 10 or misdraw. As we can see, he's got all the 10s. The only thing going back in this favour here, I think, for Biz to find a fold is this pot was 3-way. James Romero did call on the button and Biz bet flop. So he does have a tighter range betting into 2 players. But...
Oh, he's on the knife edge here, you can see, and it makes sense. This one is so polarized. It is a very binary sort of situation. He either has it or he doesn't. Got to look at your man here, try and get a read.
And he's seen Rabai obviously 4-bet to 323k pre-flop, have to snap fold, been in a couple other pots. Pulled a funny face when he got a bluff through. Just a minute ago, had to flatten open and then fold to a squeeze. And he may think, hang on a second.
And I think you'd rather have a hand like ace-4 here than queen-jack, for example. Actually probably makes a better call in a way.
Good fold. Well done, Biz.
Do you agree with that? You'd rather have ace-4 than queen-jack in that spot, if you're going to find a call. It's a real tournament poker masterclass when you can do that. Obviously, we like to throw the laurels at the winners, but sometimes the guys who make the most of a short stack to get up those spots have maybe done better in some sense.
Yeah, it can certainly. The winner's not always the person who's played the best. Well, that goes without saying, obviously, in poker. But yeah, sometimes the best performance on a final table can be the one who navigates the shortest stack with 7th left up to 3rd with not much ammunition. Tarakani, ace queen, way good enough to raise Romero. Going to flat with 2-8s, and Angel going to come in from the big with 3-4 suited. A bit more of a standard hand, perhaps, for once. 3 big stacks, battling once more. And, well, the battle will continue. Queen high, 2 spades. Tarakani with the ace of spades as well. This could get feisty.
Quick call from Romero or a quick fold? Not sure.
This guy had.
Yeah, not really want to continue with 2-8s on this board. His range has a lot of continues. 8s doesn't need to be one of them. Gun shot now developing for Angel, of course. 6 would get him across the line. Tarakani, there's double flush draw, straight draw galore kind of board. Just gets to bet big here, I guess. And then he can check back some rivers as well, even with hand swings. Well, actually he's gone smaller. It's gone half pot. I'm kind of surprised not to see him just really bomb this.
I agree with you, James. I would have liked to see a 3/4 pop bet in that spot, but
keeps this man interested.
Yeah, it does, and rightly so. Obviously, 25% equity, likely clean outs.
Well, that is a pretty damn good river for Tarakani. There is some concern, of course, about the diamond part of the card.
Angel obviously giving a little bit of thought to whether he can bluff this card. Oh, giving a lot of thought to it.
It's tough when Tarakani's bet this flop 3-way to imagine he has nothing. Let alone following up on the turn. Some of those follow-ups are going to be Queen X, are going to be some diamond combos. Of course, we always look to find bluffs, David, with the kind of worst hands in our range, and you can't get any worse than the board here.
I think you have to step away from the table.
Yeah, nice give
Yeah,
up
yeah, sure,
from Angel. Tarakani, there is some concern, of course, with diamonds. You can be up against 5x of diamonds here, maybe, you know, the King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 8 of diamonds, 6-8 of diamonds probably raises turn. But
Give me a size you like, James.
Did I do it? Yeah,
given that we went kind of, it's weird because we went kind of smaller on the turn than I would. So there is a little bit more weakness in your opponent's range given that. So I don't mind like half pot again. If I'd gone big on the turn, I think I'd go really big on the riverhead because you're just basically targeting a queen.
Well, he is going pot. And obviously,
And
easy decision for 4 high.
the other thing as well is that if you've gone bigger on the turn,
On the table as well. You know, obviously it's a stacked table, but Kisu, Helt, Libert, all with a huge amount of experience,
yeah,
a lot of talent, and they will have a very different job over the course of this level as we see the blinds go up to 6, 12, 12, and of course the next level where the bubble will be almost upon us.
you've got me searching for the full EPT schedule now.
Oh,
Cyprus.
see, this is what a good salesman I am.
Yeah, well,
I'm good at creating the FOMO in others.
it's the buffet. Thought of just leaving the buffet here, unattended. Wow, look at this.
Oh, snap all in
Yeah.
from Angel. That's so quick, it feels very ace-kingy if I'm in Tarakani's seat.
Yeah, but this sort of spot could just be 9s as well, or 10s.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, it kind of feels like that.
Absolutely no
Not
hesitation. Had almost made his mind up if
Yeah.
this was going to happen. He was coming over the top.
We've seen Tarakani as well 3-bet 6s a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Now 3-betting 7, not the kind of hands you really want to 3-bet in these spots, especially the blinds just gone up, so Angel slipping below the 40 big blind mark.
Yeah, he could certainly have taken a flop with this one and, you know, got sticky on plenty of boards, given that it's only an open from the dealer button.
Yeah.
Instead, this has sort of turned into a bloated spot. 428 is a lot of chips. Wow, that's like a 37 big blind shove, something like that.
Yeah, but it's just against this man. He's seen him be pretty active. Throwing in some 3-bets. He knows he's going to try and bully. Angel was hoping for a very swift fold. Won't be enjoying this tank too much. He knows one of the hands that's going to like tank and then call is probably ace-queen.
Oh, he does call.
Wow.
Let's go to the races. All of your chips, sir.
Look at Bart's face. This is crazy. These two are playing an 870k flip out of nowhere.
Deep swallow from Angel as he realized maybe he made that move against the wrong sort of opponent.
Wow. I want to go back and look at Bart's face when he saw the hands. Ace in the window for Angel. In the driver's seat. A little gulp. Still 2 cards to fade. That spade changes nothing. Still the 7 of hearts or 7 of clubs. We'll see Tarakani take this pot. Not to beat. Huge double up.
Horrible moment there for Angel as he was forced to race for all of it. Or side attractions that might be available. He wants to put his name down.
Well, you told me you're playing, or you're going to try and play. So
I've already played a satellite. I didn't get through, but I have already played a satellite to this.
There's 5k added right there.
Bang, bang. This is the bro. He hears me analyze all these hands and he's like, oh, that's a spot.
Yeah.
There's a spot. Oh, you'd have checked there, would you? Oh, lovely. I'll remember that.
Oh, hello. Oh, the height is just... This is pretty fruity against the 20 big blind open on the button. I mean, a min open from a 20 big blind stack. What I mean, of course.
Oh, sorry.
He's going to get a heads up, but playing 10-5 suited. Well, 10-3-4.
And a lead out. Imond. Health. So awkward now.
Yeah, let's just screw him.
He's got backdoor straight potential, 2 overcards, but this is just very, very pesky.
Yeah, it feels like we have to call one, but we're not really enjoying it.
Do you ever?
I don't even know how to describe a range in this situation. We've seen Rabai, if you're in held seat, play a lot of hands. Not a lot of them have got the showdown. You just saw a really peculiar 3-bet size the hand before from the big blind, and then a block bet on the river. Now you're playing this hand with him, and well, you just call and hit a queen. That's suddenly all those worries sort of vanished. Life's good.
One assumes he will charge whatever hand Rebai decided to flat. Small blind lead.
Yeah, maybe
10-3-4 now.
Maybe you're thinking, you know, he's got 5, 6s, 7s, something like that.
Little tickler, 35. That should keep Rebai in the picture.
Oh yeah. Again, it's just